Chapter 741. Even though he had the guts Gu business, it had only been a short time. Fang Yuan did not have a lot of immortal yuan stone. Furthermore, during this period of time, refining Gu, condensing bat wings, and so on, his progress was very slow. The auction and the refinement path convention, these two grand events, were coming soon. Especially the former, it was right in front of him. Where could he get immortal yuan stone at this time? It could only be the Gu immortal blessed lands in the hands of land spirit of Langya. It is a pity that my immortal aperture is dead. I cannot annex other blessed lands. Otherwise, the first person to buy a blessed land would be me. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Immortal apertures were small worlds. They could meet and devour each other, but there were rules. Firstly, dead apertures could not be annexed. They could only break apart and dissipate into nothingness. Secondly, immortal apertures could not be annexed by small apertures. Finally, to annex a rank 6 blessed land, one needed master attainment level. Only then could they combine the two worlds into one. To annex a rank 7 blessed land, one needed grandmaster attainment level. To annex a rank 8 blessed land, one needed great grandmaster attainment level. That was to say, if Fang Yuan wanted to annex other immortal apertures, he would first need to reincarnate and turn the immortal aperture into a living land. Secondly, he could only annex the blessed lands of Blood Path, Strength Path, Refinement Path, Enslavement Path, and Transformation Path Gu Immortals. Blood Path and Strength Path might be great Grandmaster attainment level, but with Fang Yuan's rank 6 cultivation level, he could only annex a rank 6 blessed land. Even with such restrictions, Gu Immortals would not be lenient if they could annex them. Because the immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu Immortal's cultivation, annexing a blessed land was the best shortcut to snatch someone else's foundation and raise one's own cultivation level. As long as one was a Gu Immortal, they would know the value of a blessed land. Regarding the auction of the blessed land, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the auction. In the following days, Fang Yuan refined group strength Gu and small family Qi Gu, while using the light of wisdom Gu. He tried to modify the transformation path killer move unfamiliar face. At the same time, the desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies were still being sold. Half a month passed in Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan's only rank 7 corpse, astral wind flying heavenly boar, was successfully sold. Fang Yuan obtained a wisdom path inheritance that he had been yearning for since a long time ago. Malicious thought Gu. A few days later, Fang Yuan held a rank 5 mortal Gu in his hand. His expression was complicated. This malice Gu was personally refined by him according to the Gu recipe in the wisdom path inheritance. It was quite large. It was about the size of a wash basin and shaped like a spider, but its 8 legs were like iron needles, and the tips of its legs were extremely sharp. On the spider, covered with hard, barbed hair. If not for Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, just touching this Gu with an ordinary person's flesh and blood would bleed. Fang Yuan infused his quintessence into it, and immediately, evil thoughts appeared in his mind. These evil thoughts were like bubbles, but there were barbs on the surface. Fang Yuan tried to use these evil thoughts to think. Suddenly, the evil thoughts collided with each other. They collided. It was also very strange. The barbs on the surface of the bubbles connected with each other. Afterwards, they were either destroyed or fused into larger thoughts. Soon, these evil thoughts were used up. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, showing slight joy in his gaze. It turns out that even wisdom path Gu Immortals use thoughts as their main method of deduction. As long as they use evil thoughts to think of schemes and schemes against others, their efficiency will increase by many times. An ordinary evil thought can be equivalent to several, or even more than 10 happy thoughts, star thoughts, and space thoughts. Fang Yuan had used delight in mountain and water immortal Gu to produce a vast amount of happy thoughts to aid in his thinking. But he had made a mistake. Although wills were formed from thoughts, their true use was not to think, but to act independently after separating from the main body. Gu Immortals created wills and entered jewel yellow skies to help sell the goods. Giant Sun Immortal left behind Giant Suns will to guard 88-point Xinyang Tower. this was the correct use of wills. For example, thoughts were like a kitchen knife, wills were like a long blade. Thinking about problems was like cutting vegetables. A kitchen knife was the best for cutting vegetables, which chef would use a long blade to cut vegetables. Different professions were worlds apart. Wisdom path was the most mysterious path. Fang Yuan did not know this earlier. Using happy thoughts to think seemed to be effective, but there was a lot of expenditure. It was better to use happy thoughts instead. I now have the goo recipes of malicious thought goo and malice goo. I can refine these two mortal goo in large quantities. I have already become an immortal. I have unlimited primeval essence. I can produce a large number of evil thoughts. It is cheap but good. Using green grape immortal essence to activate delight in mountain and water immortal goo is too expensive. In the past, Fang Yuan only had a small number of wisdom path mortal goo. They were all bought from jewel yellow skies. Using these mortal goo to produce thoughts, there were too few thoughts of different types. They could not support the intense expenditure of deducing immortal goo recipes. Thus, he used delight in mountain and water immortal goo. Now that Fang Yuan had the goo recipes of wisdom path mortal goo, his first choice was to produce these mortal goo in large quantities. The thoughts produced by immortal goo were few, but when the number of mortal goo increased, the scale of the thoughts would become very impressive. Using delight in mountain and water immortal goo was not only expensive, it was also a waste of resources. It is a pity that this wisdom path inheritance appeared a little late. My transaction with Land Spirit of Xianxia's immortal goo recipe has already entered a new stage. If it appeared earlier, I would definitely be able to save a lot of green grape immortal essence. With the green grape immortal essence saved, the cost would fall sharply, and the profits would increase greatly. It would no longer be around 26 immortal essence. Fang Yuan felt a little regret as he thought of this. But there was no helping it. Life was like this. It was impossible for everything to appear at the perfect time, to satisfy one's desires. There would always be imperfections, there would always be disappointments, there would always be delays. Just like the wisdom path inheritance Fang Yuan obtained, it was incomplete, it was quite incomplete. All in all, Fang Yuan being able to obtain the mortal goo recipes of malicious thought goo and malicious intent goo was already a very fortunate thing. Besides these two goo recipes, there was also a wisdom path killer move called harboring malicious intent. The goo immortal who sold the goo recipes seemed to have an urgent need for the astral wind heavenly boar's corpse. He seemed to be short of money. If not for this, even if it was an ancient desolate beast's corpse, it was worth several hundred immortal yuan stone, the other party would not sell the wisdom path inheritance. Even such an incomplete wisdom path inheritance was extremely rare in the market. Thus, in the following days, Fang Yuan stayed in Hu immortal blessed land, refining malicious thought goo. Although malicious thought mortal goo is not an expendable goo, it is a mortal goo after all, it has its limits. But my primeval essence is unlimited. The more I use it, the longer I use it. These malicious thought goo will eventually break. With such a thought, Fang Yuan felt that his need for malicious thought goo would remain at a certain level in the future. As for goo refinement, it seemed to take a lot of time. Especially when the higher the rank of the goo worm, the longer the time needed. Many goo immortals often took decades or even centuries to refine an immortal goo. Or even hundreds of years. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to invest a large sum of money to purchase hairy men. During this period of time, he sold several batches of guts goo. Each batch had a profit of around 48 immortal yuan stone. He only kept 50 immortal yuan stone with him. He used the rest of the immortal yuan stone to purchase hairy men. This raised the price of hairy men in treasure imperial heaven. What Fang Yuan wanted the most were of course the hairy men in Xianxia blessed land. These hairy men were well nurtured, they were several grades higher than the best goods in jewel yellow skies. Unfortunately, after he asked about Land Spirit of Xianxia, he was sternly rejected. Not only that, he was also scolded by Land Spirit of Xianxia, saying that Fang Yuan was not a friend. Even though Fang Yuan was scolded, he was very happy. Land Spirit of Xianxia scolded him for not being a friend. It meant that Land Spirit of Xianxia had already treated him as a friend. even though this friendship was far inferior to the one between Land Spirit of Langia and Inkman King Mo Tan Sang. But the friendship between Mo Tan Sang and Land Spirit of Langia was not of this generation. It could be traced back to a certain generation of Inkman City's city lord from a long time ago. For countless generations, Inkman City had been secretly maintaining contact with Land Spirit of Langia. This friendship was accumulated over a long period of time. Land Spirit of Langia has recently been liberated, and he has obtained so many complete immortal goo recipes. According to his nature, he will definitely refine immortal goo. And refining immortal goo would expend an enormous amount of resources. Even the extremely wealthy Langia Blessed Land could not sustain it. Jewel Yellow Skies cannot allow goo immortals to enter. After the auction, there will be no more opportunities. He wants to sell goo immortal blessed lands. This is an urgent matter for him. Fang Yuan knew that Land Spirit of Langia was already secretly anxious. As long as he could not hold it in any longer, he would take the initiative to look for Fang Yuan. Land Spirit of Langia's network was too simple. He only had one Mo Tan Sang. But Mo Tan Sang had the business of Inkman City. He was also a variant human. He had many considerations. How could he be in the limelight and sell these goo immortal blessed lands? The status of variant humans was lower than orthodox humans. Variant human goo immortals were the same. If they saw variant human goo immortals capturing human goo immortals and selling them, the human goo immortals would definitely have a common enemy. That is to say, other than looking for Fang Yuan, Land Spirit of Langia had no other way. This could not be blamed on him, after all. He was a land spirit and could not leave the blessed land. Moreover, Langia Blessed Land was a true treasure land. Wealth could move people's hearts. The blessed land could also be annexed and reduced contact with goo immortals. This was the self-preservation move of Land Spirit of Langia. Land Spirit of Langia was secretly anxious, but Fang Yuan was even less anxious. In the next 2 months, Fang Yuan built another Fang Yuan stone nest in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He filled all the rooms in the stone nest with hairy men. These hairy men were skilled in goo refinement. They were high-quality goods in the Jewel Yellow Skies market. High-grade hairy man slaves. Although Fang Yuan could afford them, the quantity was much lower. When Fang Yuan bought these hairy men, he not only had to pay attention to the quality, he also had to consider the quantity. With the second stone nest, the production of air sac goo would rise sharply. It would also increase the production of guts goo. Fang Yuan would be able to obtain more immortal yuan stone in each transaction. But Fang Yuan did not order all the hairy men to refine air sac goo for the time being. The second stone nest was specially used by Fang Yuan to refine malicious thought goo. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 742. If he wanted to use malicious thought mortal goo to replace delight in mountain and joy immortal goo, the quantity of the former would need to be huge. 23 WX, Fang Yuan needed a lot of malicious thought goo, not just a few hundred. He estimated that he needed at least 2,000 of them, activating them at the same time and producing malicious thoughts, to barely pass the standard of the light of wisdom. What needed to be emphasized was that these 2,000 malicious thought goo had to be rank 5. Fang Yuan had malicious thought goo recipes from rank 1 to rank 5. Rank 1 to 5 malicious thought goo all produced malicious thoughts with the same effect. But the number of thoughts produced at once was different, and the primeval essence expended was also very different. Refining goo is not easy. The higher the rank, the harder it is to refine. Especially rank 5 malicious thought goo, it needs to be refined from rank 1 to rank 2 to rank 3, and there is no goo recipe that can be refined in one go. This way, the success rate is not high, and the amount of materials required is huge. Fang Yuan's initial plan was to first refine 2,000 malicious thought goo. As for malice goo, he did not need it for now. He still had a lot of happy thoughts left in his mind. Refining 2,000 rank 5 malicious thought goo was no doubt a large-scale goo refinement that would take a long time. If Fang Yuan did not buy hairy men to build the second stone nest, he would have to refine air sac goo in his spare time with the hairy men in the first stone nest. To reach the goal of 2,000 rank 5 goo, he would need at least 10 years. But now that Fang Yuan had the second stone nest and a large number of hairy men, This time was greatly shortened to about 16 months. During this time, if I can modify the goo recipe. If I can think of a brand new rank 5 goo recipe that can directly refine rank 5 malicious thought goo, then the 16 months will be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. His current refinement path attainment level. He was already at quasi-grandmaster level, but his wisdom path attainment level was almost blank. But Fang Yuan was still confident. The source of this confidence was none other than wisdom goo. Using the light of wisdom, he would have unlimited inspiration. Even if his attainment level was lacking, it was not a problem, he could forcibly deduce it. The power of a rank 9 immortal goo. It is indeed terrifying. Fang Yuan was getting more and more aware of the power of rank 9 wisdom goo. Using the light of wisdom, he could deduce immortal goo recipes. And these immortal goo recipes were a problem even for the refinement path quasi-great grandmaster land spirit of Langia. Something that made no progress. Fang Yuan could even use the light of wisdom to deduce immortal killer moves. Vicious Lightning Fiend spent several years to comprehend the immortal killer move Lightning Deity from Blood Deity's remnant recipe. During this period, he had been in seclusion. He did not leave the house. If it was Fang Yuan, and with the same lightning path attainment level, with the help of wisdom goo, it would take at most a month to complete. He Lulan was currently working hard to push the mortal killer move self-strength phantom to immortal level. Unfortunately, even if she had the foundation of mortal killer moves and strength path attainment level, to achieve her goal, she would need at least a few years. If it was Fang Yuan, it should be done in half a month's time. In fact, deducing immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan had already been doing it intermittently for a long time. The immortal killer move he deduced was none other than Myriad Self. Myriad Self's core immortal goo, cleanse soul, could not be used due to hunger. Fang Yuan's main goal in deducing Myriad Self was to replace cleanse soul immortal goo with other goo worms. But unfortunately, once this one and only immortal goo was gone, its power fell sharply. No matter how many mortal goo worms were used, it could not reach its original power. Throughout the history of goo masters, there was only one mortal killer move that could match an immortal goo in attack power. That was White Bone Chariot. This killer move was created by proud bone demon Lord Xianxia. It was a peerless genius that looked down on both past and present. Thus, when Fang Yuan sold the desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies, one of the transactions was to exchange the desolate beast corpses for a rank 5 mortal goo like Battle Bone Wheel Goo. Battle Bone Wheel Goo was one of the mortal goo worms that formed the killer move White Bone Chariot. Fang Yuan only had one. It was obtained from Wolf King Changshan Yin's hiding place in northern plains. Fang Yuan's talent could not compare to Xianxia. Without cleanse soul immortal goo, the killer move Myriad Self's power was simply not enough. For the next half a month, Fang Yuan worked hard to modify malicious thought goo's recipe. Besides this, he did not give up on modifying the immortal killer move Myriad Self. During this period, he sold 2 desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies. They were exchanged for a second pair of bat desolate beast wings, as well as dozens of immortal yuan stones. Fang Yuan did not want to use desolate beast corpses to exchange for immortal yuan stones. But he only had 50 immortal yuan stones left. Most of the money was used to purchase hairy men. Now that he was refining rank 5 malicious thought goo on a large scale, he needed a huge amount of resources. Thus, he had to exchange for immortal yuan stones to barely cover his expenses. This way, Fang Yuan only had 3 desolate beast corpses left in jewel yellow skies. He also only had over 20 immortal yuan stones left. His green grape immortal essence, because of his constant deductions, had fallen to 36 beads. But fortunately, Fang Yuan's plan to modify malicious thought goo's recipe had already shown results. The brand new malicious thought goo's recipe, although it did not reach his expectations, had already reduced many steps. The previous rank 5 malicious thought goo needed to be refined from rank 1. Now, the current rank 5 malicious thought goo only needed 2 steps. The first step was to refine it into a semi-finished product. The second step was to refine it into a finished product. Although the success rate did not increase, the steps were reduced, the consumables were reduced by a lot, and the time was also saved. According to this speed, the original 16 months will be cut by half. As long as I refine it for 8 months, I will have 2000 rank 5 malicious thought goo. However, the immortal origin stones I have on hand are already very tight. At this rate, even if I have the guts goo business to support me, I will not be able to make ends meet. Don't tell me I need to slow down and let the second stone nest refine air sac goo to increase the production of guts goo and earn immortal yuan stones to support the situation? Just when Fang Yuan had no choice but to consider this, the good news he had been waiting for finally arrived. Brat, you win. I agree to your conditions, let's split it 40-60. Land Spirit of Xianxia said viciously, his mood was very bad. Fang Yuan was short of money because of the large-scale mortal goo refinement. Land Spirit of Xianxia wanted to refine immortal goo. The resources he needed were more than 100 times of Fang Yuan's. He was even more short of money. As Fang Yuan had expected, Land Spirit of Xianxia had no other channels, only Fang Yuan could take it. Thus, he had to leave even if he knew he was at a great disadvantage. Fang Yuan did not want to push his luck. Such a division of benefits was already the Land Spirit's limit. If he did not know what was good for him and angered Land Spirit of Xianxia, not only would he not transact, he would even destroy the relationship he had built with much difficulty. Northern Plains. By Zhu Grotto Heaven. The hall was brightly lit, beauties were singing and dancing, delicacies and wine were placed on the table. Let's eat, I like this dish a lot. It was made using the rank 5 goo worm Vajra flying centipede. It was roasted with charcoal, the meat is delicious and tender. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sat at the main seat, chuckling as he received the 2 goo immortals in the hall. The 2 goo immortals were none other than Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan. Although it was someone else's dish, the 2 immortals had no qualms. Qin Bai Sheng pinched a long piece of meat and opened his mouth. He threw it into his mouth. After chewing, his mouth was full of oil. He raised his thumb and praised, "Delicious indeed. Not bad, not bad." Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu laughed heartily, looking at Fairy Li Shan. "Fairy, how do you feel?" Fairy Li Shan was much more refined in eating than Qin Bai Sheng. She took small bites and tasted it before smiling lightly. "The meat is delicious. Not only is it charred, it is also chewy, smooth and refreshing. It is truly a masterpiece." Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. "I won't hide it from you too. In order to create this dish, I had racked my brains for 8 days and 8 nights before finally obtaining the finished product. This is one of my most satisfying dishes this year." Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's cultivation level was rank 8. He was a lone cultivator. He had a hobby that was famous in Northern Plains Goo Immortal world. He liked to cook delicacies and create new delicacies. This time, not only did we successfully invite Heavenly Lord to participate in the auction, we even got to taste such a delicacy. We are truly fortunate. Qin Bai Sheng spoke at an appropriate time. Heavenly Lord's hospitality, Li Shan will remember it. Now that we have already signed the alliance agreement, please forgive me for not being able to stay for long. Fairy Li Shan continued. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was full of smiles as he nodded. "That's right. There are only so many rank 8 elders in Northern Plains. Since you two have already invited me, Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Old Ancestor Shui who, it will not be good if only Prince's Impatience is left. Heavenly Lord, please understand, we are going to invite Prince's Impatience. Go. Do a good job in this auction, I am looking forward to it." Thus, Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan left Bai Zhu Grotto Heaven. They determined their direction and rushed towards the southeast direction. Halfway through the journey, Fairy Li Shan's expression suddenly changed. In her immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had used moving perspective cup goo to send a message. Fairy Li Shan slowly stopped moving. Qin Bai Sheng asked curiously, "Fairy, why are you stopping?" Fairy Li Shan smiled lightly. "There is someone I need to introduce to Lord." Qin Bai Sheng was interested. At this time, Fang Yuan came out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture. He looked around before looking at Qin Bai Sheng. "Lord Qin, I have heard of your fame. Qin Baisheng was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had extraordinary battle strength. He was on par with Shirley. Right now, seeing that Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie and had the lowest rank 6 cultivation level, his interest that had just risen quickly vanished. However, seeing that Fang Yuan could come out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture, it showed that Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had a close relationship. Qin Baisheng did not act arrogantly. He nodded plainly and smiled. "You flatter me, you are? I am Sha Huang. I have a big deal to discuss with Lord Qin." Fang Yuan smiled. "What big deal?" Fang Yuan told them about the sale of Gu immortal blessed lands. Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan's expressions turned pale. In the moving perspective Gu's letter, Fang Yuan did not explain clearly. He only said that he wanted to participate in the auction. Fairy Li Shan was shocked. "Sha Huang, you really have a Gu immortal blessed land to sell?" "Ha, it is not that I have a Gu immortal blessed land. I am only an errand boy." Fang Yuan smiled. He had signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with Fairy Li Shan. He had to speak the truth. But this was the truth. He only said half of it. He naturally would not say that he, as an errand boy, earned more than the owner. Qin Baisheng's mood calmed down. He guessed that Fang Yuan was a subordinate of some important person. Northern Plains had 4 rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface, but according to rumors, some old monsters were still alive. Immediately, Qin Baisheng sized up Fang Yuan again. He was still smiling, but his tone had a slight change. "This is indeed a big deal. Since little brother thinks so highly of me and has confidence in this auction, how could I possibly refuse to enter? Many thanks to Lord Qin for making an exception." Fang Yuan's smile became even brighter. "What do you mean by making an exception? To speak the truth, I am very happy. A Gu immortal blessed land, it will definitely set off a huge auction. This auction that I am holding will be one of the few grand events in Northern Plains in the last few hundred years." Qin Baisheng laughed heartily. He patted the shoulder of this rank 6 immortal zombie Fang Yuan in an amiable manner. "To speak the truth, I am a boorish person. Lord Qin's way of addressing me is too strange. If you think highly of me, since I am older than you can call me Big Brother." Qin Baisheng was over 700 years old. He was indeed older than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no objections. He cupped his fists and smiled. "Brother Qin." Chapter 743. Qin Baisheng was a character indeed. His battle strength was on par with immortal Monkey King Shirley, but he did not have any arrogance. Not just that, when he conversed with Fang Yuan, he was very friendly. He laughed heartily from time to time. It made people feel that he was very magnanimous. Fang Yuan was using the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face to disguise himself. He had to disguise himself. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in Qin Baisheng's hands. If they had confessed or had their souls searched, Qin Baisheng would definitely know Fang Yuan's 8-arm heavenly zombie form. Be it He Lulan, Tai by Yunxing, or Fang Yuan's 8-arm heavenly zombie form, they could not openly appear in Northern Plains. This was because the 3 of them were key survivors of the 88 True Yang building. This was a sensitive period. Ever since the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal of Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori, deduced that the culprit was not a native of Northern Plains, but an outsider. All of Northern Plains vaguely felt a sense of common hatred against a common enemy. It was unknown how many forces and experts wanted revenge. Especially the 10 or so super forces of Northern Plains, their benefits were the most affected. They wanted to cut the culprit into 1,000 pieces, peel off their skin and bones, and torture them for thousands of years to vent their anger. Once Fang Yuan and the rest showed up, even if the crime was not exposed, Northern Plains Gu immortals would go into action. They would try to get more insider information from Fang Yuan and the rest. Thus, when Fang Yuan appeared, he used the fake name Sha Huang. At the same time, his 8 monstrous arms turned into a pair of ordinary zombie arms, and his terrifying body that was 6 meters tall had also been transformed into a pair of ordinary zombie arms. His terrifying body that was 6 meters tall was now the same size as a normal person, or even slightly shorter. The fangs in his mouth were also retracted. He did not look fierce at all. Instead, he gave off a feeling of weakness and weakness. Of course, Fang Yuan had already informed Fairy Li Shan of these disguises in his letter. When they established the Snow Mountain Alliance, they had already considered this situation, so it was Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan working together to deceive outsiders. It did not violate the Snow Mountain Alliance at all. But even if Fang Yuan was so unremarkable and became an immortal zombie, Qin Baisheng's cultivation stagnated and his future was bleak, but he did not look down on him at all. He spoke to Fang Yuan on equal footing. In fact, as they conversed, his tone became more and more intimate. Qin Baisheng's attitude made Fang Yuan secretly praise him. This person is indeed a character. No wonder he could overturn the situation. He forcefully turned the dangerous situation of being besieged by Northern Plains Gu immortals into a favorable situation for him. Qin Baisheng was also thinking, this little rank 6 immortal zombie has an ordinary appearance, but even after probing for so long he did not reveal anything. To this day, I still don't know his background. Even when facing me, Qin Baisheng, he can still smile and talk as usual. He is not simple. Not simple. Fairy Li Shan stood at the side, smiling with squinted eyes. She watched as Fang Yuan and Qin Baisheng conversed. Fairy Li Shan saw that their conversation was getting more heated. She could not help but chuckle. You two look as if you regretted not meeting earlier. You actually cast me aside, as if you are brothers who have been separated for many years. I am ashamed. Fang Yuan quickly said. Qin Baisheng's eyes brightened. Fairy, you are right. Brother Xia and I feel like old friends at first sight. We are really getting along well. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Coincidentally, I have your mountain pledge Gu. From now on, as long as big brother has a bowl of meat to eat, I will not let little brother only drink soup. After the shock, she became even more flustered. Could it be that Qin Baisheng is more brilliant than me, and has already seen through Fang Yuan's disguise? Fang Yuan gasped. He immediately showed a thin-skinned and young face expression. I don't dare to claim connections, I don't dare to. Fang Yuan let out an immediately putting on a thin-skinned, young and unable to handle it appearance. I don't dare to claim connections with you. Hey, what are you saying, little brother? What do you mean? This is fate. Don't tell me, brother, you are actually looking down on me, a loner? Qin Baisheng's eyes shined brightly. He stared at Fang Yuan with a faint smile on his face. Not good. My unfamiliar face is only a mortal killer move after all. Qin Baisheng seems to have sensed something. After all, I have displayed too much strength. There are actually Gu immortal slaves selling Gu immortal blessed lands. Although Qin Baisheng is a lone cultivator, he is skilled in forming alliances and is also participating in the auction. He wants to use me to get close to the strong force behind me. Of course, I cannot exclude the possibility that he suspects me of being the culprit who destroyed 88-point Shenyang Tower. No matter which possibility it is, it can be seen that this person is strong and hard to deal with. These thoughts flashed past Fang Yuan's mind, but he smiled bitterly on the surface. To speak the truth, Brother Qin and I feel like old friends at first sight. Unfortunately, I am just a minor character and have no choice. I am not as carefree as Brother Qin and Fairy Li Shan. It is not that I am unwilling to become sworn brothers, it is that I cannot. Of course they could not become sworn brothers. Once they became sworn brothers, swearing in front of Mountain Pledge Gu would be giving others a handle. The simplest way was for Qin Baisheng to say that they could not lie to each other. What would happen to Fang Yuan? How could he reject him? So it is like this. Brother naturally understands that you have difficulties that you cannot speak of. Not only do I understand, I can even help brother. Qin Baisheng patted his chest and said. While speaking, he still did not give up on investigating Fang Yuan's background. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and thanked him, before turning around and saying to Fairy Li Shan, Fairy, I have another mission this time. I want to borrow Fairy's Mountain Pledge Gu. I see. Fairy Li Shan glanced at Qin Baisheng and hesitated for a moment before saying, Sha Huang, you might not know, but this time, we are heading to Prince Feng Xian's side to invite him to participate in this auction. We are pressed for time. We do not know if Prince's impatience will be angry, because we are the last to visit him. Qin Baisheng, however, said, "Prince's impatience is a role model of the righteous path. How can he be so narrow-minded? Anyway, we still have some time to fly there. It is not a problem to lend it to Brother Sha Huang. No matter, I am not in a hurry to use it." Fang Yuan cupped his fists. "In that case, Fairy and Brother Qin should quickly go. We will bid farewell here. Brother Sha Huang, why don't you come with us? It is a rare opportunity to meet Prince's impatience." Qin Baisheng invited. How could Fang Yuan dare to meet a rank 8 Gu impatience? Especially when this Prince's impatience already had an investigative immortal Gu, it was at least rank 7. Even though unfamiliar face came from thieving heaven demon venerable, it was only a mortal killer move. It was not enough in front of an investigative immortal Gu. Fang Yuan rejected Qin Baisheng's invitation, watching them fly away and disappear into the horizon. His gaze turned cold. He had experienced Qin Baisheng's difficulty in dealing with this time. Compared to the unreasonable Shirley, this person had a nimble mind, who knew how many thoughts had gone through his mind. On the surface, he looked heroic and magnanimous, full of emotions as if it came from his heart. This acting skill was on par with Fang Yuan. If not for Fang Yuan being an old monster who had been reborn, he might not be able to see Qin Baisheng's true colors. This person is a lone cultivator, but he can form alliances and influence the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. His methods are truly earth-shattering. He is truly capable. Unfortunately, my luck was bad in my previous life. When the blood mantis was about to appear, I met him on the way and had a huge battle. In the end, I died in that monster's hands. Fang Yuan recalled for a while, before turning around and flying in another direction. Not long after flying, he encountered a group of green ostriches. This kind of bird had a raised back, like a hunchback. Its feathers were green and its body was as large as an adult's. They often flew in groups. They were the overlords of the sky. This group of green ostriches was not small. It was a myriad beast group. Fang Yuan did not care. He continued flying forward. The green ostriches discovered Fang Yuan, this prey, and were very excited. They first screeched and quickly approached, but when they got closer, they sensed Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura and immediately dispersed in fear. All living beings had survival instincts to avoid danger. Even wild beasts and birds had good eyesight. They would not foolishly court death. If it were Fang Yuan, the first time he stepped into Northern Plains in this life, he would have dug a hole and buried himself in it to hide when he saw the green ostriches from afar. But now, he did not even need to make a move. He directly dispersed this group of green ostriches. Even though I became an immortal zombie, compared to my previous life's experience, my cultivation is still much higher than my peers at the same time. At this time in my previous life, Qin Mao Mountain had already been destroyed by Ning Bing's self-detonation. Ordinary clans are united because of their bloodline. They are extremely xenophobic. I have yet to become a lone demonic path Gu master. I joined a caravan and often fought at the front lines to earn a living. In his previous life, Fang Yuan moved around southern border, western desert, eastern sea, and after 300 years, Fang Yuan became a rank 5 Gu master in central continent. Only a few decades had passed now. Fang Yuan had already transcended to become an immortal. Even though he was an immortal zombie, his battle strength had reached the upper tier of rank 6. Firstly, the advantage of rebirth was extremely huge. Secondly, Fang Yuan had experienced many dangers. The greater the risk, the greater the rewards. But as time passes, the influence of my rebirth will become greater. The auction in front of me was not something that had happened in my previous life. I hope there will be fewer accidents when I join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, and my actions will be smoother. With unfamiliar face, Fang Yuan decided to try joining Zombie Alliance. Plans could never compare to changes. His original plan was to seize Dark Limit Immortal Gu. But first, Xuesong Zi and He Qing conspired and alerted the enemy. Then Fairy Jiang Yu's whereabouts were mysterious. Even Fairy Li Shan could not find her. Another plan was to kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. But now that they were captured by Qin Baisheng and were being watched by almost all the Northern Plains Gu immortals, how could Fang Yuan kill them? After these two plans succeeded, the third plan was to join Zombie Alliance. But now that the situation was like this, Fang Yuan controlled the tribe. He could only take the risk and join Zombie Alliance, even if it was risky. While flying, Fang Yuan thought about his plan to join Zombie Alliance again. Along the way, he encountered many bird groups. They were all dispersed by Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura. Only once he encountered a desolate beast-flying snake. Fang Yuan did not want to delay his journey, so he avoided it. Northern Plains was huge, having over 800 million km2 of land, more than 10 times the area of Earth. But the place where Fang Yuan appeared was not far from his destination. After flying for half a day, he saw a mountain on the horizon. Chapter 744. Rather than calling Kumu Mountain a mountain, it would be more accurate to call it a gigantic tree that towered into the clouds. 23WX would name Old Earth. Old Earth would had an extremely long lifespan. This old Earth would already had over 1 million years of history. From reckless savage demon venerables era to red dust demon venerable, to Genesis Lotus immortal venerable, thieving heaven demon venerable, giant sun immortal, to spectral soul demon venerable and paradise earth immortal venerable. Even after paradise earth immortal venerable's death, it was still alive. When it was flourishing, the dense green leaves covered the sky and earth and produced countless fresh fruits. On its thick branches, unique tree fields could be created. During its glorious years, it was usually occupied by the strongest Gu immortals of Northern Plains, or by the strongest forces. But as the river of time continued to wash away the greenery, the thick tree walls started to turn mottled. The glory dissipated, and the wind became silent. The old earth that had once caused countless great experts to fight for it, causing them to bleed and even die, finally ushered in its lonely old age. The withered and smooth tree trunks seemed to only be able to reflect the past prosperity from the shadows of the trees that shrouded an area. Right now, the old earthwood's trunk had already withered to death. Only a small portion of the branches still had traces of life. From a rare treasure that everyone fought for, it had become an ancient monument that everyone admired. It was like a hunched giant, sitting on the ground obediently, waiting for the end of its lifespan. Fang Yuan came here naturally not to admire the old earthwood, but for the immortal zombie that lived on it. This immortal zombie was a woodpath Gu immortal. His name was Gu Yi. If Fang Yuan wanted to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he first needed an immortal zombie's introduction. Fang Yuan had already inquired about Northern Plains Zombie Alliance from Fairy Li Shan. The reason why he chose Gu Yi. It was not because he was special, it was purely because he was the closest to this place. As he got closer to the old earthwood, Fang Yuan purposely slowed down, but Gu Yi did not appear. He could not help but frown. This Gu Yi's vigilance was too low. Finally, when he arrived at the old earthwood, Fang Yuan shouted, "Is Old Earth City Lord here? I am Sha Huang." His voice reverberated throughout the old earth tree, causing the withered leaves to fall one after another. From the depths of the old earthwood, a figure shot out. "Why is there someone else? Do you really think that I, Gu Yi, am a pushover?" His voice was filled with resentment and helplessness. Gu Yi appeared in front of Fang Yuan. His whole body was withered and yellow, tall and thin, like an old log. The exposed skin had wood patterns. It was the body of a rotten wood immortal zombie. Gu Yi was stunned when he saw Fang Yuan, and the anger on his face dissipated. His tone was hesitant as he said, "You are?" "I am Sha Huang." Recently, he had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. "I want to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I wonder if Old D City Lord can recommend me?" Fang Yuan bowed and went straight to the point, stating his purpose. "Ah, so you are a newbie that wants to join Zombie Alliance. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Gu Ye's expression changed as he hurriedly returned the greeting with a smile. "But, forget it. Let's not talk anymore. Since we are all in the same boat, please come in. Please come in." Fang Yuan slowly flew up, under Gu Ye's lead. They passed through countless thick branches and rotten leaves, arriving at the depths of the old earthwood's branches. There was a city here. It was a wooden city carved from the branches of the old earthwood. It had a unique style. Countless wooden houses were stacked on top of each other, tall and short. Not only were there plazas, there were also watchtowers, city walls, and all sorts of streets of various sizes. They were like meridians that extended along the branches. There were also all sorts of rattan ladders that were vertical or slanted, extending from one branch to another. Unfortunately, this wooden city was already half destroyed. Many of the houses had collapsed. The yellowish-brown rattan ladders were no longer verdant. They could not bear the weight. When the cold wind blew, some of the rattan ladders would break and fall, landing on the tree trunks and producing muffled sounds. This is Old D City. Even so, it still has its own charm. Back then, this place was a magnificent place. Many talented people gathered here. It was even the center of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's gaze roamed around as he sighed. The city is already dead. There is no meaning to it. Brother Xia calls me Old D City Lord. Hee, the name is no longer true. Gu Yi smiled bitterly beside him. Honestly speaking, if not for this place producing a kind of wood path resource called withered essence, who would pay attention to this place? Fang Yuan nodded, casually agreeing, that's true. Gu Yi sighed deeply. Sigh, if I knew this place would be so dull, I would not have taken this defense mission from Zombie Alliance. But thankfully, the time limit for this mission is almost up. I can finally escape from this abyss of suffering. Brother, look at my pitiful appearance. You must learn your lesson. In the future, when you enter Zombie Alliance, don't choose to defend the old Earthwood mission. Fang Yuan had already noticed that Gu Yi was injured. Hearing him say this, his gaze landed on Gu Ye's face. One side of Gu Ye's face was swollen. It was like a pink peach was growing on his cheek, while the other side was sunken in, filled with cracks that resembled a net. Thus, his entire face looked strange, like a crooked melon. Not just that, there was a long wound on his chest. Even though the wound was shallow, it was wide and emitted purple-black poisonous gas. I would have asked even if Brother Gu did not mention it. Brother Gu, where did your injuries come from? Fang Yuan asked. Sigh, brother. You have just become an immortal zombie. You do not know the suffering of an immortal zombie. Gu Yi sighed. Just as he was about to pour out his grievances, there was a sudden rumble of thunder. The entire old Earthwood shook violently, withered leaves flew everywhere, even the rotten branches fell down like a collapsing pillar. Gu Ye's expression changed. Immediately, Fang Yuan heard someone shouting from outside, surnamed Gu, come out, this divine lord is here to make a deal with you. Gu Ye's expression became even uglier, his eyes spewed fire as he gritted his teeth. Divine Lord Tian Du again. Boom. Another rumble of thunder. The old Earthwood shook violently again. Its branches and leaves fell like a storm. A large number of exquisite wooden houses collapsed, raising dust and smoke. Another Gu immortal shouted from outside, Gu Yi, right? Come out, I am sure ho, come out, I have something to discuss with you. The moment he said that, there was another loud explosion. The old Earth would let out a worrisome groan. Looking at this situation, it seemed like the other party would not give up until Gu Yi appeared. Gu Ye's expression was extremely ugly. He clenched his fists and breathed in deeply, forcing a smile at Fang Yuan. Brother Xia, take a seat, I will be back soon. No problem, I will go with you. Fang Yuan said. A wisp of a moved expression surged onto Gu Ye's face, and he cupped his hands and thanked sincerely. Then thank you, brother. The two walked out of the old Earthwood and saw two rank 6 Gu immortals floating in the sky. One was tall and muscular with bronze skin, lightning coiled around his body. He was Divine Lord Tian Du. The other was tall and muscular with messy hair. He held a skull in his hand. He was sure ho. Seeing Fang Yuan, Divine Lord Tian Du was slightly stunned before smiling. To think that Gu Yi had a helper. But it is a pity, he is still an immortal zombie. He did not conceal his disdain towards immortal zombies. Gu Yi was furious. He was about to speak. Divine Lord Tian Du waved his hand, saying impatiently, I will not waste time with you. I know you still have wilted essence. My friend here has an immortal yuan stone. He will buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence from you. You want to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence with an immortal yuan stone. Why don't you just rob me? Gu Yi stomped his feet in anger as he shouted. I can rob you, but because you are Divine Lord's friend, I have to give you some face. Xianxia snickered. His attitude was extremely arrogant, as if he had Gu Yi in his grasp. You two are shameless, you are robbers. Gu Yi stared with wide eyes. He was about to explode from anger. But he did not make a move. He was furious but also extremely helpless. The other party was 2 rank 6 Gu immortals. While he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, his blessed land was dead. He only had a dozen or so immortal yuan stones. Even though he had the strength to fight, what would happen after that? Not to mention whether he could defeat them. Even if he did, his green grape immortal essence would be greatly depleted. He could not replenish it with his blessed land. He could only use immortal yuan stones. After fighting this battle, he would be completely bankrupt. Gu Yi was filled with worries. He looked at Fang Yuan, who was beside him. Actually, Divine Lord Tiandu and Xianxia were also paying attention to Fang Yuan. Tiandu Divine Lord had extorted Gu Yi many times before. He knew Gu Ye's background, but did not know Fang Yuan's origin. And it seemed that Fang Yuan was a helper that Gu Yi had invited. Why would Fang Yuan help Gu Yi for no reason? His gaze flickered. He showed hesitation as he asked Gu Yi with a weak voice. Brother Gu, what is going on? Who is the other party? They are forcefully buying it. Is Zombie Alliance not going to do anything about it? Seeing Fang Yuan's hesitation, Gu Yi lost all hope. He sighed deeply. Zombie Alliance can interfere, but I cannot afford this price. When Leader was around it was still fine, but now, sigh. Let's not talk about it anymore. Little brother, after you join the Zombie Union, you will slowly understand. Is that so? Fang Yuan's face showed shock, disappointment, and worry for his future. Hearing their conversation, Divine Lord Tiandu and Xianxia looked at each other. They could see the joy in each other's eyes. So this new immortal zombie wants to join Zombie Alliance. It seems that the extortion succeeded again. The two transmitted to each other. Sure enough, as they expected, Gu Yi had no choice but to accept their offer. In the end, 1 immortal yuan stone was used to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence. Haha, let's have a pleasant transaction. Gu Yi, next time you ask for a helper, you should at least ask a living person. The two laughed loudly and left. Chapter 745. Fang Yuan looked at Divine Lord Tiandu and Xianxia's disappearing figures. He retracted his gaze and looked at immortal zombie Gu Yi, who was beside him with flickering eyes. His tone was hesitant as he said, Brother Gu, I wonder, how many times has this happened? Gu Ye's sorrowful expression faded slightly. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and consoled him, not too many times. It is just that Qin Baisheng's auction is about to be held. Some shameless people are trying to gain the qualifications to participate in this grand event. Fang Yuan did not stand up for him, but Gu Yi did not blame him. He did not have much hope in the first place. The sorrow and disappointment in his heart had nothing to do with Fang Yuan. This way, even though they had not interacted for a long time, Gu Yi was even more certain. Fang Yuan's situation was similar to his, or even worse, he was a fallen Gu immortal who had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. But this is too unsightly. Fang Yuan pretended to be indignant. This expression in Gu Ye's eyes was the reflection of his true emotions. At least there is a fig leaf. Gu Yi did not suspect him. He looked at the immortal yuan stone in his hand with a mocking gaze. This immortal yuan stone was the price that Xianxia and Divine Lord Tiandu had to pay for the 150 kilograms of wilted essence. He waved the immortal yuan stone in his hand. Look, even though Divine Lord Tiandu and Xianxia are strong, they are wary of the Zombie Alliance behind us. They still have to give us some face. Don't tell me Zombie Alliance's face is only worth 1 immortal yuan stone? Fang Yuan's tone was very pale. His tone was weak and probing. Gu Yi smiled. His smile was very bitter. It was mixed with a lot of helplessness, bitterness, and sorrow. He looked at Fang Yuan. It was like he was looking at himself when he had just joined Zombie Alliance. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Brother Xia, you have also reached the step now. You also know the disadvantages of being an immortal zombie. Our immortal zombie blessed lands are dead. We cannot manage them, we cannot produce immortal essence. To put it bluntly, he was half dead, struggling at death's door. Thus, compared to those living goo immortals, they are more reliant on external resources. You may have heard of it long ago. Yes, there are many immortal zombies like us in Zombie Alliance. But if you want to rely on these people to back you up and protect your reputation, you have to do it. You have to pay a price too. Gu Ye's words were meaningful. Fang Yuan pretended to be confused. Of course. To invite a rank 6 immortal zombie, he needed 2 immortal yuan stones. This was just the starting price. The exact amount would depend on the intensity of the battle. He needed a rank 7 immortal zombie to help. It required 20 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Similarly, this price was also the starting price. If you have enough immortal yuan stone, you can ask the entire Zombie Alliance to support you. But if you don't have the money, or don't want to pay the price, then that's all you have. As Gu Yi spoke, he raised the immortal yuan stone in his hand slightly and deliberately shook it. Immortal zombie-blessed lands were already dead, it was hard to manage and generate income, they had to rely on external resources even more. In such a situation, immortal zombies had to deliberately scheme against each other. Often, they had to endure more and fight less. Only by doing so could they barely maintain their livelihood. Like Fang Yuan before, he could not produce his own green grape immortal essence, he could only use immortal yuan stone as a substitute. The pressure was too great. When he fought with He Cheng, his finances almost collapsed and he fell into a predicament again. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land. His immortal aperture's dead land was no longer so important. Even more fortunate was that he obtained Wisdom Gu's help. The benefits of using the light of wisdom were enormous. First, he transacted with the land spirit of Langya's immortal Gu recipe and got Fang Yuan out of the quagmire. Next, he used the light of wisdom to create Airsac Gu, sold Guts Gu, and even made Crane Gate Compromise, greatly improving his living environment. If I didn't have these things, I might be in the same miserable situation as Gu Yi. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, but on the surface he showed a look of realization and took a step back, cupping his fists and bowing. Brother Gu, I have learned a lot. Gu Yi shook his head. I don't need to explain these principles, you will understand them after some time. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Come, I will bring you to Zombie Alliance first. Fang Yuan followed Gu Yi to the depths of the branches of the old earth wood, and saw that exquisite and beautiful wooden city again. Gu Yi led the way, arriving at the large plaza at the center of the wooden city. The plaza was in ruins, from the shattered tiles, the surrounding ruined flower beds, and the already dried-up fountain, one could see a trace of its former prosperity. Gu Yi and Fang Yuan stood at the center of the plaza. Rise. Gu Yi mobilized his primeval essence, and the plaza's ground immediately lit up. The thick ground became translucent, like a huge piece of jade. Light flowed in the jade, and the figures of countless Gu worms danced in the air. At the same time, from Gu Ye's body, a large number of mortal Gu flew out. They were mostly rank 5 space path Gu and rank 4 wood path Gu. These Gu worms flew above Fang Yuan's head, spinning rapidly in the air like tornadoes. In the dim environment, they gradually drew out colorful lights. Gu Yi continued to move, these lights increased rapidly, and soon, the sky above Fang Yuan's head was a vast expanse of dark blue. Tens of thousands of mortal Gu, with some mystical pattern, their abilities were ingeniously combined together, superimposing on each other and amplifying each other, finally forming a kind of power. This is a top-tier mortal killer move that our Zombie Alliance developed. It is called Green Crystal Hero Path. It can travel over 100,000 li, directly connecting the old Earth Wood and Zombie Alliance. You know, we immortal zombies are Gu immortals after all, our bodies are covered in Dao marks, ordinary methods cannot transport us. Gu Yi explained at an appropriate time. Fang Yuan nodded. Although immortal zombies had low battle strength, which led to their low status and rigid thinking, most of their foundations still remained. Especially when immortal zombies were in the same situation, they could put aside their prejudices and cooperate more than ordinary Gu immortals. Thus, it was not strange for him to develop a top-tier mortal killer move. Gu Yi continued, I took care of the myriad poison date tree in the Zombie Alliance for 2 years. Only then did he have enough Zombie Alliance contribution points to exchange for the Green Crystal Heroic Path. Oh, by the way, you still don't know. Brother Shah, in the future, if you want to choose a mission outside, the Zombie Alliance has set the first condition. Grasping Green Crystal Hero Path Killer Move. Only like this can you communicate with the Zombie Alliance at any time. They didn't have fixed immortal travel or starry door. He did not have moving perspective Gu either. Ordinary Gu immortals could not use connecting heaven Gu or whole earth Gu to communicate with their dead apertures. Because connecting heaven Gu and whole earth Gu were mortal Gu, the reason why they could connect blessed lands and grotto heavens was because the two small worlds were silently contributing the heavenly power of heaven and earth. The immortal zombies' blessed lands and grotto heavens were already dead, they were unable to use the power of heaven and earth. To set up connecting heaven Gu and whole earth Gu, Gu immortals from both sides had to agree. That was the only way. Only then would the immortal aperture contribute heaven and earth power. If it was secretly set up without the power of heaven and earth, it would be impossible to connect. If he used connecting heaven Gu or whole earth Gu, if it was set up in the 5 regions, it would not be able to be used. So Green Crystal Hero Path Killer move is so important. Hearing Gu Ye's explanation, Fang Yuan showed some envy on his face. Gu Ye caught sight of Fang Yuan's expression. He felt refreshed. The anger and grief from forcefully buying it earlier had also eased up by a lot. Happiness usually came from comparison. At once, Gu Ye felt that Fang Yuan was even more pleasing to the eye. A thick beam of green light shot into the sky from the dense, withered, and yellow branches of the underground world tree. A moment later, over 100,000 li away, in Dark Flow City. At the southeast corner of the plaza, a dark green pillar of light suddenly fell down. The light engulfed the plaza. It illuminated the surroundings, turning the surroundings green. Strong winds blew, the iron hanging lanterns in the plaza shook and creaked. The light quickly dissipated, Gu Yi and Fang Yuan appeared in the originally empty plaza. Let's go, we shouldn't stay here for long. Gu Yi composed himself and started walking, with Fang Yuan following closely behind. This huge city called Shadow Flow was completely black, and it was like a primeval beast that was quietly entrenched on the ground. The sun was setting in the west, there was still light. But Dark Flow Giant City was emitting dense darkness from every brick and tile, turning the surrounding 1,000 li into darkness. Especially towards the center, the closer they got to Dark Flow Giant City, the denser the darkness. Fang Yuan and Gu Yi walked in, not seeing a single person along the way. On both sides of the long street, there were street lamps every few hundred steps. But these street lamps were emitting weak yellow light, they could only illuminate tens of steps. Between the street lamps, there was a long stretch of darkness, making the giant city seem even more dark and empty. The huge Dark Flow City was like an empty city. But indistinctly, there were still some noises coming from below the giant city. This is our Zombie Alliance's headquarters in Northern Plains. It is as large as a mountain. It has 7 floors, the bottom 5 are the residences of mortal Gu masters, they are very lively. The next floor is for people who have some relationship with immortal zombies. The highest floor has a discussion hall, where 3 rank 7 immortal zombies are stationed all year round. Gu Yi explained at an appropriate time. Fang Yuan nodded, not surprised. Zombie Alliance was not an organization with only immortal level members, it included mortal Gu masters. It was just that these Gu masters mostly walked the dark path, nurturing corpses, controlling corpses, and even transforming into zombies. The 2 walked for a while but did not see anyone. They arrived at the door of a large hall. On both sides of the hall, there were 2 tall stone statues. They were even taller and stronger than Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan looked carefully, squinting his eyes as he found that these 2 stone statues were not simple. You also found it strange? This is Yin Lu Gong's immortal killer move rock skin coffin. Inside it are not ordinary zombies, they are immortal zombies. Gu Yi said this, his tone turning gloomy. In Lu Gong is one of the experts of our zombie alliance. When the leader left Northern Plains, he appointed 3 vice city lords. He is one of them. He can control immortal zombies to fight for him. In Lu Gong. Fang Yuan silently engraved this name in his mind. He did not have this name in his previous life's memories. But just based on In Lu Gong's ability to control immortal zombies to fight, it was worth paying attention to. In my previous life, when I rose up, it was already 300 to 400 years later. During this time, there were many heroes, but because of various reasons, they were washed away by the river of time. Fang Yuan was vigilant. He was not careless at all. You push the door. Gu Yi suddenly moved to the side. As long as you can push this door open, you will have the qualifications to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan silently stretched out his arms and placed them on the door. With a light push, he pushed the door open a crack. Immediately, over 20 sharp, gloomy, or lifeless gazes shot towards Fang Yuan through the crack. Fang Yuan purposely had a slight change in expression. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open completely. Chapter 746. Central Continent. White egrets were flying in the sky. The weather was good. 3 rank 7 Gu immortals from Combat Immortal sect were gathered in the sky. According to Monkey King's request for help, this should be the place. Qianzhu Xian looked around and said. He was dressed in a green robe, his body was tall and his eyes were deep like an ancient lake, without any ripples. There is nothing strange about this place. The grotto heaven crack mentioned in the letter has already closed. But to confirm this place, we will need Divine Mother's method. Valley Lord Ming, he who was dressed in a white robe, said, looking at the person beside him. Beside him was a female Gu immortal. She had a dignified and beautiful appearance, wearing a golden robe and emitting a dignified aura. She was a space path Gu immortal, called Divine Mother Jukong. She was the oldest among the 3 immortals, having lived for over 900 years. Divine Mother Jukong closed her eyes, quietly using some mysterious method. Her aura was still calm, without any obvious fluctuations. After a while, she opened her eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. It is indeed here, starry sky grotto heaven is here. The other 2 immortals heard this and their spirits rose. Back then, 7-Star Child was not famous, but he cultivated to this stage without anyone knowing. He even allowed his grotto heaven to devour a fragment of blue sky. Precisely because of this, starry sky grotto heaven still exists until now. Amazing. Qianzhu Xian sighed. Since the immemorial antiquity era, the Gu Master World had a total of 9 heavens. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black. They formed the immemorial 9 heavens. But 7 of the 9 heavens were destroyed by Rinzu's children. Until now, only black and white heavens were left, alternating with each other. 7-Star Child had a fortuitous encounter in the past and secretly devoured a fragment of blue sky. This allowed his grotto heaven to still exist and not become a dead aperture. The immemorial 9 heavens were 9 different worlds. A Gu immortal's immortal aperture was also a world. Worlds could naturally devour each other. The most famous example was Jewel Yellow Skies. Back then, the owner of Jewel Yellow Skies, rank 8 Gu immortal Daoist many treasures. He unexpectedly obtained a fragment world of yellow sky. Therefore, after he integrated it into his own grotto heaven, Jewel Yellow Skies was formed. After Jewel Yellow Skies was formed, it immediately became different and stood tall until today. Once the grotto heaven devours the 9 heavens fragment, it will gain many benefits. Not only would it produce some unpredictable magical effects, the power of the immortal aperture's heaven and earth was endless. Furthermore, the calamities and tribulations were greatly weakened, to the point where they had completely disappeared. If I could get my hands on a fragment world like this, I might even wake up laughing in my sleep. Valley Lord Ming, he said enviously. Come on, Fate River. Raise your cultivation level to rank 8 first. Only a rank 8 Gu Immortal's grotto heaven has the possibility of devouring a 9 heavens fragment world. Qianzhu Xian smiled. Hearing this, Valley Lord Ming he nodded. He smiled bitterly. I also want to reach rank 8, but I have no confidence in passing the second grand tribulation. Thinking about how a rank 8 Gu immortal has to go through a grand tribulation every 50 years, I shudder. As for the 10,000 tribulations that are even more terrifying than the great tribulations, I simply cannot imagine it. Perhaps only a fellow like Shirley would not be afraid. Blessed lands had blessings, but heaven and earth needed to be balanced. Thus, calamities and tribulations would descend once in a while. Rank 6 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years. A heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Thus, heavenly tribulations were often used to measure a Gu immortal's cultivation level. Fang Yuan was a second heavenly tribulation expert in his previous life. After a rank 6 Gu immortal passes 3 heavenly tribulations, their blessed land would expand to another level, becoming a rank 7 Gu immortal. Rank 7 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 50 years. A grand tribulation every 100 years. Qianzhu Xian and Valley Lord Ming He were first grand tribulation experts. Divine Mother Ju Kong was one level higher than them. She had second grand tribulation cultivation level. As for rank 8 Gu immortals, there were no earthly calamities. But a heavenly tribulation every 10 years, a grand tribulation every 50 years, and a myriad tribulation every 100 years. Myriad tribulations were many times more terrifying than heavenly tribulations. Gu immortals were known as beyond redemption. The difficulty of passing tribulations was extremely high. Thus, the 9 heavens fragment became even more precious. Because the immemorial 9 heavens were a part of the Gu Master Great World. Calamities and tribulations would only descend on immortal aperture worlds like blessed lands and grotto heavens. They had never appeared in the 5 regions or the 9 heavens. After a grotto heaven devours a 9 heavens fragment, from a certain perspective, it would become a part of the Gu Master Great World. Thus, the scale and power of calamities and tribulations would be greatly reduced. The Gu immortal would die, but the grotto heaven would not. For example, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child had already become an immortal zombie, but the grotto heaven was still intact. If the 9 heavens fragment that was devoured was too big, the calamities and tribulations would disappear. For example, Jewel Yellow Skies was like this. There had never been any calamities or tribulations. It had become the largest trading market in the Gu immortal world. Devouring a 9 heavens fragment has many benefits indeed. But don't forget, there is a flaw in this. Even if you only devour a bit of a 9 heavens fragment, it will be tainted by the aura of the great world. Once the grotto heaven is devoured, it cannot be taken back into the body. Divine Mother Ju Kong reminded. Qianzhu Xian nodded, agreeing. In short, devouring a 9 heavens fragment means the Gu immortal will lose their freedom. They can only stay in their immortal aperture world for the rest of their lives, unable to move about outside. Such a loss can be said to be disastrous. But if there is a 9 heavens fragment in front of me, I would rather choose this fragment. That's right. Valley Lord Ming He agreed. Calamities and tribulations are too hard to pass. Sometimes I even want to become an immortal zombie. At least, there would be no calamities or tribulations in their land of death. All right, let's get down to business. We have purposely dawdled these days. That Monkey King should have learned his lesson by now. Divine Mother Ju Kong slowly closed her eyes again. Valley Lord Ming He fell into silence. Qianzhu Xian laughed lightly. Heh, after we save Shirley, I want to see if he can still be so arrogant. Divine Mother Ju Kong could no longer maintain her composure. Her golden robe fluttered without any wind. Immortal Gu aura surged out. Open. Suddenly she opened her eyes. Her gaze was extremely sharp, directly creating a hole in the void in front of her. The hole was the size of a normal person. Through this hole, the 3 Gu immortals could see the scene inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The 3 immortals did not speak. Qianzhu Xian went in first. Next was Valley Lord Ming He, and finally Divine Mother Ju Kong. But at the next moment, the 3 Gu immortals appeared in the sky again. What is going on? Qianzhu Xian and Valley Lord Ming he showed astonished expressions. Divine Mother Zhukong's expression turned solemn, her relaxed expression was swept away as she muttered, entering but not entering, exiting but not exiting, space rotates and replaces each other. This is the mystical ability of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven after absorbing the blue sky fragment? Shirley also mentioned this in his request for reinforcements. Valley Lord Ming he recalled. But it is not strange, how can something that can trap this monkey be simple? Qianzhu Xian said. Divine Mother Zhukong snorted coldly, at most, it will be a little troublesome. At the same time, Northern Plains, the headquarters of Zombie Alliance's branch, Dark Flow Giant City. This place was filled with dense darkness, even if it was a clear sky, it could not shine any light in here. Fang Yuan pushed open the door and was scrutinized by over 20 gazes. He purposely showed a cowardly expression on his face before he walked into the discussion hall with a solemn expression. He bowed and said loudly, I am Sha Huang, greetings to my comrades. Comrades, this is a good word. Us Zombie Alliance members are in the same situation, we need to be in the same boat. At the center of the discussion hall, there was an immortal zombie sitting on the main seat. He smiled and said. He was a fatty, 6 meters tall, the same height as Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie, but he was 3 times fatter than Fang Yuan. His skin was bronze, his stomach was like a wine jar, large and round. Not just his stomach, his face, arms, fingers, and even his entire body had a sense of roundness. When Fang Yuan saw him, information flashed in his mind, flesh bronze zombie body, in Lu Gong. When Fang Yuan came to Zombie Alliance, he naturally inquired about some information from Fairy Lishan. The immortal zombie Gu Yi beside him thought that Fang Yuan was a newcomer. He bowed and greeted, Gu Yi greets Lords In Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanweng. Fang Yuan also quickly said, greetings to Lords In Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanweng. Saying so, he looked at Gu Yi with a gaze filled with gratitude. Gu Yi smiled at him. In Lu Gong sat on the main seat, on his left was Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He sat upright, he had an ugly expression, his fangs were pale and sinister. On his right was Huang Quanweng, he was old and had a hunched back. Even though he was filled with death energy, his rank 7 aura could not be concealed. These 3 immortal zombies had genuine rank 7 cultivation level. They were stationed in Dark Flow Giant City all year round. Sha Huang, is that your real name? Dragon Commander Yi Cha spoke. His voice was like metal striking metal. Once he spoke, there was a strong killing intent that made people feel like they were in the middle of a battlefield. This was related to his experiences in the past. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was a lone cultivator. He had participated in the Imperial Court contest many times. He relied on some fortuitous encounters in Imperial Court-blessed land to accumulate and become a Gu Immortal. In other words, he had rich battle experience. Nobody dared to look down on him. The moment he spoke, his words showed his strong personality. It made people feel like he was being overbearing. Of course not. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Sha Huang is the name I gave myself on the 2nd day after I became an immortal zombie. It signifies a new beginning, but it also means that I have to forget my past glory. I had once sworn to heaven, only after I regain my body and get rid of my immortal zombie status, will I use my previous name. Once he said this, the immortals in the discussion hall showed complex expressions. Some were disdainful, some were sneering, some were speechless, some were lamenting, but most of them were understanding. Fang Yuan's current performance, his current state of mind, was something they had experienced before. But so many years had passed, the lofty aspirations they had back then were long gone, their hopes were almost all gone. They were still immortal zombies, there was no change to their dreams. Chapter 747. The door of the discussion hall had an extraordinary origin. It was created by the predecessor who had created Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This predecessor's name was unknown, but the method he used was truly ingenious. The door was covered in all kinds of Dao marks. Some even guessed that it was an expendable immortal Gu. Only Northern Plains immortal zombies could obtain the acknowledgement of this door and easily open it. If they were not Northern Plains immortals, their immortal aperture worlds would contain the heaven and earth chi of other regions. They would be sent flying the moment they touched it. If they were Northern Plains Gu immortals and not immortal zombies, this door would be heavier than a mountain. They would not be able to open it no matter how hard they tried. Even though Fang Yuan grew up in southern border, after coming to Northern Plains, he had already adapted to Northern Plains environment. He had also become an immortal in Northern Plains, thus this door could not obstruct him. Dark Flow Giant City had been expanded countless times in history, but this door had always been preserved. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's members were very confident in this door. Hearing Huang Quanweng's words, their gazes towards Fang Yuan softened. Yin Lu Gong nodded slowly. Huang Quanweng is right, please take a seat, we can discuss this matter. Also, give Gu Yi a merit. He recommended a new member. According to the rules, it will be counted as 300 contribution points. Fang Yuan knew that recommending new members would have benefits, but after hearing this news, he immediately turned his gaze towards Gu Yi. Gu Yi felt embarrassed. It was like he was taking advantage of him. He pulled Fang Yuan's arm. Come, Brother Sha, sit beside me. Everyone saw this scene. Their impression of Fang Yuan's ignorance deepened even further. In the discussion hall, the immortal zombies sat in a circle. They were almost in a circle. Only the direction of the discussion hall's door was empty. A path was formed. The rest of the space was filled with seats. These seats were not just one row. They were divided into 3 rows from the bottom to the top. The bottom row could only accommodate rank 6 immortal zombies. It had the most people. The middle row was for rank 7 immortal zombies. There were only a few of them. The highest row was empty. There was no one. Only rank 8 immortal zombies could sit here. Gu Yi passionately pulled Fang Yuan to his seat. His seat was not empty. There was a will sitting there. He looked exactly like Gu Yi. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yi absorbed the will into his mind and immediately gestured for Fang Yuan to sit down. We don't have to attend every meeting. If we can't get away, we'll send a will to attend in place of our main bodies. Does Brother Sha have wisdom path Gu worms? If you don't have one, I can give you one. Gu Yi asked in a low voice. Of course, Fang Yuan replied. He showed his ignorance towards Zombie Alliance, but he did not want the immortal zombies to think that he was a complete newbie. The use of wisdom path Gu worms was common knowledge to Gu immortals. Of course he wanted to know. Fang Yuan answered as he sat on Gu Ye's left. There was no one on either side of Gu Yi. There are so many seats. The immortal zombies were all scattered around. Although there were more than 20 of them, most of them were wills, and only a few of them were in their true bodies. Seeing that both Fang Yuan and Gu Yi had taken their seats, Yin Lu Gong coughed lightly and said, All right, let's begin the discussion. First, of course, we will discuss the necessary matters. Saying. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. A flash of light suddenly rose up from the center of the round space. It turned into a volcano. This volcano was a little strange. It was very short. It was like a gourd, shaking intensely and spewing out hot lava from time to time. Above the volcano, thick smoke was rumbling, almost forming a dark cloud that covered the sky. The flame cauldron has erupted. I'm sure everyone here knows about this. This is a troublesome matter. We have to deal with it and suppress it as soon as possible. The later we deal with it, the harder it will be to deal with. We have decided that if anyone can suppress the flame cauldron, they will obtain 1,000 Zombie Alliance contribution points. Yin Lu Gong said. The immortal zombies started to whisper to each other. Gu Yi took the initiative to introduce to Fang Yuan. The flame cauldron is an excellent place for Gu refinement. It is especially good at refining fire path Gu worms. In the history of our Zombie Alliance, there was once a refinement path immortal zombie who refined an immortal Gu in the flame cauldron. But in the last few hundred years, our Zombie Alliance has not produced another refinement path grandmaster. The flame cauldron has been left unused. It has only been used by the leader a few times. It has been in disrepair for a long time and is erupting more and more frequently. Fang Yuan nodded. Gu Yi continued. The flame cauldron is extremely hot, especially at the center. It is simply a sea of fire. In the past, when this problem arose, the Fire Path Immortal zombie would be the one to deal with it. But this Fire Path Immortal zombie also needs a Refinement Path foundation. They need to preserve or even repair the goo formation inside the flame cauldron. Otherwise, if they forcefully suppress it and destroy the arrangement, it would be better not to suppress it. If the mission fails, not only will they not get any contribution points, they will also have to pay for it. Fang Yuan understood. They needed Fire Path cultivation level and Refinement Path attainment. In this case, there were few suitable candidates. No wonder everyone stopped talking after discussing for a while. Their gazes turned to a certain will in the hall. Yin Lu Gong broke the silence. He looked at this will and said, "In the past, the leader had to suppress it personally, but he has gone to Eastern Sea these years. In our zombie alliance, there is no more suitable candidate than you, a fire virtue craftsman." Fire virtue, what do you think? This red will pondered for a while before saying, "My cultivation level is still low. I can barely suppress the flame cauldron. But since everyone has this thought, I will not reject it. It is just that 1,000 contribution points is too little." Yin Lu Gong nodded. 1,000 contribution points is just the initial amount. In that case, let's raise it to 1,200 points. Are you willing to accept it? I am willing. Fire Virtue replied. Alright, let's move on to the second task. Yin Lu Gong did not waste time. He changed the topic. A Yiksha octopus has appeared in Earth Trench. It is causing trouble and is interfering with our black oil collection. Some time ago, Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei, you were injured by this ancient desolate beast. If we can chase this beast away, we will get 1,000 contribution points. If we can kill this beast, we will get 2,000 contribution points. Fang Yuan heard this and his heart jumped. The treasure he wanted to take was deep in Earth Trench. It was guarded by a group of Yiksha octopuses. This treasure. This was the main reason why he joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. On the circular empty ground, the image of a volcano eruption changed. It turned into an octopus monster that was wreaking havoc in Earth Trench. The huge tentacles danced in the air, setting off huge waves of black oil. Looking at this image, the discussion hall was even quieter than before. It was not easy to deal with an ancient desolate beast. Not to mention the fact that ancient desolate beasts had rank 7 goo immortal battle strength. Immortal zombies themselves could not compare to ordinary goo immortals. They had more considerations. An intense battle would be more risky. If they could not gain an advantage, they might lose everything. Even if they won, they would need to look at the profits before and after the battle. If they won the battle but lost in terms of business, they might as well not fight. The immortal zombies here were all astute. Seeing that no one responded, Yin Lu Gong turned to Dragon Commander Yi Cha. Dragon Commander, this Yiksha octopus is suitable for your business. Why don't you accept this task? But Dragon Commander Yi Cha shook his head, rejecting on the spot. I will not hide it from you. I have already received Qin Baisheng's invitation to participate in the auction. There are 1 or 2 things that I have been pursuing for many years but could not obtain. At such a crucial moment, I cannot take the risk. But I am willing to pay 600 contribution points. Add it to this task. Once he said that, the gazes of many rank 6 immortal zombies shined. They had to kill this Yiksha octopus. For rank 6 immortal zombies, it was not easy. But to defeat it, as long as several rank 6 immortal zombies worked together, it was not difficult. But for this task, the reward of 1,000 contribution points was split among them. It was a little thin. Right now, Dragon Commander Yi Cha was paying from his own pocket, adding another 600 contribution points. This moved some people. It was true that fighting an ancient desolate beast was risky. But as long as there were enough benefits, the risk would not be a problem. Immediately, 3 groups expressed that they could accept this task. The first 2 groups were made up of several rank 6 immortal zombies. The last group was made up of a rank 7 immortal zombie. After a round of discussion, this task was taken by the rank 7 immortal zombie. Seeing that this troublesome task was finally taken by someone, Yin Lu Gong let out a sigh of relief. Next is the final necessary task. It involves Red Fiend Divine Boat. Red Fiend Divine Boat? Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. He quickly thought of the 5 regions' chaotic war in his previous life, that huge and glorious flying boat that rampaged through the battlefield. Gu Yi, who was beside him, explained in a soft voice. You just joined Zombie Alliance. It is normal that you do not know. Red Fiend Divine Boat is a famous immortal Gu house in history. It has great power. Previously, a Northern Plains lone cultivator obtained the complete recipe of Red Fiend Divine Boat, but he did not have the ability to refine it, so he could only sell it. The leader wanted to buy the recipe. He spent a huge price and has already bought most of the recipes. Fang Yuan thought, this Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader is really ambitious. Immortal Gu houses were more comprehensive than immortal killer moves. This was the symbol of a super force. Basically, every super force had an immortal Gu house. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader wanted an immortal Gu house. He wanted to raise Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to the level of a super force. There is a problem now. Yin Lu Gong said in a low voice. That Gu Immortal who sold the divine boat recipe broke the agreement. He does not want to transact with us anymore. He wants to sell the entire recipe of Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the core Immortal Gu recipes, at the auction to sell for a good price. How should our Zombie Alliance deal with this? The immortal zombies started to whisper to each other again. Another auction. These last days, I have been extorted repeatedly because of this auction. An immortal zombie was full of resentment, but it was not Gu Yi. This Gu Immortal is quite daring. He is just a lone cultivator, but he actually broke the agreement of our Zombie Alliance. Kill him, we must kill him, otherwise if news of this spreads, our Zombie Alliance will lose all face. Even though Zombie Alliance is weaker than a super force, we are not someone a lone cultivator can bully. The immortal zombies shouted. Most of them wanted to fight. Chapter 748. The lone cultivator who sold the complete set of Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was only rank 6 and had no background. Eventually, Zombie Alliance decided to send a rank 7 immortal zombie and 2 rank 6 immortal zombies to find and kill this person, to restore Zombie Alliance's reputation. Of course, the most important thing was to get the complete set of Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. In fact, Zombie Alliance had already obtained most of it. Only a few core Immortal Gu recipes were left, as well as the secret to how to use Gu worms together. Flame Cauldron, Earth Trench, Red Fiend Divine Boat, these 3 important matters were settled. The discussion hall's atmosphere relaxed. Yin Lu Gong pointed at the table. Next, we will discuss the other missions. His finger tapped on the table, emitting a loud sound. The image of the empty space in front of the immortal zombies changed again, turning into 4 square pillars. On each side of the thick square pillar, there were densely packed characters swimming about. Everyone, do you have any missions that you have not handed in? Yin Lu Gong asked. Everyone looked at each other, but no one stood up. Missions could be handed in at any time. They did not have to wait until the public discussion. Although Gu Yi did not want to do the mission of guarding the old Earthwood, the time limit was not up yet. Handing in the mission in advance would deduct a lot of contribution points. Very well, then report the missions. Yin Lu Gong said. Once he said that, the entire discussion hall became lively. The voices became noisy. Gu recipes related to Gu refinement, collecting certain materials, appraising certain Gu worms, finding certain information. There were many types of them. Fang Yuan also spoke, requesting to purchase the method to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive. This action caused many people to laugh at him. Brother Shah, you have not sworn an oath, you do not have a Zombie Alliance token or contribution points, how can you issue a mission? Gu Yi reminded him. Is that so? Fang Yuan frowned. Don't be anxious. After the discussion ends, I will bring you to get your token. This token can also be used to record your contributions to Zombie Alliance. Also, your request is the wish of all of us immortal zombies. There is no need to specially request for it. Look at the few missions at the top. Gu Yi pointed at the constantly changing images. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze and saw a few missions at the top of the mission board. One of them had a larger font than the others. Selling the history of Zombie Alliance. Research on how to get rid of an immortal zombie and obtain a new life. Fang Yuan read it word by word. There's a price tag there. However, even the smallest achievement requires 20 contribution points to exchange for it. Gu Yi was very familiar with this information. In fact, every immortal zombie was extremely familiar with the contents of this mission. Why did so many immortal zombies join Zombie Alliance? Wasn't it to find a way to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive? Zombie Alliance's original intentions seemed to be to research how to revive immortal zombies. Brother Gu, are there any immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance that revived because of these fruits? Fang Yuan asked again. According to rumors. I think so. Gu Ye's tone was also uncertain. I think so? Fang Yuan frowned. You should know that many of the research results here are worth at least 1,000 contribution points each. Only then can you exchange for them. And after you officially join the alliance, you have to sign a contract that you cannot casually sell these research results. Gu Yi laughed bitterly and said, he saw Fang Yuan's frown deepen and said, you don't have to worry about anything, at least I can guarantee it. None of the research results here were fake or fake. I exchanged for one before, it was indeed very useful. If you can obtain these results, you will be standing on the foundation of our predecessors. You will be able to save a lot of hard work. Fang Yuan nodded. Zombie Alliance. They understood the psychology of their members very well. They used the research results as a lure to entice their members. Almost all immortal zombies would fall for it. Even if immortal zombies exchanged for many research results, as long as they were not revived, they would have to continue working for Zombie Alliance. What was even more amazing was that Zombie Alliance left a trace of hope for immortal zombies. Even if this research result is not good, maybe the next research result can help me get out of this predicament. Fang Yuan did not need to think to know that the price was set very high, requiring a large number of contribution points to exchange for most of the research results. But thankfully, the inheritance in the Earth Trench was left behind by an immortal zombie great expert. Among them was a research result regarding the rebirth of immortal zombies. In my previous life, Northern Plains immortal zombies benefited from this and their battle strength rose rapidly. There was even a period of time when Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was sealed off. It was even stronger than Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan's main goal in entering Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was that inheritance. As for working hard step by step and using contribution points to exchange for the research results of Zombie Alliance's missions, Fang Yuan was not interested. After all, it took too much time and effort. After a long while, the discussion hall gradually calmed down. All the immortal zombies reported their missions and gave out their contribution points and rewards. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the image on the empty ground. Some were looking around, some were thinking with their eyes closed. Yin Lu Gong continued to host. Next, we will issue the missions. One by one, don't be noisy. First is to feed the ancient desolate beast Half-Moon Qilin in Zombie Alliance. I will do it. I will accept this mission. I also want to compete for it this time. Yin Lu Gong had just finished speaking when several immortal zombies immediately spoke up, competing for this mission. Gu Yi explained to Fang Yuan in a soft voice. The Half-Moon Qilin is an ancient desolate beast. It is not easy to feed. But now, its pregnancy is about to end and it is about to give birth to a crescent moon Qilin. This small Qilin is a desolate beast the moment it is born. After it grows up, it will become an ancient desolate beast Half-Moon Qilin. Many of our Zombie Alliance members have been targeting this advantage for a long time. They all want to get close to the crescent moon Qilin and establish a close relationship with it. Then they will pay contribution points. So that's it. Fang Yuan finally understood the reason. No wonder everyone was fighting for it. The Half-Moon Qilin only needed to be raised carefully. After it matures, it would become an ancient desolate beast with battle strength on par with rank 7 Gu immortals. Even Fang Yuan's heart palpitated at this moment. But he was only moved. He had just arrived and had a secret goal. Blind competition. Attracting unnecessary hostility and attention wouldn't do him any good. Regarding the feeding of the Half-Moon Qilin, Everyone fought over it. Eventually, Yin Lu Gong lowered the contribution points for this mission to 300, causing others to sigh and give up. The only victor stood out. Feeding the half-moon Qilin. This was not an easy task. Sometimes, when the Qilin threw a tantrum, ordinary rank 6 immortal zombies could not handle it, some even got injured. Most importantly, the Qilin was in extreme pain when giving birth. It would wreak havoc in the surroundings to distract them. This process was even more dangerous. Just 300 contribution points made most immortal zombies want to retreat. And even if the crescent moon Qilin was born, the immortal zombie that fed it would only establish a connection first. At most, they would be taking advantage of it. The true competition would depend on the bidding of both sides. After the feeding of the half-moon Qilin, it was time to collect the Rui fungi. The Rui fungi are collected between Zombie Alliance and Lu tribe. Every year, when the Rui fungi mature, it is time to collect them. They are split between the two forces. But Lu tribe is powerful, they will bully us more or less. This is the difficulty of this mission. We need a strong immortal zombie to hold the fort. But we cannot be too domineering. Gu Yi explained. With Gu Yi by his side, Fang Yuan gained a lot of convenience. This mission was quite popular. It ended up in Granny Yuan's hands. This old immortal zombie not only had rank 7 cultivation, she also had a close relationship with Lu tribe. With her around, Lu tribe could not be too domineering. Next is the request from the Super Force Yao tribe. They want our Zombie Alliance to send out another immortal zombie for Yao Huang to research, to modify his healing immortal goo. The reward for this mission is quite considerable, Yin Lu Gong said. Yin Lu Gong said. The immortal zombies all had an indescribable strange expression on their faces. Being studied by others was more or less a little damaging to one's self-esteem and a little embarrassing. But firstly, the researcher was Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains. Secondly, the reward for this mission was very generous. Everyone looked at each other, not speaking. Yin Lu Gong had expected this situation. He smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan. I wonder if you, Sha Huang, are interested in this mission? Fang Yuan shook his head, forcing a smile. Not interested. He had too many secrets. Just his 2 apertures alone could not be exposed easily. Yin Lu Gong nodded. He did not try to persuade him. But his motive, other than probing Fang Yuan's character and foundation, was to instigate others. As expected, several immortal zombies quickly said that they wanted to accept this mission. These people continued to compete, but they did not speak loudly. They were all low and expressionless. After all, it was a loss of face to be used as research material by others. Gu Yi came to Fang Yuan's side and whispered. Fang Yuan knew about these immortal zombies. They were all low-level immortal zombies. They did not have a good life. Thus, between dignity and benefits, they chose the latter. The following missions were of all kinds. There were many of them. There was a mission to return an immortal Gu to the Super Force Yuan clan. Back then, Zombie Alliance's leader had lent an immortal Gu to Yuan clan. Before the leader went to Eastern Sea, he had instructed Zombie Alliance to return the immortal Gu. But Yuan clan had passed the deadline. They did not return the immortal Gu. Every year, Zombie Alliance would send members to ask for the immortal Gu, but they failed every time. Not only did Yuan clan find excuses to evade, they were even beaten up and chased away. Initially, no immortal zombies accepted this mission. Yin Lu Gong could only raise the contribution points before he gave it out. There were also missions to purchase glass soil, drill soil, capture beast groups, and collect souls. The final mission was related to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had gone around to purchase souls to produce Guts Gu. She had also found Zombie Alliance. The most popular mission was to go deep into earth trenches and collect black oil. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. By sprinkling black oil on the dead Aperture Blessed Land, it could slow down the destruction of the Blessed Land. In the outside world, to other Gu immortals, it was an extremely useful Gu refinement material. It had a huge market. Earth Trench's black oil was Zombie Alliance's main business. This status was similar to the Guts Gu business to Fang Yuan. But the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the guts goo trade. Every time immortal zombies went deep into earth trenches to purchase black oil, they would keep a portion for themselves other than the portion they had to hand over. This mission's rewards were publicly recognized as the best among immortal zombies. Thus, almost everyone fought for it. Fang Yuan also wanted to fight for it. If he could use this to enter earth trenches and secretly obtain that inheritance, it would be great. But it was a pity that he had just arrived. He did not have a zombie alliance token. It was not wise or realistic to fight for it blindly. Moreover, this mission had a time limit. Right now, Fang Yuan was busy with the auction and the refinement path convention. He did not have time to deal with this mission. Eventually, this mission was taken by 3 immortal zombies. In order to get the only 3 spots for this mission, these 3 victors not only did not get any contribution points, they even had to hand over hundreds of contribution points to Zombie Alliance. Chapter 749. The black oil itself is expensive, but for immortal zombies, because it can delay the collapse of the blessed land, its value is even higher. Fang Yuan pondered. He also coveted the black oil. As his blessed land continued to collapse and disintegrate, it had shrunk by a lot. The black oil was also suitable for him. However, to obtain this black oil, he had to go through the Zombie Alliance. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, was situated above the entrance of Earth Trench. Zombie Alliance's greatest force was stationed here. Although the Zombie Alliance delivered a large amount of black oil every year, there were fixed sellers. There were few goods, but the demand was high. It was a seller's market, just like the guts goo business. Thus, in this aspect, Fang Yuan could not interfere. Although he had formed an alliance with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulun, his force was too small and could not compare to a super force. If that's the case, I'll have to take action from within the Zombie Alliance. Accepting this mission is one way. Fang Yuan secretly memorized the mission of gathering black oil. The meeting continued. In the meeting hall, the light was dim. There were more than 20 immortal zombies. Even though most of them were wills left here, the yin energy was still very dense. The entire discussion lasted for a day and a night. Fang Yuan participated in the entire process and had a general understanding of Zombie Alliance's position in Northern Plains. Roughly speaking, Zombie Alliance's status in Northern Plains was only slightly lower than the super forces. But from many missions, it could be seen that the Righteous Path super forces were tacitly suppressing Zombie Alliance. Zombie Alliance had many collaborations with Demonic Path goo immortals, especially Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the Demonic Path headquarters of Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance was a faction that was both good and evil. This position was related to the higher-ups. The higher-ups of Zombie Alliance were all immortal zombies. As long as it was an immortal zombie, there was almost no immortal zombie that did not want to be reborn. These immortal zombies came from all levels. When they were alive, they had all sorts of identities. After death, they gathered together because of the same goal. As long as it was related to the goal of rebirth, the Zombie Alliance would be very interested. They would do everything in their power to obtain it. As such, this involved many of the Righteous Path's benefits. Many of the Righteous Path's methods that couldn't see the light of day were frequently used by Zombie Alliance. This also led to another characteristic of the Zombie Alliance, which was that it had many members but a loose structure. The Zombie Alliance had more than 20 members. This number could not even be compared to the Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Even though immortal zombies were usually weaker than living goo immortals, their combat strength was slightly weaker. However, with more than 20 members, they had the advantage of numbers. If they truly united, they would have long since become a superpower. However, the threshold to enter the Zombie Alliance was very low. This could be seen from Fang Yuan entering the alliance. The origins of immortal zombies were complicated. It was very difficult to work together. Thus, recently, many immortal zombies were extorted by goo immortals. After the meeting ended, Fang Yuan left a malicious message in the meeting hall. Then he followed Gu Yi to another hall and received his Zombie Alliance token. This token not only represented his identity, It also recorded Fang Yuan's contributions to the zombie alliance. Other than the token, there was also a set of information path Mortal Goo. It was used for communication, to pass on zombie alliance missions, or for members to join. Significant information about a member's withdrawal or death. Guyi wanted to say goodbye and suggested that Fang Yuan take a stroll around Dark Flow Giant City. Now that he had the token, he could walk around Dark Flow Giant City freely. However, Fang Yuan did not want to let him go. He dragged him around and chatted with him, trying to get some information from him. Fang Yuan asked about the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She was a female immortal zombie. Known as Blazing Heaven Demoness, she had rank 8 cultivation level. His actions were rude and unreasonable, and he was arrogant. Her battle strength was especially outstanding. Fang Yuan asked how outstanding it was. Guyi only said one sentence, but Fang Yuan understood. Her lifespan has not reached its end. She turned into an immortal zombie on purpose to break through. Most immortal zombies were Goo immortals who had reached the end of their lifespan and were forced to prolong their lifespan. Of course, there was one point to note. Goo immortals could not only prolong their lifespan by turning into an immortal zombie, there were many other methods. For example, Wood Path Goo immortals could turn into Tree Man. But these methods usually had limitations. For example, Strength Path Goo immortals and Fire Path Goo immortals could not turn into Tree Man. Turning into an immortal zombie was the most common method. Goo immortals of all paths could use it. This Blazing Heaven Demoness was not forced to turn into an immortal zombie. She did it on purpose. It was to break through and increase her battle strength. Think about it. To what extent did her battle strength have to rise? To what extent did she have to break through for Blazing Heaven Demoness to make such a choice, turning into an immortal zombie? Clearly, this breakthrough would be extremely high and move people. There are rumors in Zombie Alliance that the leader already has a revival method. During the conversation, Guyi lowered his voice and carefully told Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. This rumor was not groundless. Since she turned into an immortal zombie, she might really have a way to revive. Fang Yuan dug out a lot of good information from Guyi's mouth. Combined with what Fairy Li Shan had given him and what he had seen, Fang Yuan quickly drew the outline of Zombie Alliance in his mind. Guyi still had the mission to protect the old Earthwood, so he bid farewell to Fang Yuan in Dark Flow Giant City. Fang Yuan also left. Before leaving, he looked into the distance, looking at the huge ravine guarding Dark Flow Giant City. The ravine was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast, silently opening in the darkness. This was the entrance to the Earth Trench. It was strictly guarded by Zombie Alliance. Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, took turns guarding it. Fang Yuan activated 100 Li Eye at this moment and could see clearly. He knew that if he followed this entrance, the ravine would expand by tens of times, or even hundreds of times. The interior of the Earth Trench could be said to be grand. The space was extremely vast. It was not a problem for it to contain tens of thousands of Dark Flow Giant City. It was also extremely deep. No one in Zombie Alliance had ever explored its true depths. One day, I will go deep inside and take out the inheritance, increasing my foundation and bringing glory to the world. But now is not the time. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Even if he did not become an immortal zombie, he would think of a way to take this inheritance. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. He quickly flew up and left Dark Flow Giant City like a large bird. After flying for 1,000 li, the darkness that shrouded Dark Flow Giant City gradually dissipated. Fang Yuan could see the light of day again. He changed his direction and flew for over 10,000 li, finally confirming that there was no one following him. He landed in an inconspicuous forest, setting up Mortal Goo and activating fixed immortal travel. Green light flashed. He vanished on the spot. The Mortal Goo that were left behind were split up, minimizing the remnant aura of Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. While waiting for Fairy Li Shan's news, he started to research the Wisdom Path Killer move he had, harboring malicious heart. This mortal killer move was not used for offense. It used Wisdom Path methods. modifying a Gu immortal's heart, filling it with wisdom path Dao marks inside and outside, turning it into malicious heart. If malicious heart was formed, not only would it use all the blood essence in the body, it would also generate a large amount of malicious intent. Moreover, when Fang Yuan used malicious intent to think, the consumption of malicious intent would be greatly reduced. But unfortunately, even though this mortal killer move was good, it was targeted at ordinary Gu immortals. As for Fang Yuan, he was a strength path immortal zombie. His heart was filled with strength path Dao marks. He was not a wisdom path Gu immortal. Most importantly, his blood essence was already dead. He could not use blood essence to nourish the malicious heart, and even transforming it into a malicious heart was a huge obstacle. Harboring malicious heart killer move, even though Fang Yuan could not use it. But the theory behind it gave Fang Yuan a lot of inspiration. Especially the contents of the killer move. It was somewhat similar to the killer move that Fang Yuan had obtained earlier. This killer move was obtained from Fairy Li Shan's poison breath. Poison breath was a killer move that could spit out poisonous gas with every breath. After accumulating, it would deal heavy damage to the enemy. And harboring malicious heart. Every beat of the heart could transform blood essence into heart force, forming malicious intent. There were similarities between the two. I am not a poison path Gu immortal, nor do I have a wisdom path foundation. But since there are similarities, I might as well use wisdom Gu's power to give it a try. Northern Plains, Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. In the guest hall, rank 8 Gu immortal Prince's Impatience was sitting. Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baixing were excusing themselves. Go. I have many immortal Gu on me that do not suit my path. I need to exchange them at the auction. You have done a good thing for Northern Plains. You have prevented a lot of fighting and killing. Very good. Prince's Impatience let them go. His tone was filled with encouragement. Crown Prince cannot attend the auction. It is the regret of the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Fairy Li Shan said respectfully. Prince's Impatience shook his head. There is no other way. I was adjusting my immortal aperture's heaven and earth chi earlier, but because of the immortal Gu, I had to come out. Right now, I am at the crucial moment of adjusting my immortal aperture world. I cannot go. But when the time comes, I will send someone to represent me. Yuan, go send them off. Behind Prince's Impatience, there were 2 female attendants. They were both rank 6 female Gu immortals. One was cold and refined like an ice flower in the snow. The other was tender and beautiful like a yellow flower in a green valley. Hearing Prince's Impatience's orders, that cold female Gu immortal stood up and bowed to Prince's Impatience, before saying to Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan, please. We will have to trouble Swordmaster Yulan. Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan did not dare to be careless. They quickly responded. This Swordmaster Yulan was famous in Northern Plains. She cultivated sword path. Her cultivation level was only rank 6, but her battle strength was very strong. Her sword path attainment was even at Grandmaster level. Swordmaster Yulan led the 2. She was silent as she led the way. The 3 walked through a long corridor, passing through several doors before stepping out of the Grotto Heaven's door, returning to the outside world of Northern Plains. Swordmaster Yulan, please wait, there is no need to send us off. Qin Baixing said politely. Be it cultivation level or battle strength, he surpassed Swordmaster Yulan, but the latter had Northern Plains' few rank 8 Gu immortals behind her. He naturally would not be arrogant. Swordmaster Yulan nodded and closed the Grotto Heaven's door. Once the door was closed, there were no abnormalities in the sky. It was no different from the surrounding sky. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air. We have already visited the 5 rank 8 great experts. We even used Mountain Pledge Gu to sign contracts and successfully invited them. In this way, the general trend has been set, and the holding of the auction is a foregone conclusion. It is all thanks to Fairy's Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Qin Baixing smiled as he praised. Saying so, he took out an Immortal Gu and handed it to Fairy Li Shan. I will give this reward to Fairy as promised. Qin Baixing had a sincere expression of gratitude. Chapter 750. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Fairy Li Shan smiled as she received the immortal goo. After inspecting it, she placed the immortal goo in her immortal aperture. This matter is done, let's split up and meet again in half a month. Half a month later, it was the agreed date for the auction. The location was Qin Baisheng's Baisheng Blessed Land. It was still situated in the Crimson Reed Marsh. The two immortals separated on the spot, each choosing a direction and flying away. Not to mention Fairy Li Shan's free time, she used moving perspective cups goo to contact Feng Yuan. After Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baisheng left, in Feng Xian Grotto Heaven, another person appeared in the guest hall. This person was wearing a red and white robe. He stood tall like a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long, his eyes were shining with divine light. Under his gentle appearance was extraordinary confidence, like a fierce dragon crossing the river. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked casual and elegant, but he didn't lose his domineering spirit. He had his hands behind his back, facing the rank 8 prince's impatience. There was no pressure on his face or in his heart. It was as if they were equals. But from his unconcealed aura, he was only a rank 7 goo immortal. Even Qin Baisheng had to bow and scrape to Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience looked at this person, his tone and attitude changed. He was no longer arrogant like when facing Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baisheng. He was actually calm and equal. This rank 8 goo immortal spoke. Feng Jioga, have you really decided to represent me in this auction? The red and white-robed rank 7 goo immortal smiled. That is correct. Prince's impatience frowned. You became an immortal in Central Continent. The heaven and earth chi in your immortal aperture world comes from Central Continent. It is slightly different from Northern Plains. The auction will be a grand event. Northern Plains goo immortal experts will gather. There will even be rank 8 goo immortals present. If you are discovered by them, you will be in trouble. You know, Northern Plains goo immortals are holding back their anger. They want to find the culprit behind Imperial Court Blessed Land. Especially when Dongfang Naganori deduced before his death that the culprit behind the Imperial Court Blessed Land case was not from Northern Plains. Instead, it came from the outside. If your identity as a Central Continent goo immortal is exposed at this crucial moment, the consequences would be disastrous. When Prince's impatience said this, he did not avoid the 2 goo immortal attendants in the hall. The 2 female goo immortals, including Swordmaster Yulan, heard this, but their expressions did not change. Feng Jioga laughed. Don't worry, Crown Prince. Please watch my methods. As he spoke, a light flashed on his body, and his appearance changed drastically. Prince's impatience gasped in surprise. Swordmaster Yulan, who had been cold and aloof, opened her eyes wide. The other female goo immortal was Lu Yao. She opened her small mouth and looked at the female companion beside her. Then, she looked at Feng Jioga, who was not far away. It turned out that Feng Jioga's transformation was exactly the same as Swordmaster Yulan's. It was so lifelike that it was as if they were carved from the same mold. What kind of trick is this? Prince's impatience smiled and exclaimed, not only does it look flawless on the surface, but it also has many tricks. The Dao marks are also disguised. It looks like they are sword path Dao marks. The aura is also exactly the same as Northern Plains goo immortals. This is vaguely familiar face. Feng Jioga answered. So it is no wonder, no wonder. Prince's impatience came to a realization. Shortly after, he sighed. Only Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method can be so profound and amazing. Feng Jioga nodded. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, familiar face. This series of killer moves originates from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The former is a mortal killer move. It is insignificant. Vaguely familiar face is an immortal killer move. The core consists of 3 immortal goo, 2 of which are transformation path immortal goo. When used, it is hard to distinguish the real from the fake. This killer move was obtained by a fortuitous encounter in my early years. I only obtained this killer move. This killer move has a flaw, that is, it needs someone to act it. If the acting is not good, even the tone of voice can reveal flaws. As for familiar face, it does not have this flaw. Even if the acting is not good, it will not make others feel that it is strange. It can even affect the perception and mentality of others. Even if it turns into a non-existent person, it will make others feel like they are acquaintances or good friends. Feng Jiugu spoke with confidence and composure. The immortals finally understood why Feng Jiuge turned into Swordmaster Yulan instead of the others. It was because women were usually cold and quiet, they did not have high requirements for acting skills and were easy to disguise. Princess Impatience nodded. Every rank 9 venerable is a peerless genius with unparalleled methods. With this method, I will not have to worry about you being exposed. Feng Jiuge smiled proudly. Even if I am exposed, who can stop me from breaking out? Princess Impatience thought of the sparring between him and Feng Jiuge a few days ago. He could not help but laugh, praising, "Not bad, that immortal killer move of yours has peerless power, even rank 8 Gu immortals like us do not want to block it." Feng Jiuge, you live up to your reputation, you truly have the ability to move unhindered in the world. Feng Jiuge bowed, saying from the bottom of his heart, compared to senior brother and the 2 junior sisters, for the great cause of Spirit Affinity House, you chose to undergo immortal ascension in Northern Plains and hid for hundreds of years. I truly admire you. Princess Impatience, however, showed a dark expression. He clenched his fists and said hatefully, "It is a pity that before I could make a move, someone actually used our arrangements and took the fruits of our labor. This is definitely the doing of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Don't let me know who it is, otherwise." It turned out that the great Princess Impatience, one of the 5 rank 8 great experts of Northern Plains, was actually a spy sent by Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House had made a huge move. In order to arrange for Princess Impatience, Spirit Affinity House had undoubtedly given up on many of Central Continent's benefits. If Spirit Affinity House had one more rank 8 Gu immortal guarding Central Continent, they would definitely be able to obtain more benefits from the competition with the other 9 sections. But Spirit Affinity House was in charge of the destruction of 88-point Xianyang Tower, and in order to complete this plan, they did not hesitate to arrange for Princess Impatience to be sent to Northern Plains. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Princess Impatience might have secretly contributed a lot to the destruction of 88-point Xianyang Tower for Central Continent's Gu immortals. They provided a lot of help and contributions. But in Feng Yuan's current life, Princess Impatience had yet to show its usefulness, and the original plan was already ruined. As the main culprit of this case, immortal zombie Feng Yuan had already arrived at Langya Blessed Land. He borrowed Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Of course, he did not borrow Immortal Gu for free. Feng Yuan paid Fairy Li Shan 3 Immortal Yuan stones for this. 3 was already an extremely favorable friendship price. If it were someone else, even if it were 10 Immortal Yuan stones, Fairy Li Shan would not casually borrow it. Borrowing Immortal Gu was also risky. There was an example right now. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demonis, had lent Yuan tribe an Immortal Gu. When Blazing Heaven Demonis left Eastern Sea, Yuan tribe had been keeping this Immortal Gu. Zombie Alliance would ask for it once a year, but they could not return it. After using Mountain Pledge Gu to form an agreement with the Land Spirit of Langya, the Land Spirit of Langya roared as more than 10 coffins emerged from the cloud soil. These coffins were filled with immortal chi. They were pure white like clouds. The surface of the coffins was filled with life and death. They were condensed from some immortal killer move. When the coffins were opened, the sleeping Gu immortals were revealed. In every coffin, there was a Gu immortal captive. There were a total of 13 coffins, 13 Gu immortals. Even though Feng Yuan was mentally prepared, he was shocked at this number. There are actually so many captives? Feng Yuan's eyes were wide open. His expression was a little exaggerated. The Land Spirit of Langya laughed smugly. He liked to see Feng Yuan's shocked expression the most. He shook his head. "Who do you think I am? Don't even think about it. These Gu immortals are truly suicidal. They actually dared to invade my blessed land. Selling them off is what they deserve." Feng Yuan took a deep look at the Land Spirit of Langya. In Langya Blessed Land, there seemed to be 12 desolate beasts at most. Resisting the attacks of 3 mysterious forces, the desolate beasts formation was rather thin. But Langya Blessed Land's true method was likely the land spirit's treasured immortal goo. I have a premonition that the number of immortal goo in this Langya Blessed Land is definitely more than what I have now. Moreover, it seems that one of the immortal goo, or one of the land spirit's immortal killer moves, has the miraculous effect of capturing goo immortals alive. Fang Yuan thought. Such a number of captives was clearly not normal. Most of the invading goo immortals had already been captured, only a small portion had died in battle. Fang Yuan opened the coffins one by one to inspect them. He saw some familiar faces, like Hua Hai's 3 immortals, Loner Hongyu, and Gui Wang. As for the other unfamiliar faces, he learned from the land spirit of Langya that there were Metal Path Gu Immortal Tai Jiazi, Enslavement Path Gu Immortal Shuexiong, Wood Path Gu Immortal Mu Diansong, the famous carefree 4 sages of Northern Plains lone cultivators, and a rank 7 Gu Immortal Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunderhand. His battle strength was at rank 7 middle tier. Fang Yuan's horizons were broadened, be it his previous life or this life. This was the first time he had seen so many captives, such a heavyweight lineup. It was like Gu immortals had become worthless cabbages, placed on a street stall. The joy in Fang Yuan's heart gradually faded, worry and graveness appeared on his face. To be able to gather such a lineup and attack Langya Blessed Land again and again, this mysterious force hiding behind the scenes made Fang Yuan's heart shudder. If I sell this, I'm afraid I will immediately become a thorn in that mysterious force's side, a thorn in their flesh. Fang Yuan touched the coffins, sighing deeply. But with such great benefits in front of him, no matter how strong the mysterious force was, Fang Yuan decided to do this. He had never been a person who was afraid of trouble and did not dare to take risks. He was a demonic path person. He had an adventurous nature. If he did not choose to take the risk, that meant the benefits of taking the risk were not enough to move him. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya, "You interrogated them and used many methods. Did you not gain anything?" The land spirit of Langya shrugged. "Nothing. These Gu immortals were gathered here because of various reasons. There were indeed 3 crucial people in charge of connecting them, organizing the attack and providing information about Langya Blessed Land. But these 3 Gu immortals have already died in battle. Even if I purposely held back, I could not stop their deaths. After they died, the situation was somewhat strange. Their souls were completely destroyed. I could not even find a fragment of their soul." At the end, the land spirit of Langya gradually frowned. Chapter 751. Fang Yuan planned to bring the 13 sleeping cloud coffins back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because of the mountain pledge, land spirit of Langya not only did not obstruct him, she even gave Fang Yuan 8 mortal killer moves. These killer moves are the keys to unlocking the immortal killer move sleeping cloud coffin. Remember to use them according to the sequence I gave you. Only then can you successfully unseal the coffin. Otherwise, you will be destroyed along with the Gu immortal captives inside. Before Fang Yuan left, land spirit of Langya instructed. Fang Yuan nodded, memorizing these mortal killer moves. These killer moves did not even have names. Their only use was to act as the keys to unlocking sleeping cloud coffins. But to Cloud Path Gu immortals, they might have some value as references. Tai by Yunsheng cultivated Cloud Path. Fang Yuan planned to let Tai by Yunsheng take a look at these mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan brought the 13 Gu immortal captives and smoothly returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He first summoned Hu Immortal Land Spirit and asked for the latest information. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was doing well. Fang Yuan had instructed Hu Immortal Land Spirit to operate it steadily. Step by step, she sold the rockmen in the Blessed Land and also brought in some fox groups. Hu Immortal's main body was an enslavement path Gu Immortal who controlled fox groups to fight. Her immortal aperture, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, was the most suitable place to raise fox groups. If she continued on this path, she would be able to raise desolate beast-level fox groups. The profits would be huge. Compared to Fang Yuan selling 2 or 3 batches of Guts Gu, the profits were much higher. But this method took a long time. It needed to be persisted for a long time. Hu Immortal was a lone cultivator. Her situation at that time was terrible. After several earthly calamities, her economy collapsed, and her losses could not be replenished. Her battle strength fell, and she died at the hands of the blue charm lightning shadow. Gu Immortal apertures faced calamities and tribulations every once in a while. They were like obstacles that restricted the number of Gu Immortals in the 5 regions' great world. There was another huge shackle, and that was the limit of lifespan. Gu Immortal had Dang Hun Mountain at that time. She naturally wanted to use this unique resource to make profits. What she did was also a wise move. Although he raised a fox group, this was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's way of management, but the results were too slow. The longer it took, the more accidents there would be. Moreover, Immortal Fox's situation was deteriorating, and she could no longer develop slowly. However, she did not have Wisdom Gu. He could not think of a similar method for Air Sac Gu. He could only use Guts Gu to indirectly increase the Rockman scale and sell them. Fang Yuan had used this method before, but it did not yield much benefit and was extremely troublesome. The Rockman market was already saturated. How could it be as easy and popular as selling Guts Gu? In the end, Immortal Fox failed. Died in the earthly calamity. The wealth she had left behind had benefited Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, it would provide Fang Yuan with an irreplaceable help. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could be said to be the place where Fang Yuan started his business, the place where he flourished. In his previous life, because Fang Yuan attacked Feng Kim Hong, he destroyed Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In this life, he became the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The contrast between before and after was quite amazing. Right now, since Fang Yuan could sell Guts Gu directly and had extra money, he was no longer in a pinch. He would naturally make use of Hu Immortal Blessed Land again, walking on the righteous path that even the original owner, Immortal Fox, did not have time to walk. He would slowly accumulate fox groups and raise desolate beast foxes. This business was a long-term plan. Fang Yuan was not anxious and did not look forward to the profits. After paying attention to Hu Immortal Blessed Land's situation, Fang Yuan paid attention to Crane Gate and Combat Immortal Sect's latest movements. In name, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was Crane Gate's subordinate force. Crane Gate had to pay more attention to it. As for his brother Gue Fangjing, who was in Crane Gate, Fang Yuan had already thrown him to the back of his mind. A mere mortal Gu master, even if he was rank 5, so what? It was like back on Qing Mao Mountain. As long as they did not block his path, he would not even bother to step on them. No time. Mortals were like ants. There was no need to waste time and energy to step on them. That younger brother of mine, I'm afraid he's already dead? Fang Yuan guessed. Earlier, Fang Zheng had used Empathy Immortal Gu to communicate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gained a lot of information unilaterally. He knew Fang Zheng's situation. He saw Fang Zheng being in a blood pool with demonic flowers growing all over his body. Recently, Immortal Crane Sect's situation had been mediocre. They successfully resolved Great Heavenly Sword Sect's problem. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had a third Gu Immortal. They were preparing to get rid of their status as Crane Gate's subordinate force. Crane Gate was a righteous sect. Even though their strength far surpassed Great Heavenly Sword Sect, the righteous path had rules. They could not take action forcefully. They could only recruit Gu Immortals from Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Eventually, they successfully recruited a Gu Immortal from Great Heavenly Sword Sect, who was the third person. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had limited resources. They could barely provide for 2 Gu Immortals. Adding a third would be even more difficult. The newly advanced Gu Immortal was enticed by Crane Gate's conditions and joined Crane Gate. Great Heavenly Sword Sect lost a crucial person. Their strength fell. They no longer had the confidence to leave Crane Gate. They could only renew the subordinate contract. However, even though Crane Gate stabilized the situation in the Northwest region, they were suppressed in Reincarnation Battlefield. The Gu Immortal guarding there, Lei Tan, had to return to the sect to recuperate because he was heavily injured. Reincarnation Battlefield was the publicly recognized #1 battlefield killer move in the world. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. The 10 great ancient sects had fought intensely for countless years to occupy this place. Crane Gate's attention was once again focused on reincarnation battlefield. They could not do anything to Hu Immortal Blessed Land in the short term. He Fengyang, who had been in charge of taking down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, was also busy recently, trying to find a way to heal his beloved Nine Palace Crane, Little Nine. This was no doubt good news to Feng Yuan. He could participate in the auction without worrying too much about Central Continent. Feng Yuan paid more attention to Combat Immortal Sect. From some insignificant news from Combat Immortal Sect, Feng Yuan sensed something unusual. These news could deceive the other 9 great ancient sects for some time, but to Feng Yuan, who was familiar with the inside information, he could see it clearly. It seems that Combat Immortal Sect has indeed secretly mobilized Gu Immortals to attack Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan thought. He still did not know that ever since he left, Immortal Monkey King Shirley had been trapped in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Combat Immortal Sect sent 3 Gu Immortals as reinforcements, but when they entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they met with a slight obstruction. This way, the Dream Realm in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is exposed to Combat Immortal Sect. This concerns Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, and also Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy. Combat Immortal Sect will definitely secretly attack this Grotto Heaven. I need to hurry, the advantage of my rebirth is shrinking bit by bit. Feng Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Ever since he became familiar with all the forces in Central Continent because of the Guts Gu transaction, it was much easier to gather information. But this information was only general, it could not be considered important secrets. It could not compare to the Northern Plains information obtained from Fairy Li Shan. Feng Yuan did not pay much attention to this. Many Gu Immortals placed great importance on the collection of information. They invested large amounts of funds every year to obtain crucial information and maintain the channels to obtain information. But Feng Yuan did not need this. He saved a lot of expenses because of this. Because he had the advantage of rebirth, the information in his previous life's memories was countless times more important and detailed than the information these Gu Immortals obtained after paying a huge price. After confirming the situation of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's surroundings, Feng Yuan relaxed. He looked at Tai Bai Yunxing's letter, and then paid attention to He Lolan's situation. Tai Bai Yunxing was currently exploring Yu Lu Blessed Land with Shark Demon and the rest. Landscape as before Immortal Gu had completely repaired Yu Lu Blessed Land's entrance. Tai Bai Yunxing gained a lot of goodwill and successfully joined the exploration team. As for He Lulan, she was undergoing tribulation recently. Gu Immortals would face calamities and tribulations every set period of time. Rank 6 Gu Immortals would face an earthly calamity every 10 years. 10 years was not the time of the 5 regions, but the specific time of each Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. Because every immortal aperture had a different tributary of the River of Time, the time flow rate was also different compared to the outside world. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique's immortal ascension and became a super-grade blessed land. Her time flow rate was extremely high, even higher than the time path Gu Immortal Tai by Yunxing. It was 1 to 38. That was to say, 1 year in the 5 regions' time was 38 years in He Lolan's blessed land. She had to go through 3 earthly calamities, and there were only 2 years left until the 4th. More than half a year had passed since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed in the 5 regions' time. He Lolan's blessed land had already gone through 2 earthly calamities, and was going through the 3rd one now. Each tribulation was a difficult one. But He Lulan had Fairy Li Shan's help, and also had several immortal Gu. If she encountered any problems, she would ask Feng Yuan for help. There was no news from her side now, that meant she was fine. After confirming the situation of the people around him, Feng Yuan no longer had any worries. He went back to his plan. He calculated there was less than half a month left until the auction. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, because the time flow was 5 times faster, it was slightly less than 2.5 months. The Guts Gu business still had to continue. At the same time, Feng Yuan planned to use the light of wisdom to test the inspiration that he had earlier. Time passed quickly. 2 months passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time. Feng Yuan came out of the underground cave with a satisfied expression. He had made great gains in this deduction using the light of wisdom. He successfully fused poison breath and the contents of concealing evil heart, forming a brand new incomplete immortal move. Fang Yuan named it poison breath. With the immortal Gu woman's heart as the core, it was naturally named Immortal Path. But the killer move was not complete. Every time it was activated, a large amount of poison gas would remain in the body, causing the aftereffects of the poison. Thus, it could only be considered an incomplete move. With my immortal zombie body, I can use poison breath 3 times in a row. After 3 times, the poison gas in my body will poison my soul to death. These 2 killer moves are the manifestation of wisdom path and poison path attainment. They are a firm foundation. And the formless inspiration brought by the light of wisdom allows me to make full use of this foundation, to blossom. Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom many times. Chapter 752. A few days later, Tai by Yunxing returned to Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan met him and saw the joy in his eyes. He said, "Old Bai, it seems that your trip to Eastern Sea this time was a joyous one." Tai by Yunxing laughed heartily. "Junior brother's eyes are sharp, that is indeed the case. Why don't you guess what I gained this time?" Fang Yuan was curious. Fairy Yulu is a servant girl of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She cultivates Earth Path and Water Path. She is proficient in defense and healing. I know about the lineup you used to attack the Blessed Land. You actually succeeded in one attempt and directly took down Yulu Blessed Land? The truth was, Fang Yuan did not think much of Tai by Yunxing's trip. Tai by Yunxing's expression froze. He sighed. "So junior brother did not think much of me. You were right after all. This time, we attacked the Blessed Land for 7 days and 7 nights. But we were defeated by the land spirit and suffered huge losses. A Gu immortal almost died, but was saved by my man as before immortal Gu." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew the value of man as before immortal Gu. Once Tai by Yunxing exposed this Gu, his value would definitely soar in the eyes of others. As expected, Tai by Yunxing continued. "After my man as before immortal Gu was known, I received many compliments. Next, I received Shark Demon's warm invitation. He invited me to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. How could I dare to go to someone else's headquarters alone? I rejected him politely. In the end, Shark Demon and the other 2 immortal zombies hosted me in Haishur Blessed Land, and during the banquet, I learned of an important piece of news." Saying so, Tai by Yunxing paused for a moment. He looked at Fang Yuan with a bright gaze. Fang Yuan laughed internally. He followed along and asked, "What important news is it? Is it worth it for you to keep me in suspense?" Tai by Yunxing's expression turned solemn. He said excitedly, "It's a method that can allow junior brother to be reborn and leave your immortal zombie body." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and had not made any progress. Who would have thought that Tai by Yunxing would gain something before Fang Yuan did? "What is it?" Fang Yuan asked. Tai by Yunxing said, "Shark Demon has a dual cultivation companion. His name was Su Baiman, also an immortal zombie. In his early years, Su Baiman had a fortuitous encounter and defeated a strong enemy, obtaining a time path immortal Gu called Time Anchor. This Gu could move in the river of time. Make a mark. It is useless on its own, but if used with other time path immortal Gu, it will have an extremely good effect." When Fang Yuan heard this, he immediately understood what Tai by Yunxing meant. His eyes lit up, but he immediately calmed down. "Old Bai, I'm not sure. Old Bai, I understand what you mean. I have long heard of Time Anchor Immortal Gu. If used with your landscape as before, it can allow mountains and rivers to return to a certain time in the past. If used with your man as before, in theory, it can also restore the target to a certain state in the past. But the prerequisite for all this is that Time Anchor Immortal Gu has to leave a mark." "That's right. My man as before Immortal Gu can only restore the time to an instant ago. But if used with Time Anchor Immortal Gu, it can break through the time limit. Junior brother, you might be able to use this method to get rid of your immortal zombie body." Tai by Yunxing said excitedly. Tai Bai Yunsheng's words were not false. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, they had a single function. Each was different. Immortal Gu were unique, although they were powerful, they had their own limitations. Man was the spirit of all living beings, they were most skilled in wisdom and creation. Using different Gu worms together could increase their effectiveness and complement each other's weaknesses. With time anchor Immortal Gu, man as before Immortal Gu can indeed break through the time limit. Fang Yuan shook his head and continued. Using two Immortal Gu together is not as simple as activating them together. Instead, it requires the assistance of many mortal Gu worms, or even Immortal Gu, to form an immortal killer move. The combination of man as before and time anchor is indeed possible in theory. But you do not have the corresponding immortal killer move. I think Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies treated you with great hospitality because they wanted you to help them and contribute man as before so that they could research an immortal killer move? Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, praising, "Junior brother, you are a smart person, your guess is very accurate, that is indeed the case." It is a pity. Fang Yuan shook his head again. What is a pity? I feel that this method has great hope. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan in confusion. Old Bai, it is already a fact that I became an immortal zombie. Maybe Shark Demon and the others had already used time anchor Immortal Gu before becoming immortal zombies, and left behind a mark in the river of time. But I did not. Thus, even if this killer move is researched, it is useless to me. Fang Yuan sighed. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed. Junior brother, you are right to worry. But I have good news to tell you, that Shark Demon and Su Baiman did not use time anchor Immortal Gu to leave a mark in time. Back then, Su Baiman defeated a strong enemy. Although he obtained time anchor Immortal Gu, he did not know its use. Su Baiman was on the verge of death at that time, and had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. After Shark Demon learned of it, in order to accompany his wife, he also resolutely turned into an immortal zombie even though he had enough lifespan. After the two became immortal zombies for several years, they finally figured out the origin and usage of time anchor Immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing said, "So it was like that?" Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. It was not uncommon to find out the origin and usage of mysterious Immortal Gu after obtaining them for several years or even more than a decade. Back then, Fang Yuan had obtained many Immortal Gu in Imperial Court Blessed Land, but he did not dare to test their usage recklessly. Fortunately, he had Land Spirit of Langya, he was able to figure it out by relying on him. Tai Bai Yunxing continued. When the two learned about the usage of time anchor Immortal Gu, they were filled with regret, but it was already too late. I had the same concerns as you, junior brother, so I asked them directly during the banquet. Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies mentioned another method. They mentioned Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan had a curious expression, mixed with suspicion. Is Spring-Autumn Cicada on that mystical Gu list? Legend has it that it can go against the river of time and return to the past. Unfortunately, it has never been proven. Tai Bai Yunxing had no suspicions. Spring-Autumn Cicada is not reliable. I mentioned Spring-Autumn Cicada only as an example. Shark Demon wanted to say that although they missed the opportunity to use time anchor Immortal Gu, if they had an Immortal Gu like Spring-Autumn Cicada, they could bring the Gu Immortal to the river of time. At that time, they could use time anchor Immortal Gu to set down the coordinates upstream, and then use man as before Immortal Gu to return. I think this method has a chance of success. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, falling into deep thought and did not speak. Tai Bai Yunxing did not know that this Fang Yuan in front of him was the current owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Be it Shark Demon or Tai Bai Yunxing, they did not know much about Spring-Autumn Cicada, it was only rumors. Fang Yuan thought, if I could use Spring-Autumn Cicada directly, I would have done so long ago. Why would I need to use time anchor Immortal Gu at that time? But this method, in theory, is indeed feasible. Fang Yuan had reached an agreement with Wisdom Gu. To a certain extent, he had grasped Wisdom Gu. He was able to quickly rise up from the immortal zombie quagmire, advancing valiantly in half a year, and changing his situation. Most of the credit was due to Wisdom Gu. If Fang Yuan wanted to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie problem, he would have used it long ago. Not to mention the failure rate of using Spring-Autumn Cicada. In his trip to Northern Plains, Fang Yuan's strength was too weak. Even if he revived, there would be too many variables. Fang Yuan did not even have half a chance of obtaining greater benefits. Reaching an agreement with Wisdom Gu was a perfect time, place, and people. The circumstances at that time were too special. The rank 9 Wisdom Gu was Fang Yuan's greatest gain from this trip. Without Wisdom Gu, there would be no greater benefits. However, other than Spring-Autumn Cicada, there are other time path Immortal Gu. For example, viewing past Immortal Gu and visual memory Immortal Gu can allow the Gu Immortal to observe the past from the present. But there is a difference between the two. Using viewing past, one can see the flourishing scenes of the past from the old earth wood. Using visual memory Immortal Gu, one can observe one's past experiences. The fusion of these two Immortal Gu can form the rank 8 Immortal Gu Extreme Forward, which can extract the Gu Immortal's will and observe the river of time, observing everything that happened in the past. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind, if I have the Time Path Investigative Immortal Gu Extreme Forward, I can use it with Time Anchor Immortal Gu to form a Time Path Immortal Killer move that can observe the past from the present. After that, I can use Man as before Immortal Gu to restore my body and revive without losing Wisdom Gu. Of course, Extreme Forward Immortal Gu is only an example. Maybe there are other Time Path Immortal Gu that are more suitable to be used with Time Anchor. Fang Yuan thought for a long time before opening his eyes. Oh bye, thank you. He thanked sincerely. Although this method has great prospects, it will expend a lot of energy, resources, and time. It is a project that will last for 100 years. But it is still a hope. We are one family, there is no need to thank me. What's there to thank? Tai Bai Yun Sheng immediately said. However, towards Fang Yuan's words, old Tai Bai had some understanding. He sighed and continued. That is right, at least there is hope. Although it will take a long time. During this period, Junior Brother can use Zombie Alliance's black oil to delay the Blessed Land's collapse. Although it is hard to get the black oil, with my cooperation with Shark Demon, it is very convenient. Fang Yuan smiled. While you were away, I had already used the identity of Sha Huang to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. So Junior Brother had a plan. Fang Yuan continued. I am going to participate in Northern Plains auction, come along. This is the Mortal Killer move Unfamiliar Face, created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. There are also a few Cloud Path killer moves for you to take a look. Don't you cultivate Cloud Path as well? Tai Bai Yun Sheng received these killer moves. He could not help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. While I was thinking about Junior Brother was also thinking about me. Fang Yuan showed him the Gu Immortal captives and told him about the transaction with Land Spirit of Langya. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was incredibly shocked. Then, he said with mixed joy and worry, looks like the auction this time will be a good show. I will go with you. It is best if He Lulan and Fairy Lishan come as well. They will definitely go. Although we exposed our alliance relationship to He Cheng, it is not good to travel with them now. Fang Yuan said. Chapter 753. The green peak pierced through the clouds. At the peak, there was a lake that was quiet like a mirror, reflecting the white clouds in the sky. This was true martial blessed land, the foundation of Northern Plains Yuan clan. The surname Yuan was not rare, it was very common. It existed in southern border, eastern sea, western desert, and other regions. But in Northern Plains, the surname Yuan was even more important. It represented a super force. It was supreme authority. In the sky above the lake, a white-robed old man waved his spear. His aura was grand and majestic. He created waves of clouds and wind. The old man had white hair. He was hale and hearty. His movements were as fast as lightning at times, and as still as a rock at other times. The spear in his hands stretched out like a swimming dragon. It was full of spirituality. But no matter how much commotion he caused, The lake at the peak of the green peak did not have any ripples. It was as calm as a mirror. The lake was full of life. The water plants swayed without any ripples. A large group of carps stared at the white-robed old man's spear through the water. They opened and closed their mouths. They started to speak. "Old Yuan, your dance is quite good. It is quite nice. This spear move is quite good. It has the shadow of spear Daoist from back then. This spear move is too much. It is a bit biased." Hearing the carps say this, the white-robed old man stopped his movements. He landed beside the lake. The spear in his hand shined with white light, turning into a goo that entered his sleeves. Next, he bowed towards the carps in the lake, asking humbly, "May I ask why the sweep earlier was biased?" "You used too much strength. Too forceful, it lost its charm. The old man is too old. His internal heat is too strong. He should eat some water plants to cool it down." The carps started to talk, commenting freely. These carps were extraordinary. Their skin was white as snow, their scales were black as ink. Black and white were distinct, there were no other colors. People called them true martial carps. They were spiritual creatures of heaven and earth. Each was a mutated beast king. The white-robed old man thought about it. He raised his finger. Using his arm as a spear, he tested it. "Can this work?" Wrong. "Old man, you are so stupid." The carps started to criticize the old man. At this time, Yuan clan Gu Immortal Yuan Qi rushed over, hearing the true martial carp's criticism. However, he was already used to it. He bowed to the white-robed old man. He said respectfully, "Greetings, First Supreme Elder." The white-robed old man was Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder. He had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength. When he saw who it was, he frowned in displeasure. "Junior Yuan Qi, why are you here? Didn't this old man tell you not to disturb me when I'm practicing martial arts in peace? Milord, you took care of me earlier. Let me remind you not to miss the auction." Yuan Qi's greeting was even more respectful. "There was such a thing. I almost forgot. Does this mean that the auction is approaching?" The Yuan family's grand elder slapped his forehead. Yuan Qi smiled bitterly. "Sir, today is the day of the auction." "Ah? Time passed so quickly. Brat, you reminded me well. When I return, I will give you a reward. Let's go this way." Saying so, Yuan clan's first elder waved his sleeves as an immortal goo flew out of the mirror lake. This goo was called human language. It could turn the words of wild beasts into human language. Once human language immortal goo left, the discussions of the true martial carp group stopped. Only the sound of their mouths opening and closing could be heard. Yuan clan's first elder stored human language immortal goo and flew into the sky, turning into light. The carp group coiled around each other. After some discussion, they got bored and swam away. Yuan Qi watched as the first elder's figure completely disappeared from his sight. First elder is still the same. He sighed, waving his sleeves towards the mirror lake. Immediately, winds blew and clouds moved, as thick white clouds covered the most important area of Yuan clan. Mulan oars in the lotus flower village. After singing, the night air turns cold. Beyond the smoke, beyond the willows, beyond the lake, the mountain's eyebrows are blue and the moon's eyebrows are yellow. The scholar shook his head, holding a scroll as he sat in a pavilion. Outside the pavilion, the lotus flowers were blooming, the moon was shining brightly, there was a light breeze and a faint fragrance. A maid was beside the scholar. Her face was like a painting, her wrist was white as snow, she was holding a small flask, pouring wine into a wine cup on the stone table. After the scholar finished reading the poem, he held the scroll with one hand, his gaze still on it, his other hand grabbed the wine cup. He did not even look at it, he poured the wine into his mouth and smacked it, muttering, "Even though the wine is good, there is not much left. I can use the auction to ask for a few more jars of Lai Shi from that person. Hong Xiu, come with me this time. Let Tian Xiang stay here and guard the blessed land." "Yes, young master." The maid was slightly happy, replying, "Clang, clang, clang." The sound of immortal Gu heavenly bell resounded in Gu Immortal He Lang Zi's mind. He sat cross-legged on the ground. opening his eyes as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This immortal goo heavenly bell is amazing indeed. I only used 5% of its power, but my organs shifted and my blood flowed in reverse. Even though I have been using a top-tier defensive mortal killer move. He Lang Zi laughed sinisterly, his blood flowed back and disappeared in a few breaths of time, as if he had never been injured. With such power, I don't need to worry about not being able to exchange immortal goo. He stood up, flying towards the direction of Crimson Reed Marsh. This is Crimson Reed Marsh? It is truly a beautiful scenery. A rank 8 goo immortal with a tall hat and a large cloak looked down from the sky, looking at the reed marsh below him. There were reeds everywhere, the waterways were like alleys, it was complicated like a maze. The main character here was not the ducks, nor the herons, nor the fishes, it was the Crimson Reed Marsh. Tens of thousands of reeds leapt out of the water in a vigorous manner. They seemed to carry a heroic aura as they spread out in a grand and unbridled manner. With the posture of a king, they subdued the creatures that lived here and took them for themselves. This rank 8 goo immortal observed for a while, saying with deep emotions, "This scenery is majestic and beautiful, there is a deep ravine hidden within the heroism." Using the scenery to judge people, this Qin Baisheng was a meticulous person. Bold, uninhibited, and shrewd. Qin Baisheng's gaze flickered, he could not probe any further, he changed the topic. My auction venue has a main hall, individual rooms, and secret rooms. The main hall can be used to communicate, the individual rooms are for those goo immortals who like to be alone and have strange tempers. The secret rooms are for concealing the goo immortal's identity. These 3 arrangements have already been written in the alliance agreement. Brother Shah does not need to worry that I will tamper with them. Brother Shah, what position will you choose? Can these 3 positions be changed during the auction? Fang Yuan asked. Of course. But once a secret room is occupied, without the owner's permission, no one can enter or leave. Qin Baisheng answered. Then I will choose a secret room. Fang Yuan said. I will also choose a secret room. Tai Bai Yunsheng said. Qin Baisheng nodded. The first 9 secret rooms are already reserved. I will give you the 10th and 11th secret rooms, how about that? Other than these 4 immortal goo, I still have Spring Autumn Cicada, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, Woman's Heart, and Wisdom goo can barely be considered as well. Fang Yuan calculated he needed the remaining 5 immortal goo. He would not auction them, in fact, he would try to avoid exposing them as much as possible. Spring Autumn Cicada, whoever used it would know, even though there was a chance of failure, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of benefits and experience, he could not stop. Even with Wisdom goo in Who Immortal Blessed Land, Spring Autumn Cicada was still his greatest trump card. Fang Yuan had already decided to keep Spring Autumn Cicada as his vital goo in his first aperture. If there was a chance in the future, he would choose to undergo immortal ascension in Time Path. Cleanse Soul Immortal goo was the core of the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Even though he was hungry now and could not use it, he would not sell it. Connect Luck Immortal goo was a supplementary immortal goo that made up for Spring Autumn Cicada's weakness. Fang Yuan had personally experienced the power of Luck Path, he would not let go of this immortal goo. Wisdom goo was even more out of the question. Once it was taken out, there would be a huge storm and a fatal disaster. As for Woman's Heart Immortal goo, it was something Fang Yuan had abandoned. But due to a coincidence, Fang Yuan comprehended the killer move Poison Spit. Right now, Woman's Heart Immortal goo was already embedded in Fang Yuan's right chest. It was shaped like a heart, it was beating slightly, but it was small, only the size of a baby's fist. It was purple-black in color, poisonous gas lingered around it, it was already connected to Fang Yuan's blood vessels. With every breath Fang Yuan took, the zombie blood would flow slowly, and poison gas would seep out and enter Fang Yuan's internal circulation. From this, one could see the shadow of the Wisdom Path killer move harboring malicious intent. but the supplementary mortal goo around woman's heart were more like a reverse refinement goo formation. Through reverse refinement, the strength of woman's heart was extracted. This was thanks to the special property of immortal goo woman's heart, nurture and refinement in one. This goo needed to be fed with a woman's heart, and on the basis that it was full, the more it was fed, the stronger its power. Right now, Fang Yuan reversed this process and extracted its power. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Woman's heart was an expendable immortal goo. Normally, it would be expended in one go. But by thinking of a method and using goo worms, he could extract its power continuously and use it repeatedly. Poison spit is only an incomplete immortal killer move. It needs to be perfected in the future. With wisdom goo, there shouldn't be a problem. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts, putting down the east window goo. With a thought, the area in front of him became transparent, allowing Fang Yuan to see the auction hall directly. The auction hall had the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. Fang Yuan could not see the latter two. He could only see the scene in the main hall. At this moment, there were already over 20 goo immortals sitting in the seats in the main hall. They were talking to each other. The content was not hidden from others. Old Lu, long time no see, how have you been? So it is Qin Xianxia, it seems you have passed the second heavenly tribulation. I am ashamed. My foundation is insufficient. I am afraid, these last years, I have mostly planted my blessed land in the outside world of northern plains. I also spent a lot of money to borrow time path immortal goo, greatly slowing down the time flow of the blessed land. Right now, I still have first heavenly tribulation cultivation. Earthly calamities are hard to pass, heavenly tribulations are even harder to pass. Sir is experienced and prudent, you do not advance rashly, this is the safest path. Sure Yu Yen, you are here too? Your words are too strange. You Wu Rong, can come, why can't I? Back then, I will definitely take revenge for you stealing my goo. Just you wait and see. Hee, I know this immortal goo is suitable for you, but I have already decided to auction it. Let's see if you have the ability to do so today. Some goo immortals were reminiscing about the past, trying to get to know each other, while others were in a state of mutual hostility. At this time, a white-robed old man walked into the main hall with his head held high. So many people are here. The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first supreme elder. He looked around and laughed loudly. His bold laughter attracted the attention of the people in the hall. Their discussions became quieter. Fang Yuan also looked over. This Yuan tribe's first supreme elder was a rank 7 goo immortal, the leader of a super force, Northern Plains Yuan tribe. He had extraordinary battle strength and wealth. He was a strong competitor. Qin Baisheng had been standing at the entrance to welcome the guests. He took the initiative to greet. Lord Yuan, your presence brings light to my Baisheng blessed land. Don't call me Lord, call me Yuan Rangzun. Yuan tribe's first supreme elder saw Qin Baisheng and his eyes shined. He patted the latter's shoulder intimately. In the past, he had fought with Qin Baisheng. The latter's strength was acknowledged by him. But I have gained some insights from practicing my spear techniques recently. When will we spar again? Yuan Rangzun suddenly changed the topic, revealing his true nature as a martial arts fanatic. Senior Yuan's Dao Mark spear technique is still fresh in this junior's mind. I wonder if Senior Yuan wants to sit in the main hall, a single room, or a secret room. Qin Baisheng smiled, not following Yuan Rangzun's words. Give me a single room. Yuan Rangzun knew it was not the time to arrange a battle. He thought about it and decided. Yuan Rangzun had just stepped into the single room when a handsome scholar with a female goo immortal behind him also entered the auction hall. Free scholar is here too? The gazes of the goo immortals in the main hall were attracted again. I heard that free scholar has great luck with women. He has 2 goo immortals as maids. They are Hong Xiu and Tian Xiang. I wonder which one it is? More male goo immortals looked at the female goo immortal. Looking at her fiery red dress, it should be Fairy Hong Xiu. Fairy Tian Xiang has a body fragrance. If she were here, the main hall would be filled with fragrance already. A goo immortal who was familiar with the situation said excitedly. In Fang Yuan's mind, the relevant information flashed past. This free scholar was a lone cultivator. His origin was a little complicated. His ancestors were not from northern plains, they came from an aristocratic clan in central continent. There were many sects in central continent. Clans did not have strong competitiveness and could not survive. Those with the conditions would pass through the regional walls and live in the other 4 regions. Living alone in a foreign land, Free Scholar's clan was ostracized and lost a lot of strength. It was hard for them to survive in northern plains. Their situation was getting worse. After a few generations, they finally assimilated into northern plains, but they were like dying people. They were beyond cure. By the time it reached Free Scholar's generation, the clan could not turn back. It was completely destroyed. Free Scholar brought his 2 maids and escaped with their lives, surviving with great difficulty. In the midst of difficulty, even when facing the danger of death, Free Scholar did not abandon his 2 maids. Eventually he obtained a fortuitous encounter and became a Gu Immortal. After becoming an Immortal, he did not hesitate to spend money and effort to bring his 2 maids to become an Immortal with him. This became a legend in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Be it Yuan Rangzun, Free Scholar, or other Gu Immortals, they all had their own spectacular stories. They were the main characters of their own legends. The medicine sovereign was extremely amiable as he nodded his head. He did not put on any airs, he did not rely on acting old. Like Tai Bai Yunxing, Yao Huang was a healing Gu Immortal. He was also from the righteous path. He had the Huang Jin bloodline, the first supreme elder of the Superforce Yao clan. He had a high reputation in Northern Plains. He could be said to be the leader of the 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals. There were many stories about Yao Huang. They could not be finished even in 3 days and 3 nights. Here, there was a story that was most closely related to Fang Yuan. It happened decades ago. Yao Huang created a new healing immortal Gu. In the last 100 years, he often requested immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance to experiment on them. The more he researched, the more Yao Huang gained. He actually managed to turn himself into an immortal zombie. Even in front of many Gu Immortal experts, he could not see through it. In fact, for some time, Northern Plains Gu Immortal world was deceived. They thought that Yao Huang's lifespan was up and he had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. Yao Huang took advantage of this and declared that he wanted to join Zombie Alliance. At this time, Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demonis, had already entered Eastern Sea. Zombie Alliance had no leader, only Yin Lu Gong and the other 2 rank 7s were guarding it. Nobody in Zombie Alliance could see through Yao Huang's method, but at the final moment, he failed at the door of the discussion hall. No matter how Yao Huang tried, he could not open the door. The immortal zombies looked at each other in dismay. Eventually, Yao Huang could not enter. He could only laugh loudly and remove his method, speaking the truth. Even though he deceived everyone, he had a high reputation and high cultivation level. No immortal zombie dared to make things difficult for him. In the end, they even sent him back politely. Just as the medicine sovereign entered, Yin Lu Gong also appeared. "Oh, it's little Lu." Yao Huang turned around and greeted. Junior greets Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lu Gong had a flattered expression as he walked forward and greeted. This time, Zombie Alliance's mission was completed in time. That immortal zombie came to Yao Clan. I did not neglect my research. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to your cooperation with Zombie Alliance. Yao Huang chuckled as he thanked. You flatter me. It is Zombie Alliance's honor to be able to cooperate with Lord Yao Huang. And in the future, when Lord Yao Huang creates a new healing immortal Gu, it will also benefit the Gu Immortals of Northern Plains. Yin Lu Gong was good at socializing. He knew how to speak. The medicine sovereign stretched out his withered old hand and grabbed Yin Lu Gong. Come, little six, sit together with this old man during the auction. Before Yin Lu Gong could refuse, he said to Qin Bai Sheng, Little Qin, come, give us a single room. Thus, under everyone's envious and jealous gazes, the 2 entered the single room. Yao Huang was the first rank 8 Gu Immortal to enter, followed by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Old Ancestor Xuehu. Each of them caused a commotion in the hall. Before Great Dream Immortal Venerable appeared, rank 8 was the peak of Gu Immortal strength. The 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals of Northern Plains were grand achievements that people looked up to. Among them, Old Ancestor Xue, who was the #1 person in the demonic path, the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang was Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder, a righteous path rank 8. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and 5 Elements Grandmaster were lone cultivators. They were both righteous and demonic, they were neutral. The final Prince's Impatience was also a righteous path Gu Immortal. But he was only an external Supreme Elder of a super force, Gong Clan. He did not have the Huang Jin bloodline. His status was quite awkward, and because of some grudges with Gong Clan in his early years. As a result, he lived outside all year round. He did not work for Gong Clan, only when Gong Clan faced a huge crisis would he take action. 5 rank 8s, 2 righteous, 1 demonic, and 2 neutral. They were mutually restricting each other. This formed the current balance situation in Northern Plains. The 3 rank 8 great experts who came later wanted a single room. There were already 40 to 50 people in the hall. Of the 5 rank 8s, 4 have already been seen. Only Lord Prince's Impatience is left. This is truly a grand event that is hard to see even in hundreds of years. It is an eye-opener. To be able to show my face in front of such a person. This is already a worthwhile trip. Rank 8 great experts are all glorious and majestic. I wonder how glorious and majestic Prince's Impatience is? Just as everyone was secretly anticipating, a cold and aloof female Gu Immortal entered the hall. It was Feng Jioge, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Many people knew about the relationship between Fairy Yulan and Prince's Impatience. Their gazes were immediately drawn over. Qin Baixing quickly went up to greet them. Master is recuperating the Grotto Heaven Tu Qi. I will represent his will in this trip. Feng Jioge said without a smile. He had great skills and was bold. As an outer region Gu Immortal, he dared to participate in Northern Plains auction during this sensitive period. Once he entered, even if he announced it loudly, it would be a deterrent to others. He would use Prince's Impatience's name to help him bid for the rest of the auction. Hearing that Prince's Impatience was not coming, the hall was filled with disappointment. Feng Jioge had an indifferent expression, vaguely familiar face was truly extraordinary. The Gu Immortals in the hall could not see any flaws. Of course, this was also because Gu Immortals respected each other. They would not use investigative Gu to spy on others for no reason. Especially Feng Jioge, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Behind him was a rank 8 great expert. No one could have imagined that someone would be so daring. Under everyone's intense gazes, Fairy Yulan entered the single room. Like Feng Yuan, he first played with several mortal Gu, changing the environment of the single room. Next, he grabbed East Window Gu and looked inside. Looking at it, Feng Jioge's mind shook. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu. Aren't these the core Gu worms of our sect's Immortal Gu House, Water Pavilion? They actually appeared here. Shock flashed across Feng Jioge's eyes before he calmed down, showing his supreme control over his mental state. It seems that some of the sect's supreme elders guessed correctly. Back then, the sect's Saintess, Mo Yao, had brought Water Pavilion into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Once this goo appeared, it caused a commotion in the auction. Even the rank 8 goo Immortal 5 Elements Grandmaster made a move. In terms of wealth, how could rank 6 goo Immortals or ordinary rank 7 goo Immortals compare to rank 8 goo Immortals? But in the end, 5 Elements Grandmaster returned empty-handed. The seller did not choose him, even though he was the final winner. He risked defending a rank 8 Great Expert because the seller was moved by the rare immortal materials offered by the buyer. Immortal materials varied greatly. There were more types than stars in the sky. Even 5 Elements Grandmaster could not include all of them. But precisely because of this, everyone in the auction had a chance. It was even more exciting. The 5th and 6th items were Metal Path Immortal Goo. The auction hall's atmosphere became more heated. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these 5 paths were the mainstream. They were more popular than Cloud Path and Sound Path. Strength Path and Chi Path were the lowest. Eventually, 5 Elements Grandmaster obtained 1 Metal Path Goo Worm, while the remaining one was won by Qin Baisheng. He was not only the host, he was also one of the buyers. Time continued to pass. Immortal Goo were bought and sold one after another. This was a rare occasion in Northern Plains for hundreds of years. In the historical records, there had been such occasions. But the scale was much smaller than this. Most importantly, the collapse of 88-point Xianyang Tower allowed most Goo Immortals to gain something. This led to such a large-scale auction. Rarely seen Immortal Goo appeared one after another. Northern Plains Goo Immortals took the chance to gain some benefits. Next is the 23rd item. Worldly Wave Trace. This goo is rank 6, used for movement. Qin Baisheng was still introducing when 2 Goo Immortals' eyes brightened. It's finally here. Worldly Wave Trace, the core immortal goo of Water Pavilion. I will do my best to obtain it. Feng Jioge lightly clenched his fists. In the first secret room. Worldly Wave Trace. Not bad, I did not pay attention to it for so long in vain. I already have the relevant immortal goo recipe. As long as I obtain it, I can refine Worldly Horizon Immortal Goo. Worldly Horizon Immortal Goo can allow me to enter the immemorial 9 heavens at will. It will reduce the expenditure of breaking the heavenly wind chi wall. The rank 8 Goo Immortal from Eastern Sea was already moved. The usefulness of an immortal goo varied from person to person. For Feng Jioge, it was one of the cores of constructing the rank 7 Immortal Goo House Water Pavilion. For Eastern Sea's Goo Immortals, it could lead them to a path of golden benefits that led to the immemorial 9 heavens. These 2 choices, it was hard to say which was more important. I have Star Desolate Hound Strength Goo. 1 Peach Wolf Strength Goo. 1 Roar Whale Strength Goo. The Goo Immortals bid. Feng Jioge waited patiently for a while. Seeing that the rank 6 Goo Immortals in the hall were bidding, he could not help but smile. Using Swordmaster Yulan's voice, he said, I also have a Strength Path Immortal Goo called Pulling Mountain. It can pull mountains. I will throw in 150 kilograms of Heaven Gold. Heaven Gold? Incredible! This is an immortal material on par with Rule Eye Blood. It can only be produced in the immemorial 9 heavens. 150 kilograms at once. It is much more than those 5 drops of Rule Eye Blood. Did I hear wrongly? Suddenly, the hall shook slightly. Feng Jioge took out a huge reward, but once he did, he scared off almost all the competitors. 150 kilograms of Heaven Gold was not a joke. It was extremely valuable. But this was only almost. In the first secret room, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal snorted in displeasure. He used his mortal goo and made another bid. A Strength Path Immortal Goo, Overturning River, and another 250 kilograms of Split Divine Water. Crazy, 250 kilograms of Split Divine Water? This is an ingredient that can be used to refine rank 7 Immortal Goo. Split Divine Water can completely match Heaven Gold. It can only be found in the deepest part of Jianghu Lake, and after 100 years, only 20 to 30 kilograms of it can be produced. A trace of surprise flashed past Feng Jioge's face. He had not expected such a strong competitor to appear. He smiled proudly. With Swordmaster Yulan's identity, he had less worries. He said in front of everyone, what else does the seller need, be it materials, Gu recipes, beast groups, or variant human slaves, just state it. Once he said this, the whole hall went into an uproar. Most of the Gu immortals immediately thought of Fairy Yulan's backer, Prince's Impatience. It seems that Prince's Impatience wants to bid for this immortal Gu. Even that Eastern Sea Gu immortal could not help but guess. But he laughed coldly, his fighting spirit was roused. Prince's Impatience is rank 8, am I not? Next, his voice resounded in the auction hall. My conditions are the same as Fairy Yulan's. Please indicate to the seller. The whole hall went into an uproar again. They were guessing who was in the first secret room, directly opposing Swordmaster Yulan, wanting to challenge Prince's Impatience. In the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan also showed a slightly surprised expression. His gaze turned as he chuckled. It seems that both sides have extraordinary origins and are determined to get it. Since they have such a request, it would be unreasonable for me to not agree to it. He directly added several times from the list given by Land Spirit of Xianxia before secretly giving it to Qin Baisheng. After Qin Baisheng received it, he showed it to everyone with a strange expression. The whole hall went into an uproar for the third time. This list isn't it too exaggerated? 3,000 kilograms of heaven gold and split divine water. Who is the seller? Do they think these things are wild vegetables? This is an exorbitant price, asking for sky-high prices. The list only asked for 8,000 hornless stardust, but Swordmaster Yulan directly bid 10,000. This is clearly a counterattack to the opponent. Too rich, too rich. Is this the accumulation of a rank 8? Compared to these people, I am just like a pauper. This is not a good feeling. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal heard Feng Jioga's bid and his breathing froze. To speak the truth, he had not expected that he would provoke an even more intense and powerful counterattack. Even though there are many star pupils. But I need to remind the seller. After all, star pupils also depend on the quality. A broken star pupil and a whole star pupil have different values. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal said. Fang Yuan thought about it. The voice in the first secret room was right. It was indeed so. But the list of immortal materials that Land Spirit of Xianxia gave him did not mention this. The reason was that Land Spirit of Xianxia did not think of this. This situation would occur. In his opinion, being able to obtain star pupils was already very rare. It was good enough that he had it. Whether it was in good condition or not was secondary. You have said so much. Make a bid. If you don't, I still have more. Feng Jioga smiled coldly. He continued to attack, listing 7 immortal materials, including realm sand, sun salt, plain fire, and star han wind. Even though the quantity was not as high as the list. But the variety was shocking. A Gu immortal sighed. Fairy Yulan is cold and arrogant. She is going all out. The opponent did not make a bid, but she actually raised the price again. A Gu immortal beside him analyzed in a soft voice. This is only an auction strategy. In my opinion, the mysterious Gu immortal in the first secret room has a huge background. He will not give up so easily. Feng Jioga's bid alerted the Eastern Sea Gu immortal in the first secret room. That's right, the other party can take out such a list. He probably cultivates refinement path. Gu refinement requires many materials. No matter how many of a material there is, it is useless. The other party made such a bid. It will no doubt attract more buyers. I need to change my strategy. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal thought about it before speaking again. He and Feng Jioga continued to bid, listing a large number of immortal materials. The Gu immortals in the hall were dumbfounded. They felt like they were in a dream. After several rounds, be it Feng Jioga or the Eastern Sea Gu immortal, their breathing became rough. In the secret room, Gu immortal Murong Jin Shao, who was standing at the side, was speechless. These two lunatics. In a single room, rank 8 Gu immortal 5 elements grandmaster shook his head, sighing helplessly. He cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth path. He needed all 5 path Gu worms. He had wanted to bid for Water Path Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace, but looking at the situation now, he wisely gave up on competing. Feng Yuan was also surprised. If the immortal materials listed by Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal were added together, he would have gathered almost half of the materials on the list. Of course, Feng Yuan could only choose one of them. There would not be two winners in this auction. Feng Yuan was not overjoyed, his gaze flickered with uncertainty. The other party was not a fool, they were pursuing Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo so intensely, it meant that this immortal goo could bring them greater benefits. I bid 5 kilograms of drunken immortal chi. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal called out again. The auction hall buzzed, it was like a small explosion had occurred. What is drunken immortal chi? This is also an immortal material, but it is rather rare. Even goo immortals can get drunk from it, it can only be produced in special environments. This drunken immortal chi is usually sold in strands. Even in jewel yellow skies, the concentrated drunken immortal chi is sold in 2 grams. Chapter 760. The silence did not last for long, the auction hall erupted with commotion. The goo immortals discussed. Many goo immortals in the hall directed their gazes towards a single room. This single room was where Fairy Yulan was at. Everyone subconsciously wanted to see what expression Sword Master Yulan, who made such a shocking decision, had. As the host, Qin Baisheng, was also a little dazed, he asked, "Exchanging 2 for 1, Fairy Yulan, is this your intention?" Precisely. Since Feng Jioge had made this decision, he did not hesitate anymore. Hearing Feng Jioge's confirmation, the discussions in the hall quieted down. Feng Jioge was a Sound Path Goo Immortal. Why did he have 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo? In fact, he had far more than these 2 Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge had led more than 10 Goo Immortals to Northern Plains secretly. He had an important mission. The first task was to find out the true culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower and the arrangements made by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The second task was to collect as many immortal goo as possible. To achieve this goal, the Central Continent Goo Immortals who came to Northern Plains prepared many methods. One of them was to bring many immortal goo from their sects with the intention of exchanging for goo. After all, goo worms were hard to snatch. A goo master could easily make a goo worm self-destruct with just a thought. Immortal goo were also like long-wind literature. Most of these immortal goo were from obscure paths. For example, Strength Path, Chi Path, and so on. Northern Plains information had always been in the hands of the 10 great ancient sections. Qin Baisheng had never concealed the matter of the auction. He had even purposely publicized it. Feng Jioge and the rest had already heard of this when they were in Central Continent. One could say, this time, Feng Jioge infiltrated the auction. It was not an impromptu decision, it was a premeditated action. In the current world, Strength Path was not flourishing, it was already declining. Those with conditions and ambition would not choose to cultivate Strength Path even if they were beaten to death. Using these goo worms to exchange for other goo worms. To the 10 great ancient sects, this was a form of victory. Eastern Sea's Goo Immortals were rank 8 great experts. However, in comparison, he still lost to Feng Jioge. After all, Feng Jioge's trip was supported by the 10 great ancient sections. Meanwhile, Eastern Sea's Goo Immortals secretly infiltrated Northern Plains. To participate in this auction. It was completely personal. Feng Jioge had the courage to trade 2 for 1, but he didn't. However, he was unwilling to give up. So he made a final effort and bid, "I will add a giant sandalwood sacred elephant egg." Soon after, a wave of soft exclamations resounded in the hall. The sandalwood sacred elephant is an ancient desolate beast. After it grows up, it can battle rank 7 Goo Immortals. The key is to nurture them from a young age so that they can build a deep relationship. The chance of betrayal is very small. A living ancient desolate beast is worth far more than that. If it was handled properly, it was like an inexhaustible treasury. The blood of a sacred elephant was a first-rate immortal ingredient. The sacred elephant's sandalwood tusks can be used to grow again. The goo immortals in the first secret room have taken a different approach. This is a good choice. An immortal goo and an ancient desolate beast both have their advantages and disadvantages. It is hard to choose between them. Immortal goo are unique, but ancient desolate beasts are also very useful. Especially when the seller seems to have some interest in refinement path, he might be moved and choose the ancient desolate beast. Everyone discussed. At this point, Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea Goo immortals stopped bidding. The current situation was hard to say. The two strength path immortal goo were cooperated by Feng Jioge. They had already been completely refined by Feng Yuan, becoming his own. Similarly, worldly wave trace immortal goo was in Feng Jioge's hands. This is worldly wave trace immortal goo. After so many years, it has finally returned to Spirit Affinity House's hands. Feng Jioge sighed lightly, feeling quite emotional. Immortal goo were auctioned one by one. After some time, the auction house's atmosphere became lively again. Next is the 34th auction item. Strength Path Immortal Goo Cauldron Strength. This is a rare defensive Strength Path Immortal Goo. When activated, it can form a Strength Cauldron. It can defend oneself. The seller wants a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Qin Baixing said loudly. The Goo immortals in the hall, however, showed little interest. Strength Path was already declining. Few people cultivated it, thus the market was small. Among the owners of Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, while they were secretly anxious, a hoarse and unique voice came from a single room. Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Enduring Affection of Children. This voice, it is Domination Immortal Chu Du. Shortly after, someone in the hall shouted. That's right, it should be him, his voice is so hoarse. To think that Domination Immortal also came. What is so strange about this? Lord Chu Du is a famous strength path expert. Why would Qin Baixing not invite him? Domination Immortal Chu Du. In a single room, Feng Jioge drank tea. His eyes brightened. Before coming to Northern Plains, he had already obtained information. Information on Domination Immortal Chu Du. It was voluminous and contained a lot of information. Feng Jioge attached great importance to it. Chu Du was a rare strength path goo immortal. Not only did he have great battle strength, he was also brimming with talent, creating a brand new strength path. Strength path was a huge path. It had once been glorious. Right now, strength path was divided into beast strength phantom style, weather heaven and earth style, and human strength June strength style. Beast strength phantom style was bull strength, tiger strength, and so on. The strength path immortal goo that Feng Yuan obtained not long ago, Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo, belonged to this path. Whether heaven and earth style was wind strength, water strength, fire strength, and so on. For example, when Feng Yuan auctioned Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, he obtained Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. They belonged to this path. Human Strength June Strength style was Jin Strength Goo, Strength of 10 Jin Goo, Strength of June Goo, Strength of 10 June Goo, Strength of 100 June Goo, and so on. This small path was created by Domination Immortal Chu Du alone. He led the trend and allowed the old strength path to regain the glory of youth. Right now, Human Strength June Strength style was the mainstream of strength path in the 5 regions. In Northern Plains, most Goo masters had a foundation in strength path. Almost all of them used Jin Strength Goo, Strength of 10 Jin Goo, Strength of June Goo, Strength of 10 June Goo, and so on. It could be said that Domination Immortal Chu Du alone changed the current situation of strength path. He influenced the situation of all the Goo cultivation paths in the world. Such a person, Feng Jioge had to pay attention to him, a lot of attention in fact. Northern Plains has many battles. It is also a place where heroes emerge. If there is a chance, I need to meet this Domination Immortal. Feng Jioge's lips curled into an excited smile. Meeting all the heroes in the world, this was the pride of a true man. At this time, a voice resounded, 1 delight in water and mountain immortal goo, and 5,000 kilograms of cloud mud. Feng Jioge spat out the tea in his mouth, his eyes were wide open, he no longer had his calm expression earlier. Chu Du had once borrowed healing immortal goo from Yao Huang. Apparently he paid a huge price. Everyone whispered to each other, sighing. Chu Du was secretly anxious. There was another person who was even more anxious than him, that was Feng Jioge. This domination immortal is too incompetent. Feng Jioge was disappointed. He was still hoping that Chu Du would be able to dominate the 10th secret room. He would be able to suppress the 10th secret room and advance triumphantly, obtaining victory. But Chu Du was famous, but he did not have much wealth now. Feng Jioge could not bear to watch this. He had to think of ways to prevent Feng Yuan from winning. Worldly wave trace and delight in water and mountain immortal goo are in the hands of the goo immortal in the 10th secret room. This person is mysterious and seems to have a huge origin. He might even be the culprit behind the imperial court case. I know about him or her, but he or she does not know about me. Right now, the enemy is in the open while I am in the dark. If I directly ask him or her to buy delight in water and mountain, it might not be appropriate. Not only will I alert him or her, if he or she notices something and decides not to sell the immortal goo, that would be even worse. Feng Jioge continued to think. He was a strategist, he was skilled in both literature and martial arts. If not for this, Spirit Affinity House would not have given him such an important task, sending him to infiltrate Northern Plains as the leader. If I directly make a move and participate in the auction, it would not be appropriate. Even though I am using Swordmaster Yulan's identity, I have already bought Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. If I openly buy Worldly Wave Trace again. If the person in the 10th secret room knows about the secret of Water Pavilion, the chances of me being exposed would be much higher. Feng Jioge had disguised his identity and infiltrated Northern Plains. Even though he had great battle strength, he was fighting in a guest's territory. He had his concerns. The most annoying thing is, in this auction, even if I outbid everyone else, if I do not choose the seller, I will still fail. If I directly make a move, even if I suppress everyone, there is no meaning. And there was another point, even if Feng Jioge succeeded in the auction and bought Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, what would he use it for? He did not need Strength Path Immortal Goo. He would instead sell Strength Path Immortal Goo to exchange for other suitable Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge's mouth was a little dry from the thought. He took a sip of tea and felt a little regretful. If I wasn't alone this time, or if I had companions to help me, it would be much easier to deal with this problem. But firstly, his vaguely familiar face was an immortal killer move. It was hard to teach it to others. Secondly, the goo immortals around Prince's Impatience could not use it. Chapter 762. The seller was asking for a wisdom path inheritance. This was making things difficult for them. The list of immortal materials that Feng Yuan threw out earlier, most goo immortals had at least some of them, but wisdom path inheritances were rare. Moreover, even wisdom path goo immortals would not sell their own inheritances, the foundation of their existence, to others so easily. Chu Du did not have a wisdom path inheritance, neither did Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan only had an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, and it was quite incomplete. It could not meet this requirement. He sat on his seat and licked his dry lips, not speaking, but his heart was filled with anticipation. For a moment, be it the 10th secret room or domination immortal Chu Du, no one spoke. The hall fell into a strange silence. Gradually, the hall became filled with discussions. Asking for a wisdom path inheritance, this condition is too difficult. Wisdom path immortal goo are easy to obtain, but they actually want to obtain a wisdom path inheritance? This is greed. The 10th secret room and domination immortal cannot take out such a condition. The heated scene earlier has already been ruined. Maybe this cauldron strength immortal goo will not be auctioned. But this is not a big deal. If an immortal goo is not auctioned, according to the procedure, there will be a second round of auction. The seller of cauldron strength immortal goo also sensed something amiss. He was anxious and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Qin Baisheng received the seller's transmission and announced, "A wisdom path inheritance does not need to be complete. Even an incomplete wisdom path inheritance is fine. Of course, the higher the degree of completion, the better." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had an extremely incomplete wisdom path inheritance in his possession. In the 10th secret room, his voice was heard, "I happen to have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance with me." Chu Du heard Fang Yuan's voice and his heart jumped. He did not even have an incomplete inheritance. But he still had some hope in his heart. His hope was naturally placed on Swordmaster Yulan. In his opinion, Swordmaster Yulan had the support of Prince's impatience. Her foundation was extremely deep. She might not necessarily have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. Spirit Affinity House did have some incomplete wisdom path inheritances. But he did not have any now. He quickly used Whole Earth Goo in his Immortal aperture to transmit the information. He contacted the other 9 Central Continent Goo Immortals. The 9 Central Continent Goo Immortals naturally knew about Feng Jioge's actions. In fact, they were already lurking around the Scarlet Reed Marsh. They were waiting to receive Feng Jioge. After receiving Feng Jioge's message, there were 2 people with incomplete inheritances. One was Old Oracle. He came from Ancient Soul Sect and was a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. The other was Chen Junqi of the 10,000 Dragon Dock. A flying grandmaster. He had once explored a ruin and obtained one by chance. Naturally, Feng Jioge was overjoyed when he received the 2's reply. He hurriedly negotiated with them. Wisdom Path inheritance, even if it was an incomplete inheritance, was very valuable. Old Oracle and Chen Junqi were not from the same sect as Feng Jioge. Even if they were from the same sect, they still had to settle their debts. They communicated for a while. Feng Jioge finally reached an agreement with Chen Junqi and paid a heavy price. He bought the incomplete wisdom path inheritance from him. But after getting it, Feng Jioge hesitated. He could help Chu Du with the incomplete wisdom path inheritance. But that would be too obvious. He had deceived Chu Du earlier, saying that he wanted the immortal material True Heaven Silver in Domination Immortal's possession. Chapter 763. This Swordmaster Yulan has brilliant methods. If not for Chu Du's letter to me, I would not have found out. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would not have connected the dots. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Feng Jioge's scheming ability was not inferior to Feng Yuan's. Thus, when they made their moves, they were like the spring breeze and rain, leaving no traces behind. But in this battle of wits, Feng Yuan was slightly superior. Firstly, Feng Jioge was tricked by Chu Du. Domination Immortal's letter to Feng Yuan was not known to Feng Jioge. If he knew, he would not have done this. But Chu Du would not tell him for no reason. After all, this was a matter of losing face. At the same time, Chu Du had always thought that Feng Jioge truly wanted his immortal material, the true heaven silver. Feng Jioge's second weakness was that he did not have any companions. He was also using a fake identity. He had too many concerns and his hands were tied. Unlike Feng Yuan, he had Tai Bai Yunsheng to help him, saving him a lot of trouble. Feng Jioge's third misfortune was that his opponent, Feng Yuan, was not simple. He was someone who had been reborn. With his previous life's memories, even if he did not know the truth, he could deduce many secrets from certain major events. Feng Yuan sat down again. He quoted the price and acted with Tai Bai Yunsheng while thinking. Now, the situation had changed. Feng Yuan was kept in the dark at first, but now that he had a grasp of the situation, he found out Swordmaster Yulan's motive. Although he did not know the true identity of Swordmaster Yulan, Feng Yuan had the initiative, while Feng Jioge did not know that Fang Yuan had already seen through his motive. This was a great situation where the enemy was in the open and he was in the dark. Right now, Fang Yuan was thinking about whether to keep Delight in Water and Mountain Goo and ruin Spirit Affinity House's plan, or to exchange for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, or to directly sell Delight in Water and Mountain Goo to Swordmaster Yulan. To sell it to Swordmaster Yulan? With Fang Yuan's breadth of mind, it was not to the extent that he could not see others doing well. If he could satisfy Spirit Affinity House in exchange for tempting benefits, Fang Yuan would definitely do this. But on the other hand, Fang Yuan could not bear to part with Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. This Strength Path Defensive Immortal Goo was very rare. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Just as Fang Yuan was hesitating, a voice came from the single room. A Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Good Thought Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path Inheritance, and twice the amount of immortal materials. To bid for this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. The hall was in an uproar. Because the Goo Immortal bidding for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo had an extraordinary background, he was one of the 5 great rank 8 Goo Immortals of Northern Plains, Refinement Path Goo Immortal Yao Huang. The Medicine Sovereign is participating in the auction as well? He is a Refinement Path Goo Immortal. Why does he need Strength Path? Don't tell me this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. What important interests were involved? It's just that we don't know. In the single room, beside Yao Huang sat one of the leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Yin Lu Gong. Yin Lu Gong said, "Senior Yao Huang, are you really going to buy this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo?" Yao Huang chuckled, "Precisely. I want to refine the Immortal Goo resurrection from the dead. There is a hurdle. I need a formless vessel as the refinement ground. This vessel needs to be ethereal. It cannot be tainted by the 5 elements. Thus, ordinary fire, ice, wood, metal, and chi paths. None of them can succeed. Of those that can succeed, Phantom Path is the best. Strength Path is the best, Space Path is second, and Rule Path is the last." The Goo Immortals looked at each other. They did not hear wrongly. This price was still going to rise. Qin Baisheng was silent for a while before speaking for Fang Yuan. The seller wants a killer move that can disguise one's identity. The one with the best effect wins. Feng Jioge's heart tightened. The seller said this. It was no doubt that this disguise killer move was more important. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly spoke. "I have a perfect killer move. Even though it is mortal, it originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It is Unfamiliar Face." Unfamiliar Face? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. There was a commotion in the hall again. Feng Jioge's forehead was covered in sweat. He gripped the handle with both hands. His gaze flickered rapidly. He hesitated for a moment before shouting, "I also have a killer move, but it is an incomplete immortal move. It originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It is called Vaguely Familiar Face." Everyone gasped. Fang Yuan excitedly stood up from his seat, his eyes shining with bright light. "It seems that the rumors in my previous life were not groundless. Spirit Affinity House indeed has the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face." Even though Spirit Affinity House had many good things, many of their signature items were not easy to extort. Once he extorted them, the other party immediately realized. And to Fang Yuan, this killer move was the most suitable for him. Even in his previous life, Spirit Affinity House had Vaguely Familiar Face, but they kept it a secret. During the Five Regions War, they sent spies to infiltrate the enemy's territory and obtained many battle results. After many times, the Gu immortals in both sides analyzed and gradually confirmed that it was a vaguely familiar face. But Spirit Affinity House did not admit it. After all, they were one of the 10 great ancient sects, the leader of the righteous path, but they used a demon venerable killer move. It was a loss of face. Feng Yuan did not know that this immortal killer move actually belonged to Feng Jioge. In his previous life, Feng Jioge contributed it to the sect, thus there were all sorts of rumors and guesses. Feng Yuan did not know this. He did not guess that the other party was Feng Jioge. But this did not stop him from extorting this killer move. Of course, Feng Jioge would not give the complete immortal killer move to Feng Yuan. An incomplete immortal killer move was already far superior to the mortal killer move, unfamiliar face. Feng Yuan immediately decided to sell Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu to Swordmaster Yulan. This way, he not only obtained a large amount of immortal materials and completed a small portion of the list, he even obtained Eat Strength Immortal Gu, an incomplete Wisdom Path Inheritance, and an incomplete immortal killer move, vaguely familiar face. Floating Astronomy. He wanted to use everyone's influence to threaten Qin Baisheng, but the immortals watched coldly from the sidelines. It was as Qin Baisheng said. Even though he was forced to hold the auction, he still had the ability to protect a rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu. This was due to his strength. After this small interlude, Qin Baisheng immediately stated his bidding requirements. Because this auction does not involve immortal Gu, you can use any resources to exchange for it. Be it immortal yuan stone or the immortal materials on the list, they are all acceptable. Saying so, he threw out another list. There were only a dozen or so immortal materials on the list. The quantity was not much. It was not as scary as the list that Feng Yuan threw out. Qin Baisheng was not skilled in Gu refinement. Gu refinement expended a lot of resources. Lone cultivators were rarely skilled in this path, unless they were extremely talented. Feng Yuan guessed. These immortal materials were most likely to be used as food for immortal Gu. The auction started. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Because it did not involve the exchange of immortal Gu, the threshold for bidding was very low. At once, most Gu immortals joined in. They started to bid. In the hall, the sounds of bidding rose one after another. The momentum was so strong that it could be said to be the first in this auction. The price also rose rapidly under the intense atmosphere. Qin Baisheng watched with a smile. Since he was holding this auction, he naturally arranged a process that was more beneficial to him. Feng Yuan also bid a few times, but was soon surpassed by others. I already have one luck inspection Gu. Unfortunately, mortal Gu had no effect on immortals. This set of mortal Gu recipes has no benefit to me. Qin Baisheng said that he had luck inspection immortal Gu. Even if I obtain a 7th revolution remnant recipe, I deduced that immortal Gu are unique. I cannot refine luck inspection immortal Gu. Feng Yuan wisely stopped bidding, not bidding anymore. He was just one of the people who had withdrawn from the bidding. The intense bidding quickly eliminated a large number of people. Only Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal, Feng Jioge, Yuan Rangzun, and some other experts were left. These people all had one thing in common. They were all members of the major forces. To them, the mortal luck inspection Gu's recipe was much more attractive than the incomplete rank 7 Gu recipe. With mortal path luck inspection Gu, he could observe mortals. With them, these forces would have a whole new set of standards to evaluate talents. All along, the Gu master world had always used aptitude as the standard of evaluation. However, other than aptitude, there was also a person's talent, temperament, and opportunity. Talent included battle talent, comprehension, refinement path talent, and others. They could be gradually revealed during cultivation. Temperament could also be observed through interaction and familiarity. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to fathom. Many times, Gu masters who did not have good aptitude or talent would soar to the sky due to fortuitous encounters, or rise up unexpectedly. This was a common occurrence. Especially in this world, there were Gu master inheritances and cultural traditions. If these forces had this Gu, they would no doubt be able to evaluate talents more comprehensively and promote them. Those lone cultivators all backed out of the bidding. But to the major forces, it was extremely attractive. All of them competed with each other, not giving in. Eventually, this mortal Gu recipe was sold for an astronomical price. Several force leaders almost used immortal Gu to exchange for it. In the end, Yao Huang said, "I guarantee with my reputation that I will buy it first and will definitely sell this Gu recipe to everyone in the following free transactions." Qin Baisheng smiled as he replied, "According to the information I obtained, only a rank 8 luck inspection immortal Gu can fully observe fortune rivaling heaven's appearance. Luck inspection immortal Gu below rank 8 can only observe a portion. And this is because the other party did not use any concealment methods. To speak the truth, I have already used the rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu to investigate and found some clues about fortune rivaling heaven. As for why I am certain that fortune rivaling heaven Gu was used on Ma Hongyun, that is because I used soul-searching methods on both of you. If you can buy one of them and search their souls, you will be able to see what happened in Imperial Court Blessed Land. By then, you will know that I am not lying. At the same time, these two have inherited a large portion of the luck path true inheritance. In the process of soul-searching, you will be able to obtain the contents of the true inheritance that you have learned." Saying so, Qin Baisheng paused for a moment before speaking in a bewitching tone. "First, I have bad news to tell everyone. The luck path true inheritance is destined to be incomplete. In the true inheritance, the immortal Gu recipe of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu is already missing. But there is another piece of good news. In the true inheritance, there is a method to retrieve fortune rivaling heaven. It can reverse refine a used fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu into an immortal Gu worm. Of course, in the process of Gu refinement, the main material that cannot be missed is this young man, Ma Hongyun." Hearing this, most of the Gu immortals' eyes almost spat out fire, some even gulped down saliva. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Baisheng's lips curled up, he showed a confident smile. "I think that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Now, I will auction them. Because they are not immortal Gu, there is no reserve price. You can bid for one of them alone, or both of them can bid at the same time. Let's begin." "No reserve price? I will bid 300 immortal yuan stone." The Gu immortals in the hall were excited. One of them shouted, 30,000 immortal yuan stone. Feng Jioga said coldly, raising the price by 100 times. But this price did not restrain the enthusiasm of the other experts. It only excluded most of the bottom-tier Gu immortals. Yao Huang, Eastern Seas Gu immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Xuehu, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu made their bids. The representatives of the super forces did not show any weakness. The price shot up like a rocket. The momentum was terrifying. Feng Yuan heaved a deep sigh. His wealth paled in comparison to that of these people. Unless all the Gu immortal captives joined in, he would not have a chance. But Feng Yuan would not do that. He was already in strength path. He planned to focus on time path. He did not intend to make any significant progress in luck path. Moreover, he was the culprit of Imperial Court Blessed Land's case. He had more experience than Ma and Zhao. He knew the most basic inside information. The contents of the luck path true inheritance, as well as the reverse refinement of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, were extremely tempting. But fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu was rank 8, Feng Yuan was a mere rank 6. How could he have the cultivation level to refine it? He definitely did not have enough wealth to support it. Even if he succeeded, he would not have the ability to preserve it. The bidding for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun lasted for over an hour. Eventually, the two unimaginably high prices occupied the first and second places without any doubt. The second was Feng Jioge, who bought Zhao Lianyun. The one who obtained Ma Hongyun was the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shuehu. It allowed Feng Yuan to have the foundation of a Gu immortal. When he was immortal, he could stand on the shoulders of Gu immortals. After becoming an immortal zombie, it greatly made up for the shortcomings of immortal zombies. Precisely because of this place, Feng Yuan had ample capital. Gu immortal cultivation was not just about fighting and killing, management was the greatest foundation. Wisdom Gu was third. Using the light of wisdom, it gave Feng Yuan unlimited inspiration and rapidly brought Feng Yuan out of the quagmire. But in the end, it still depended on the blessed land and culture. Maybe in the future, it could truly control it. It could give Feng Yuan a pleasant surprise. But now, it was only third. As for the fourth, it was all-out effort Gu. Even though this Gu was only a rank 4 mortal Gu, the timing was extremely good. It was Feng Yuan's first springboard after rebirth. Without all-out effort Gu, there would not be Feng Yuan's outstanding battle strength. Without outstanding battle strength, he would be eliminated and might not even be able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path Killer move, if Feng Yuan could obtain it and use it properly, it would be on par with Wisdom Gu at the current stage. But after this period, the value of the Dream Path Killer move would continue to fall. If he obtained this killer move when the Dream Realm manifested and Dream Path was fully unleashed, its value would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter depended on the timing. Spring-Autumn Cicada had great value, but after Feng Yuan became a demon venerable, he would be invincible in the world. What was the use? Hu immortal blessed land was good. But if Feng Yuan became a Gu immortal and had his own blessed land, Hu immortal blessed land would not be as valuable as it was now. The same logic applied to Wisdom Gu, all-out effort Gu, and this Dream Path Killer move. But to obtain this Dream Path Killer move, the core immortal Gu, unravel mystery, must be obtained. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Feng Yuan looked at the auction situation. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Jioge and old ancestor Shui, who had already been eliminated. These two had spent a huge sum to buy Ma and Zhao. They had suffered a huge loss. They had no strength to compete with others now. Yao Huang also withdrew with regret. He had bought some Refinement Path Immortal Gu earlier, and was also a huge customer of Gu Immortal captives. Furthermore, Refinement Path consumed a lot of resources. All sorts of factors caused him to be pushed out of the competition. 5 Elements Grandmaster withdrew even earlier. He had bought many Immortal Gu of mainstream paths in the auction, and was a lone cultivator himself. The remaining competitors were Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal, and the 3 super forces, Yuan Tribe, Murong Tribe, and Chanyu Tribe. Soon, Chanyu Tribe also withdrew from the competition. Yuan Tribe's Yuan Rangzun was clamoring, saying that he would sell all of the true martial carps, but he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan Tribe already had their own Immortal Gu house. Thus, only Murong Tribe, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu were left to compete. Murong Jin Xiao, as the sect leader, I do not have an Immortal Gu house to defend my sect. This is very inappropriate. If you stop today, I will reward you greatly. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal persuaded. Murong Jin Xiao shook his head, bowing as he smiled. Lord, our Murong tribe's immortal goo house lacks a core immortal goo. This is something that everyone in Northern Plains knows. This concerns the benefits of our tribe. Please forgive me for being disrespectful, but I will try my best to compete for it. Regardless of the outcome, I will only be satisfied. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal sighed. He did not try to persuade anymore. He raised the price again. It seems that I still have hope. Right now, the price had reached 2 immortal goo. It far surpassed the value of the 4 goo immortal captives. But Fang Yuan's gaze was becoming brighter. Red Fiend Divine Boat is good, but it does not have a core immortal goo. The 3 parties are offering rank 6 immortal goo. They are hard to use. 2 immortal goo is already the limit. The 3 parties are already hesitating. The price is getting lower each time. After all, even if we get this Red Fiend Divine Boat, which contains the complete immortal goo recipe, we will need to spend a huge amount to refine it. The seller is clearly a woodpath goo cultivator. They are asking for items that can help their cultivation. Among these 6 immortal goo, only one is woodpath. It comes from Murong tribe. It is an investigative immortal goo. Hehe, wonderful. Forget about the goo immortal captive I have. Rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao, the 3 Hua Hai immortals are woodpath goo immortals. In this situation, I might be able to make use of it. Fang Yuan acted quickly. He immediately contacted Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu through Qin Baisheng. Right now, the 3 parties are in a deadlock. I do not have a woodpath immortal goo. Murong tribe has the greatest hope. Maybe I can use this to break the deadlock? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was moved. He took the initiative to change his offer. He first put down Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, then put up the 3 Hua Hai Immortals. The seller's eyes shined. After hesitating, he chose Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu in the end. He was a smart person. To him, although the other 2 parties had an extra immortal goo, one of them even had a woodpath immortal goo. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu offered a movement immortal goo and 3 woodpath immortal apertures. They were suitable for him to swallow and raise his cultivation level. By selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, he had already offended Zombie Alliance. Right now, he was only concerned about survival and development. The one that was most suitable for him was the one with the greatest value. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had little interest in the 3 Hua Hai Immortals, but the seller urgently needed them. As for Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, he did not lose anything. He still had to pay 2 immortal goo. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, it did not matter who he sold it to. Now that he sold it to Fang Yuan, he broke the deadlock and won the Red Fiend Divine Boat. As for Fang Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. This is a win-win situation for all 3 parties. Ha! He laughed heartily. Chapter 770. After an intense contest, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu became the final victor, obtaining all the information on Red Fiend Divine Boat. And as the beneficiary of the backstage transaction, Fang Yuan also obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu became the focus of everyone's attention, and other than a few crucial people, nobody knew that Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was in his hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat was an accident. It was the final stage of the auction. About 4 hours later, the auction that included many heroes finally came to an end. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's side? Fang Yuan secretly asked Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly transmitted, "Not yet. Fairy Li Shan is actually absent from such a grand event. It seems something must have happened over there. Should we go back?" Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing came to Qin Baisheng's blessed land. They had relied on the whole earth goo that Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan had built together. Right now, Fairy Li Shan's situation was unclear. It was unwise to rashly use whole earth goo to return. No, let's leave with the crowd first, then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful, there will be chaos soon. Fang Yuan reminded. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded with a solemn expression. Although the auction had ended, there were definitely many people who were not satisfied with this result. Once the Eternal Wind auction ended, the vow that they had signed earlier would also be over. Without restrictions, wealth would move one's heart, robbing, extorting, and killing would be the next part of the show. Most Gu immortals. They had the same awareness as Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Thus, when everyone left the Blessed Land, they were in a hurry and were on high alert. We must stop that guy. He actually auctioned Red Fiend Divine Boat publicly. Our zombie alliance's face has been completely lost. Forget about our face being damaged. The crucial point is that this mission was something that leader had instructed us to do before leaving. In the end, we screwed it up. If leader hears this news when he returns, I wonder how he will punish us. Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha discussed as they chased after their target. Above the Crimson Reed Marsh. Heavenly Monarch, I don't know if you are interested in selling the Scarlet Fiend Divine Boat to my Yao family? Yao Huang stayed at the inn. He advised Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu chuckled, Lord Medicine Sovereign must be joking. How can I sell such an important artifact so easily? To be honest with the Medicine Sovereign, he had many descendants, filling the heavenly abode. Recently I have the intention to establish a family, perhaps I can cooperate with the Yao family. The leaders of the other forces heard this. Immediately, their expressions changed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 giant. If he wanted to establish a clan, with his support, it would be a sure thing. Not only that, with a rank 8 Gu immortal supporting them, no matter how weak their foundation was, they were still a super force. Giant Sun Immortal ruled the world. Northern Plains was his homeland. The land of dragon prosperity. All along, the super forces of Northern Plains. Almost all of them were of the Golden Bloodline. Heavenly Lord Baizu's involvement in establishing a super faction would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the descendants of the Golden Tribe. At the same time, as a lone cultivator, Heavenly Lord Baizu, becoming the first supreme elder of a righteous path force, would have a huge impact on both demonic path and lone cultivator factions. You want me to surrender? Qin Baisheng frowned. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A foreign person sneaking into my Northern Plains. Intruder. Let me tell you, I am a man of Northern Plains. I am not a coward. Come at me if you have the guts. Don't worry, before I die, I will definitely drag one of you down with me. Feng Jiugu sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, all of you step back. I'll do it. Qin Baisheng stared at Feng Jiuge with a solemn gaze. He did not know Feng Jiuge, but he knew that he was their leader. He did not make a move in the intense battle earlier. He had his pride. I will only use one move. If you can take it, I will let you leave. Feng Jiuge slowly flew towards Qin Baisheng. His expression was calm and his tone was plain. Floating astronomy. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed, quickly saying, I can help with this. Feng Yuan, what materials do you need to refine Gu? You can tell me, I will do my best to satisfy your request. But Feng Yuan shook his head. These dream path mortal Gu require the refinement materials to be found in dream realms. Refining dream Gu is different from other paths. The entire process requires me to do it personally. So dream path has such details. Fairy Li Shan blinked. This was the first time she had heard of this. Dream path Gu worms were very different from Gu worms of other paths. One of them was that the refinement materials were not material from the real world, they were obtained from dream realms. This dream realm could not be someone else's, it could only be one's own. Only by using materials from one's own dream realm could one refine dream path Gu worms. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, even though his dream path development was slow in his previous life and his achievements were limited, he still knew this common knowledge. After rebirth, this common knowledge had instead become the most advanced research result. It was kept by the few forces that controlled it. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fairy Li Shan did not doubt Fang Yuan's words. But in her heart, she could not help but look at Fang Yuan in a new light. Fairy Li Shan also knew a portion of Fang Yuan's situation and experiences. Especially the Guts Gu transaction, Fairy Li Shan had a share of the profits. This junior Fang Yuan is truly amazing. It seems like there is no problem that he cannot solve. Previously, he researched Air Sac Gu and could actually transfer Guts Gu. Now, he also has such research on Dream Path. This is not something a lone cultivator like him can create. I'm afraid his background is not simple. Fairy Li Shan was thinking when Fang Yuan spoke again. Fairy, you know that I am a straightforward person. I like to communicate openly. If I can save the two of you this time, how much will the reward be? Fairy Li Shan's eyes turned. She was already familiar with Fang Yuan's nature. She was not surprised. She smiled. The debt of saving your life is naturally as heavy as a mountain. Fang Yuan, how many immortal yuan stone, immortal gu recipes, or immortal materials do you want? Just name it. Her tone was very polite. After all, she had a request. Fang Yuan raised his head and smiled. I don't want anything else, but I want the self-strength gu and strength chi gu in He Lolan's hands. 2 lives, 2 gu. Fairy Li Shan's smile vanished without a trace. These 2 immortal gu are Xiaolan's core gu worms. A gentleman does not take what others like. Fang Yuan's condition is too harsh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that your lives are not as precious as 2 gu worms? You are wrong. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. Even if we are discovered, Xiaolan's life will be in danger. I will be fine. Furthermore, if something happens to Xiaolan, the 2 of you will also be implicated. We are bound together for good or ill. Helping us is also beneficial to the 2 of you. Fang Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement. Fairy's words are very reasonable. I am full of admiration for you. Let's forget about the previous condition. I will go back and prepare. I promise that in 3 to 5 years, we will definitely save He Lulan. I will take my leave now. Saying so, Fang Yuan stood up and prepared to leave. Although both sides had signed an alliance agreement, they could not leave them in the lurch. But there was a rule that neither side could use the alliance agreement to force the other to save them. They had to negotiate a suitable reward. It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to save them, it was just that it would take some time, thus his current actions were not going against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache. She quickly stood up and advised, Wait, Fang Yuan, let's talk. Fairy, what do you want? I am all ears. Fang Yuan lowered his attitude. He was very humble and polite. Sigh, Fang Yuan, don't be like this. The 2 strength path immortal gu are not mine. I cannot promise you anything now. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Fang Yuan showed an understanding expression. That's right, I also feel that this condition is too much. Just pretend I did not say anything. Fairy, you are right. Self-strength and strength chi gu are He Lolan's immortal gu. How can you make the decision? Forget it, we are allies after all. I will definitely help. But you need to know that refining dream path gu worms is very troublesome. Thus, it takes a lot of time. We need to make a lot of preparations. During this time, you can search for other methods to see if you can wake up He Lulan. My method will definitely succeed, but it will take too long. If He Lulan is discovered by others during this time, it will be terrible. But thankfully, Tai Bai Yunxing and I are in Central Continent. Even if He Lulan encounters any mishap, we will uphold our relationship as allies and take revenge for He Lulan. These words made Fairy Li Shan so angry that she rolled her eyes. Tai Bai Yunxing was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He did not forget to add, speaking of the alliance agreement, we still have 2 years left. After 2 years, if He Lulan does not wake up, how will we renew the agreement? Sigh, this is a troublesome matter. Tai Bai Yunxing had a kind nature, but when it came to important benefits, his attitude was firm. He was not always a good person. You too. Fairy Li Shan was furious. He Lulan's identity was hidden. Even though He Qing knew about it, the other party had a scheme and did not dare to expose He Lulan's identity. But this greatly restricted Fairy Li Shan's ability to request for help. The crucial thing was that Dream Path was involved. Even if the large forces researched it and obtained some results, they would not easily give it to Fairy Li Shan to save He Lulan. Thus, in front of Fairy Li Shan, the most likely and effective method to save He Lulan was to rely on Fang Yuan. Regarding this, Fairy Li Shan was well aware. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not willing to give in, she could only take a step back and say dejectedly, forget it, we are unlucky. We will do as you say, to Immortal Gu. But you can only choose between Strength Qi and Strength Qi. I can make the decision for Little Lan. The remaining Immortal Gu will be provided by me. Just tell me the truth, this is my bottom line, don't force me anymore. Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but be moved, he sighed. He Lulan is truly blessed to have a senior like you. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, looking at Fang Yuan. She knew that even though Tai Bai Yunxing was Fang Yuan's senior brother, Fang Yuan was the leader. To save He Lulan, Fang Yuan had to make a move. Chapter 774. What, you want Mountain Pledge Gu? Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes, showing anger on her face. Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu was extremely important. It was Fairy Li Shan's main source of income. As the saying goes, cutting off a person's wealth is like killing their parents. This was a deep grudge. Not only that, Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu allowed Fairy Li Shan to form relationships with many people, allowing her to move freely between the righteous and demonic paths in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Once Mountain Pledge Gu was lost, Fairy Li Shan's advantage would be gone. Fang Yuan laughed, waving his hand. It was a joke, don't mind it. He naturally knew the importance of Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. This was mostly a test. He had not thought of the possibility of success. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her tone turning cold. Fang Yuan, your joke is not funny at all. I have several Immortal Gu here, you can choose from them as half of the reward. As for the other half, when Little Lan wakes up, she will hand it over to you. Fang Yuan was still thinking about that slavery Immortal Gu in He Lulan's possession. But after seeing Fairy Li Shan's Immortal Gu, his eyes shined, changing his mind. This Immortal Gu is not bad, I will choose it. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan chose an Immortal Gu and sighed internally, her heart filled with bitterness. She had just obtained this Immortal Gu not long ago. It was snatched away by Fang Yuan before she could even use it. This Gu was called Time Luck. It was a Luck Path and Time Path Immortal Gu. It expended immortal essence and time to increase one's luck path. Fairy Li Shan was naturally unwilling. She tried to persuade him. Fang Yuan, if you really choose this Gu, I have some good words to say to you. I obtained this Time Luck Immortal Gu from Qin Bai Sheng as a reward. If ordinary Gu immortals use this Gu, they would have to expend their lifespan. You are an immortal zombie, half dead. I am afraid you cannot use this Gu. You might as well choose other Immortal Gu. So it is like that? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with interest. Gu Path cultivation did not increase one's lifespan. In this world, the lifespan of ordinary people was about 100 years. If they exceeded the time limit, they would die of old age. A Gu Master's immortal ascension could not change this time limit. Only lifespan Gu could increase lifespan without any repercussions. Other than that, things like zombie transformation, tree man, yin-yang life extension technique, possession technique, or sleeping all day to reduce energy consumption were all unorthodox methods to extend one's life. Thus, Gu immortals valued their lives even more than Gu Masters. They valued their lifespan even more. Qin Bai Sheng's auction included almost all of the heroes and experts of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Even so, not a single lifespan Gu was auctioned. Instead, in Mortal Gu Masters transactions, lifespan Gu would occasionally be auctioned. This was easy to understand. After Gu Masters become immortals, they would naturally understand the difficulty of cultivation. It was not easy to become a Gu immortal. They would definitely cherish this kind of high and mighty status in life. As a result, he cherished his life even more and would usually travel around the 5 regions. Unless it was an emergency, they would not enter the blessed lands to live. Because time passed very quickly in blessed lands and grotto heavens, Gu immortals had limited lifespans. Living in blessed lands and grotto heavens consumed much more than in the 5 regions. Mortal Gu masters did not know the preciousness of lifespan. They would even use some forbidden techniques that would damage their lifespan to increase their battle prowess. The higher the rank, the broader the Gu master's outlook, the more they cherished their lives. They would use all sorts of methods to extend their lifespan. For example, Generation Guyue or Century Boy. And this situation was even more severe for Gu immortals. It was like comparing the rich to the poor. Normally speaking, the poor would focus on their career and neglect their health. The rich would cherish their lives even more. They would protect their health. In the end, it was not that the rich were nobler than the poor, but because of their different statuses, their thoughts and actions were different. Fairy Lishan was naturally a Gu immortal. Time Luck Immortal Gu expended immortal essence and lifespan to obtain luck amplification. Thus, she definitely had a method to make up for this flaw. Fang Yuan was a shrewd person. He immediately guessed that Fairy Lishan had a crucial method. Fairy Lishan saw that Fang Yuan was looking at her with a burning gaze. She knew she could not hide it from him. She said helplessly, "I won't hide it from you. I have a method that uses Time Luck Immortal Gu as the core to create an immortal killer move. It can extract other people's lifespan and expend it to increase one's own luck." Fang Yuan had been deeply scammed by Luck Path before, but he had also tasted the benefits of Luck Path. He immediately asked, "I wonder if Fairy can sell this immortal killer move to me?" "Don't even think about it." Fairy Lishan's reply was very straightforward. Fang Yuan had already expected it. He was not disappointed. Instead he laughed. "In that case, I need this immortal Gu even more." Fairy Lishan's expression turned cold. "Fang Yuan, are you trying to ruin my plan?" "I wouldn't dare." Fang Yuan's expression immediately turned solemn. His tone was filled with sincerity as he explained, "Even if Fairy does not have this killer move, I will still choose this immortal Gu. The reason is simple. It is because I obtained a modified Mortal Gu recipe of Inch of Time in the auction. Since Time Luck Immortal Gu needs immortal essence and time to activate, maybe I can use Inch of Time to expend it. It will not affect my lifespan." "So it's like that?" Fairy Lishan was stunned. She did not expect this to be the reason. Tai Bai Yunsheng chuckled, speaking for Fang Yuan. "When we bought this Gu recipe, we did not expect Fairy to have Time Luck Immortal Gu. Now it seems that the two can coincidentally work together." Regarding this matter, Tai Bai Yunsheng was undoubtedly more qualified to speak. Because he was a Time Path Gu immortal, Time Luck Immortal Gu and Inch of Time were both Time Path Gu worms. Since he had a feeling that these two could work together, it was most likely true. Fairy Lishan's expression calmed down, but her tone was still stiff. Even so, to think of a new immortal killer move on the basis of Time Luck Immortal Gu and Inch of Time, it will take a lot of time and effort. "Why don't the two of you leave Time Luck Immortal Gu to me? I can use the immortal killer move to increase your luck. Wouldn't that be more convenient?" Qin Bai Sheng lost his battle intent. The Central Continent Gu immortals thought to themselves, "No wonder Feng Jioge was known as the #1 person in Central Continent." 6 songs meant 6 immortal killer moves. Green Jade Song was only one of them. Such battle strength was truly terrifying. Even against a rank 8 Gu immortal, it would not be inferior. The Young Wisdom Path Gu immortal that Feng Jioge called out was from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He breathed in deeply and walked out of the crowd, arriving at the center of the battlefield. From his wide sleeves, he stretched out his fist and slowly spread his fingers. A colorless crystalline bamboo grew out of his palm. My immortal killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo, uses the rank 6 Immortal Goo Bamboo Gentleman as the core, along with 660 mortal goo worms. It is specially used for interrogation and lie detection. Even though the core Immortal Goo is rank 6, this killer move can detect rank 7 Goo Immortals. Any higher and you will face rank 8 Goo Immortals, but you will not be able to do so. Old Oracle introduced, he sounded humble on the surface, but he was warning Qin Baisheng not to play any tricks. Qin Baisheng's expression was extremely ugly. He naturally understood the meaning behind Old Oracle's words. Defeated in one move, Feng Jioge, you are truly amazing. I am inferior to you, I lost the bet, you can ask me anything. But you can only ask 3 questions. Qin Baisheng said. You. The Central Continent Goo Immortals were unhappy, they frowned and emitted killing intent. Feng Jioge smiled. No matter, 3 questions are enough. Ask quickly, I don't have time to waste with you. Qin Baisheng spat out the last mouthful of jade blood, recovering some of his vigor. First question, who sold delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace immortal goo? Qin Baisheng was stunned, Feng Yuan's figure flashed in front of his eyes, he felt bitter and resentful. Sha Huang, oh Sha Huang, so it was you who harmed me. The moment this thought flashed in his mind, Qin Baisheng immediately said, this seller is called Sha Huang, he is an immortal zombie. Sha Huang, immortal zombie. Feng Jioge muttered, continue. Qin Baisheng continued, I have not known this person for long, the reason is that I used rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo and found that this person's luck was not ordinary, thus I purposely befriended him. This person's origin is mysterious, he seems to have a backer. In this auction he sold 13 goo immortal captives alone. Among them was a rank 7 goo immortal, rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. This is all I know. The moment he said this, Qin Baisheng's body shook intensely, his skin burst open, blood spurted out like a fountain. Qin Baisheng growled in pain, he quickly focused his mind and activated healing immortal goo. After more than 10 breaths of time, he stabilized his injuries, but the pain was unbearable, his body was still trembling slightly. This was because he had signed an alliance agreement earlier. Now that he leaked the information, he went against the alliance agreement. He suffered an intense backlash, his life was in danger. Feng Jioge looked at Qin Baisheng, before turning to Old Oracle. Old Oracle was holding a crystal colorless tender bamboo. It swayed with the wind, without any signs of changing color. This proved that Qin Baisheng's words were all true. Thus, Feng Jioge asked, second question, regarding the collapse of 88-point Shenyang Tower. Tell me everything you know. Qin Baisheng heard this and his expression became even more grim. An hour later, the Central Continent Immortals looked at Qin Baisheng, who had already shrunk into a black dot in the sky. A figure that was about to leave their vision. One of them said unwillingly, Lord Feng Jioge, are you really going to let him go? After all, he has a lot of immortal goo. He even has almost half of the immortal materials traded in the auction. Feng Jioge shook his head. It is not that I am unwilling to make a move. But I found out that this person has a soul explosion method, just the aura that he exudes is terrifying. If we force him, he will drag a few of you down with him. This is inevitable. At that time, our plan to gather information will fail completely. So it is like this. The Goo Immortals were shocked and uncertain. Feng Jioge said with deep meaning, just look at this colorless tender bamboo, you will know that I am not lying. Everyone kept quiet. Old Oracle smiled awkwardly as he retracted the immortal killer move in his hand. He changed the topic. It is all thanks to Lord Feng Jioge. Now that we have these clues, we will be able to deduce the true culprit. Feng Jioge nodded. Next, we will split into 2 groups. One group will protect Old Oracle, let him deduce in peace. The other group will follow me to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Check if there is news of Sha Huang. If Sha Huang is a member of Zombie Alliance, we will capture him. That would be for the best. The Central Continent Goo Immortals listened to him. They split into 2 groups and retreated. About a quarter of an hour later, several blurry figures landed on the ground. This place, how can it be? Looking at the green jade land, Lang Zi could still feel the remnant power of the killer move. Wariness flashed in his eyes. Oh no, Qin Baisheng was ambushed, they have already fought. Cheng was experienced. Seeing this, his expression sank. Fairy Jiangyu quickly took out an investigative goo worm. After inspecting it, she let out a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, although both sides fought intensely, Qin Baisheng was not captured. He escaped and went that way. Fairy Jiangyu's investigative method made Cheng, Shuesong Zi, and the rest gasp in amazement. When the Central Continent Goo Immortals left, they used their methods to erase their traces. But under Fairy Jiangyu's manipulation, more than 10 Goo Immortal auras appeared in the area. These auras were of different colors, some were big, some were small. Among them, the aura left behind by Feng Jioge was extremely huge, far surpassing the others. More than 10 Goo Immortals attacked. Qin Baisheng actually escaped? Shuesong Zi was surprised. There are only 5 of us, how can we trap Qin Baisheng? Don't worry, I have my methods. The mysterious black-robed Goo Immortal spoke. His voice was hoarse and deep. Fairy Jiangyu stored the goo worms in her hands, showing an anxious expression. Go, he is in that direction, let's chase after him. Langya blessed land. Such a huge piece of thorny gold. Wow, 1,500 kilograms of reincarnation water. This is actually a jadewood egg. Gasp, so many of them. Feng Yuan, you are crafty and cunning, you really did not disappoint me. Feng Yuan came to the sky above the largest lake, and activated pulling water immortal goo. Similarly, a formless force entered the lake. Feng Yuan slowly raised his hands, and with a splash, a large amount of lake water was pulled up. Compared to pulling Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Yuan's extraction of the lake water here was as easy as picking up a piece of white paper. The difference in difficulty between the two was like heaven and earth. The lake's shape was still the same as before. It did not change. Large numbers of fishes, prawns, eels, and turtles were swimming freely inside. But they could not swim out of the periphery. A formless force replaced the shore. The package held up the lake water. Under the suspended lake water, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up, not even a trace of water was left. The riverbed was exposed, large numbers of water plants were piled up together, there were also rocks, shells, and so on. Feng Yuan's 10 fingers moved, the formless force changed. The huge lake water. Like soft mud, Feng Yuan kneaded it as he pleased. Sometimes it looked like a long dough. Sometimes it looked like a sphere, sometimes it looked like a hexahedron. After changing for a while, Feng Yuan's 10 fingers stopped, thoughts moving in his mind. The lake water was shaking. It moved in all sorts of strange shapes. Sometimes it looked like a deer running. Sometimes it looked like clouds moving, but no matter how it changed, the fishes and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to fall out. Fun. Little Hu Immortal, who was watching from the side, her eyes were shining brightly as she laughed happily. Tai Bai Yunxing was also watching from the side, and when he saw this, he could not help but sigh. Moving mountains and seas, truly the aura of an immortal. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved again. The huge amount of lake water slowly fell back into the lake. Feng Yuan retracted the formless force and stopped pulling water immortal goo. This lake water had returned to its original appearance, but the water surface was surging, not ceasing for a long time. These two strength path immortal goo are both skillful strength. One targets the mountains, the other targets the waves. With a move of benevolence, it can move clouds and summon rain, moving mountains and opening a path. With a move of malevolence, the mountains overturn, and huge waves rise to the sky. Feng Yuan praised in his heart. This was the battle strength of a Goo Immortal. Against mortal Goo masters, they could directly crush them like ants. With these two gu, my battle strength rose sharply. But to fuse them into the immortal killer move Myriad Self is not a simple matter. It will definitely take a lot of time and effort. It is not like Self-Strength and Strength Chi Immortal Gu, which can directly fuse with Myriad Self, because the concept of Myriad Self is the same as the latter two. Designing a killer move was not simple. Thunderpath Gu Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend had gone into closed cultivation for many years before he created Lightning Deity from Blood Deity's Immortal Gu recipe. He Lulan already had the mortal killer move Self-Strength Phantom. With such a foundation, it would be difficult to modify it into an immortal killer move. She had been working hard, but had no results. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he created Blood Path killer moves, which one of them did not take a lot of effort, time, and effort? As for how to fuse these two Strength Path Immortal Gu into Myriad Self, Fang Yuan still had no idea. But he was not worried, he was even full of confidence. A part of his confidence came from his Strength Path attainment level. More importantly, it was because Fang Yuan had incomparable confidence in rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Bathed in the light of wisdom, one could have unlimited inspiration. As a witness, Fang Zheng spoke up for his uncle and aunt. Fang Yuan listened to everything, he felt more disgust in his heart, there was even a trace of anger hidden within. The elders in the hall spoke one after another, their words were biased towards Fang Zheng's side, they did not like Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation, but his heart was still as calm as ice. He carefully pondered the emotions in his heart, but he snorted in disdain. Summon the defendant's side. At this time, the patriarch suddenly spoke. Uncle and aunt appeared, they had expressions of righteous indignation. The moment they spoke, they criticized Fang Yuan, announcing his unfilial attitude. This was purely a false accusation, there was no truth to it, but all the elders believed it, they sneered at Fang Yuan. I will give you one last chance, do you have anything to say now? At the end, the patriarch spoke, asking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, this was a trap in the dream realm, if he really spoke and stirred up the emotions in his heart, he would fall into a dangerous situation. Thus, he shook his head, not saying a word. The patriarch's expression changed, he sneered and pointed at him. You are indeed in the wrong, there is no way to refute this. I will now announce that the 9-leaf vitality grass Gu is given to your uncle and aunt. The 9-leaf vitality grass was lifelike. The patriarch took it out of his aperture and handed it to uncle and aunt on the spot. Fang Zheng kowtowed repeatedly, thanking, "Thank you, Lord Patriarch, thank you, Lord Patriarch, for your judgment, returning my uncle and aunt's innocence." Fang Yuan felt indignation rising in his heart, but he held it in. His gaze was bright, staring at the 9-leaf vitality grass. The Gu refinement material in the dream appeared, it was this 9-leaf vitality grass. Truly sinister. When it fell on the most important thing, it was to try every possible way to arouse my emotions. The more my mind is focused on this dream material, the more my emotions will be stirred up, and I will fall into the dream realm's maze. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence and poured it into several Gu worms. Several strength path phantoms burst out, sending uncle and aunt flying. He moved like a rabbit, snatching the 9-leaf vitality grass, and without any hesitation, he rushed out of the door. Scoundrel! The patriarch laughed from extreme anger, chasing after him. He dares to go against his superiors, such audacity, he deserves death. The clan elders roared, following behind the clan leader as they chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just stepped out of the door when the scene in front of him changed drastically. He was in a cave, the surrounding stone walls were deathly white like bones, making Fang Yuan recall by Gu Mountain in southern border. Because of Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing cooperated and escaped by Gu Mountain, escaping from Bai Clan's pursuit. This experience left a deep impression on him, engraved in the depths of his heart. At this moment, with a thought, the surrounding cave became even clearer. It even changed, becoming exactly the same as the white bone cave that he had experienced before. Feng Yuan was vigilant, quickly stopping his memories. At this time, Patriarch Yue brought close to 10 elders and appeared in Feng Yuan's vision, chasing after him. Feng Yuan quickly retreated. Once he died in the dream realm, it would be harmful to his soul. There were even some who died from their dreams. In his previous life, countless Gu masters were sucked into the maze of the dream realm when exploring the dream realm, eventually losing their lives. According to Feng Yuan's current soul foundation, death was impossible, but his soul would definitely be heavily injured. Feng Yuan was not afraid of soul injuries, because he was the only Guts Gu seller in the world. But if he left the dream realm after getting injured, the dream material he had painstakingly found would vanish. Feng Yuan did not wish for all his previous efforts to go to waste. Feng Yuan retreated while inspecting the 9-leaf vitality grass goo in his arms. The grass goo was vivid and lifelike. Feng Yuan's mind was constantly sensing it, constantly reminding him that this was an excellent material for refining dream goo. Feng Yuan turned left and right, escaping into a small and exquisite cave. He immediately threw down several goo worms as a warning, sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining goo according to the goo recipe in his memory. Halfway through the refinement, Feng Yuan was discovered by the pursuers, blocking the only entrance. Feng Yuan sighed helplessly, activating several strength path beast phantoms to forcefully break out of the encirclement. In the intense battle, he forcibly restrained his emotions, only forcing them to retreat, not killing them. A moment later, he found a second cave and entered the cave to refine goo again. This time, the goo refinement time was even shorter. He only completed 30% before being discovered by Feng Jing. "He is here!" Feng Jing shouted. Feng Yuan sneered, sending Feng Jing flying with a kick. At this time, an elder had already rushed over, attacking Feng Yuan's back. Every time he was injured in the dream, it was a heavy blow to his soul. Feng Yuan was in danger. He quickly turned around and burst out with several strength path beast phantoms, turning the elder who attacked him into minced meat. "Feng Yuan, you will die a horrible death." Before dying, this elder shouted and cursed. The blurred face suddenly became clear, turning into the academy elder's appearance. Feng Yuan sighed helplessly. At the critical moment earlier, he was distracted, his suppression of his emotions weakened, causing him to enter the dream even deeper. This was also the reason why he held back and did not kill the pursuers. The scenes in the dream were endless. It could be said to be endless. Even if Feng Yuan killed the pursuers, other pursuers would appear. Even if they were not pursuers, there would be different kinds of interference. Moreover, in a life and death battle, he had to be fully focused. His emotions would leak out easily. Dream realms were created to draw out the dreamer's emotions, causing them to be unable to differentiate between reality and illusion. Eventually, they would be immersed in the dream realm, unable to escape. Thankfully, Feng Yuan had his previous life's experience. Even though his dream path attainment was pitiful, it was enough for him to face this dream realm. After getting rid of the pursuers, Feng Yuan came to a hall. It was the same as the scene of bone-flesh unity goo in his memories. Here, Feng Yuan finally refined a dream path goo worm. Chapter 778. Scoundrel, where are you going? Dragon Commander Yi Cha led the 3 immortal zombies. Flying in the sky, they were fast like 4 bolts of lightning. The one chasing them was none other than Feng Jioge. He disguised himself as an immortal zombie and tried to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but at the crucial moment, he was obstructed by the Dao Mark door of the discussion hall. Thus, the secret of him not being a Northern Plains Gu immortal was exposed, but one of the 3 lords of Dark Flow Giant City, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, personally chased after him. Suddenly, Feng Jioge stopped. He turned around and looked at the 4 immortal zombies, smiling lightly. "Are you having a hard time chasing me?" Why don't you stop and let me ask you a few questions? If you answer truthfully, I will spare your lives.
What?
The immortal zombies were furious. Scoundrel, you can't escape, you actually dare to play tricks in front of me. A muscular immortal zombie said angrily. Be careful, it might be a trap. A female immortal zombie activated her investigative method, scanning the surroundings. Almost at the next moment, the female immortal zombie's face turned pale as paper. She cried out in shock. 3 Central Continent Gu immortals appeared, together with Feng Jiuge. They formed an encirclement, perfectly surrounding the pursuing immortal zombie in the center. Feng Jiuge chuckled lightly, removing his disguise and returning to his original appearance. The aura of a rank 7 Gu immortal was completely exposed. The immortal zombies were restless. Rank 7 Gu immortal. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression was grim. He immediately raised the morale. So what if it is an ambush? You have 4, I have 4, both sides have the same number of people. You are a rank 7 Gu immortal, so am I. Don't think that immortal zombies are weak, it is just that we do not want to fight for no reason. You outer region Gu immortals are truly daring. You want to target our Northern Plains zombie alliance? That's right. Don't think I am afraid of you. Let's fight then. Everyone, you are provoking our zombie alliance. Have you thought of the consequences? The immortal zombies spoke. Their morale was set. Feng Jiuge clapped as he smiled. By now, your request for reinforcements has probably been sent to Dark Flow Giant City through the Blessed Land, right? That was true. The 3 immortal zombies' expressions changed slightly. Even Dragon Commander Yi Cha's gaze flickered. The immortal zombie was in an awkward situation. If he could avoid a battle, he would think of ways to do so. This place was not very far from Dark Flow Giant City. Thus, the moment the Central Continent Gu immortals appeared, the 4 immortal zombies transmitted the information at the same time. This was not because they were afraid of death. Why not make use of the reinforcements that could be used? The more people they had, the greater the advantage they had. Even if they fought fiercely, they would suffer fewer losses. The more they would benefit from the battle, the more they would benefit from it. Gu immortals were all astute people. Even if he was a battle maniac, he wouldn't fight brainlessly. If that was the case, even if he became a Gu immortal, he would not live long. Feng Jiuge observed his expression and suddenly cupped his fists, praising, "Your alliance's Dao Mark Gate is really powerful. I admire it very much." Although he had heard rumors about this before. But he still wanted to try out his own methods. However, the Dao Mark Gate is only a relic of the predecessors. Since we have already appeared, we naturally have confidence. We can take all of your lives before the reinforcements arrive. I'm sure everyone has already sensed that this place looks normal, but it is a battlefield killer move that isolates the inside from the outside. I'm afraid everyone's information cannot be transmitted back. The 4 immortal zombies. Their expressions changed again. Feng Jiuge sighed. His tone was soft and gentle. He revealed a sincere and convincing tone. I have my own soul-searching methods, but I have no intention of killing. If you can cooperate, if you speak the truth, I will let you leave safely. Shameless boasting. Let's test each other's methods first. Dragon Commander Yi Cha quickly interrupted Feng Jiuge. If he continued, the morale that he had raised with much difficulty would dissipate. Other immortal zombies could submit, but Dragon Commander Yi Cha had a high status. He had reservations. If he did not fight, if he admitted defeat, his reputation would be ruined. How could he convince the masses in the future? How could he remain as one of the 3 lords of Dark Flow Giant City? Dragon Commander Yi Cha charged forward first, followed by the other 3 immortal zombies. They split up and formed a simple formation. Feng Jiuge's smile did not diminish. He lightly retreated. The opponents were too weak. He did not need to fight. On the left and right, 2 Central Continent Gu immortals laughed loudly, pincer attacking. It was an intense battle, 2 against 4. From the start, the Central Continent Gu immortals had the upper hand. Their advantage continued to expand. Even though Dragon Commander Yi Cha roared and retaliated, trying to salvage the situation. But from start to finish, the two Central Continent Gu immortals did not lose control of the situation. After fighting for 15 minutes, Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression was ashen. He stopped. The other three immortal zombies also had low morale. They had fearful expressions. What questions do you have? As long as they do not go against the core benefits of Zombie Alliance, ask away. Dragon Commander Yi Cha said coldly. A wise man submits to circumstances. It is good that you are so magnanimous. Feng Jioga's smile deepened. He asked directly, I need to know about Sha Huang Immortal Zombie. Sha Huang? Dragon Commander Yi Cha was stunned. That immortal zombie who just joined. The female immortal zombie behind him said. Feng Jioga's eyes flashed with joy. He said sincerely, I would like to hear the details. Almost at the same time, another intense battle also ended. Huff huff huff. Fairy Jiangyu and the rest were all injured. They breathed roughly. They were in a pathetic state. I was captured by you today because I was not skilled enough. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you wish. But if you want my immortal goo and immortal materials, you can forget about it. Qin Bai Sheng, who had failed to break out of the encirclement, was covered in blood. He had a tragic aura. Fairy Jiangyu shook her head, smiling bitterly. Lord Vice Envoy, we do not dare to take your life. I have already said it before, you are our leader. Qin Bai Sheng's expression was cold. He was still vigilant. Nonsense. Sha Huang. Feng Jioga looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest who were leaving, muttering to himself. The information we got this time has no practical use at all. Beside Feng Jioga, Central Continent Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming mumbled in dissatisfaction. No, we have already obtained a lot of information. Feng Jioga chuckled. Firstly, this immortal zombie Sha Huang was able to join Zombie Alliance. It proves that he is a Northern Plains Gu immortal. Maybe he is not a native of Northern Plains, but he is definitely a Northern Plains Gu immortal. Secondly, since he is in disguise, he cannot show his true appearance to others. Finally, he has a great expert or force supporting him. This force is likely to be the culprit behind the 88-point Shenyang Tower incident. Lord Jiugu is right. Towards Feng Jioga's deduction, the other three immortals nodded in agreement. What should we do next? Feng Jioga thought about it before saying, we will meet up with Old Oracle and the rest first. We will tell him the information we obtained. It will be easier for him to make deductions. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. What? You have not gathered all the soft jade sand yet? Old Ancestor Shui, who held the list as he asked unhappily. He was questioning Snowy Mountain's fourth peak's Li Peng King. Li Peng King, who was fierce and unruly, lowered his head as he said respectfully, Old Ancestor, please don't be angry. I encountered a group of sky chief beasts. I had to stop my collection. If I go to White Heaven again, I will definitely succeed. Go and prepare. I am not targeting you, but you made such a mistake in the first round of collecting immortal materials. How will you convince the masses in the future and sit firmly on the fourth spot? You were raised by me. Your performance was the worst in this round. How will the other peak lords look at me? Old Ancestor Shui, who said a few more words before waving his sleeves, sending the apologizing Li Peng King out of the hall. Li Peng King was unlucky this time. He encountered the Sky Chief Beast group. He was heavily injured, but he still managed to bring a portion of the soft jade sand. It was not easy. After Li Peng King left, a female immortal walked out from the back of the hall. In the entire Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, only this female immortal could speak to Old Ancestor Shui, who in such a tone. Old Ancestor Shui, who turned his gaze towards the female immortal, his expression becoming gentler. Wife, you do not know the crux of the matter. That is why you feel that I am too harsh on these peak lords. I searched Ma Hong Yun's soul and found out about this kid's experiences. The fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power was truly terrifying. Do you think Li Pengqing's appearance was a coincidence? Absolutely not. Not just him, the other peak lords are more or less collecting immortal materials. There are unforeseen circumstances. All of this is because fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is secretly influencing us. But who knew that in the middle of the night, at the crucial moment of the Gu refinement, a beast group suddenly attacked the caravan's temporary camp. Even though Fang Yuan had set up defensive methods, he could not resist the beast group's attack. His efforts were in vain. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, leaving the dream realm. He was still in Dang Hun Palace. Inspecting his immortal aperture, he found that Fairy Li Shan had sent a message. It stated her situation: old ancestor Shui who had ordered the peak lords to gather immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left snowy mountain-blessed land. It was not safe to leave He Lulan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Fang Yuan to hurry up. She also told Fang Yuan that something had happened in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Someone was investigating immortal zombie Sha Huang's identity. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He immediately recognized this woman. Su tribe leader's wine pot was empty. Su Xianxia carried it and was about to pour some wine. But Su tribe leader pretended to be angry. "Are you blind? Go pour wine for our Su tribe's esteemed guest first." Su Xianxia replied softly. She walked over to He Cheng's table with light steps. He Cheng's gaze was fixed on Su Xianxia's face. Only after the wine was poured did he realize it. Looking at Su Xianxia's beautiful back view, he quickly stood up. "I have not asked for young lady's name?" Su Xianxia turned around and bowed, lowering her head shyly as she replied in a low voice. "My name is Su Xianxia." Su Xianxia. Xianxia. He Cheng muttered. Only after Su Xianxia entered the hall and left his sight did he sit down. Haha. The Su family's patriarch saw this and laughed. "Xianxia is the daughter of this old man on the battlefield many years ago. Brought her back. My wife raised her by my side and watched her grow up day by day. Thus, even though she is a maid, we treat her like our own daughter." "So that's it." He Cheng muttered. He drank again, but it was already tasteless. After the banquet ended, He Cheng was arranged to rest in the high-grade guest room. Su tribe leader gathered the elders to discuss the matter of killing He Cheng in a secret room. "Tribe leader, are we really going to attack? The other party is He tribe, a super force with Gu immortals." An elder was worried. Su tribe leader's eyes flashed with fierceness. "So what if it is He tribe? As long as we complete this transaction, our tribe will be able to move to snowy mountain-blessed land. At that time, there will be no imperial court contest. There will be no 10-year blizzard disaster. He tribe is a super force. But snowy mountain-blessed land is the headquarters of the demonic path." The elders' fantasies were stirred up by these words. Su tribe leader looked around. Seeing that there were still people with hesitant expressions, he said fiercely, "The matter has come to a head. What are you still hesitating for? Even if we don't do it, even if we inform He tribe. So what? We have offended Snowy Mountain. They will not let us off. Don't forget the lives of our Su tribe. We were all saved by that fairy. Since that fairy was able to save us so easily, she can naturally slaughter us just as easily." Startled by these words, the secret room became somewhat cold. The elders woke up from their stupor, finally recognizing this reality. "Tribe leader is right. That He Cheng lad has already been drunk by us. I will make a move now and chop off his head," the battle hall elder said. "Killing He Cheng is not easy. Don't look at how He Cheng is alone. There are experts hidden behind him, protecting him. He tribe is a super force, and He Cheng has outstanding talent, thus he has 5 guards." Su tribe leader said the information he received. Fang Yuan was also among them. He understood the meaning of this. "Then please tell us, Lord Tribe Leader, we will definitely follow your orders." "Yes, Lord Tribe Leader, Please give the order. The elders were all excited. Good. The tribe leader was overjoyed. He quickly gave the order and made arrangements. He had clearly thought about it for a long time, thus he almost blurted it out. Fang Yuan was a medicine hall elder, a healing gu master. He had weak offense and defense, thus the order he received was to deal with the strongest guard with 2 other gu masters. The moment they stepped out of the secret room, the dream realm changed again, entering the second scene. It was a dark and windy night. The night winds were howling. A He tribe rank 3 gu master stood proudly, looking at the 3 people around him with anger and shock. Your Su tribe has such guts. You actually dared to touch my He tribe's young master He Cheng. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him first, then go and help the others. The 2 Su tribe elders, one attacking and one defending, pounced towards the He tribe gu master. Only Fang Yuan was left behind to coordinate with them. I still haven't found He Lulan. It seems she is not in this scene. In this situation, I should have to kill the gu master in front of me to enter the third scene. Fang Yuan thought as he activated his woodpath gu worms to heal the gu masters on his side. At first, He tribe's gu master was strong and had the upper hand. But after a while, because of Fang Yuan's continuous healing, both sides suffered injuries and gradually entered a deadlock. Suddenly, He tribe's gu master roared, risking his injuries to break out of the encirclement, charging towards Fang Yuan. Oh no, stop him. Medicine Hall Elder, dodge. According to the 3 venerables, this great expert should be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. It was a pity that Fang Yuan did not get to see Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Speaking of which, at this initial period, Tang family was already at the forefront of the era. Even among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they were among the top. But the limitations of the era still restricted them. It was like a blind man groping for an elephant. They could not see the big picture. They could only explore step by step and put in a lot of effort to obtain some results, more than 10 Dream Path Mortal Gu. But among these results, there were very few Dream Path Mortal Gu that were practical and had high value for money. Using Earth as an example, they were like laboratory products. They were far from being usable for military use, and even further from being usable for civilian use. Especially when it came to innovation and exploration, not every Gu Immortal could do it. They needed talent and ability. In this aspect, Gu Immortals who followed the rules were mediocre. They did not have the spirit to innovate. They could not even compare to mortal Gu masters. Tang family had many Gu Immortals, but only Tang Fang Ming was suitable for this. These 10 or so Dream Path Mortal Gu were mostly created by him. One could say he was the main force of Tang family's dream realm exploration. Regretfully, Tang Fang Ming was currently stuck in the dream realm. As a result, Tang Fang Ming's exploration progress was stagnant. Tang Fang Ming's injuries were protected by the clan's Gu Immortals. But his soul was in the dream realm. It had already left his body and was nowhere to be seen. As long as he was in the dream realm, his soul would be continuously weakened until he died. Tang family's Gu Immortals, especially Tang Miao, were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. How is my brother's situation now? After stabilizing her injuries, Tang Miao asked. The supreme elders looked at each other. One of them said with difficulty, "We can vouch for him, but there are almost no guts Gu left in the market. We can no longer buy them." Tang Miao immediately frowned, asking anxiously, "What is going on?" The Gu Immortal who spoke earlier answered, "You know, there is only one seller of guts Gu. It is a monopoly business. But not long ago, this seller suddenly ran out of stock, for some reason. Even though guts Gu are circulating in the market, If the source is not sold, it is like water without a source. Now that it has dried up, the market has far more than what we need. Guts Goo was the #1 method to strengthen the soul. It did not have any side effects, and most importantly, it was extremely effective. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once evaluated this method as the #1 soul-strengthening method in the world. He was right. To Tang Fong Ming, Guts Goo was a life-saving method. Especially when Fong Yuan stopped the Guts Goo trade not long ago, he used them to heal his injuries. This cut off the supply, causing Guts Goo to be scarce in the market. The price of Guts Goo became very high. This phenomenon made Fong Yuan understand that the Guts Goo market had been stimulated, and he could definitely raise the price and quantity. So he thought, and so he did. Originally, the Guts Goo trade was done once a month. The net profit was 48 Immortal Yuan stone. After raising the price, not counting the profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fong Yuan had 92 Immortal Yuan stone. It was almost double the original amount. Monopolizing the trade is so convenient to profit from. Fong Yuan's situation had improved greatly. He sighed, but also became vigilant. Because the profits of Guts Goo were getting bigger, the future was getting brighter. Crane Gate and other forces were getting restless. Earlier, because Fong Yuan displayed great strength, Crane Gate was restricted by other forces. They could not spare much effort to deal with Fong Yuan. Now that the profits of the Guts Goo trade were increasing, one day, Crane Gate would be more determined. They would spare more effort to reclaim Hu Immortal blessed land. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they were all competitors for benefits. The only difference between the two was that the righteous path's behavior was better, and the cultivation of Goo masters, or rather, the essence of human survival, was to protect one's own benefits while devouring the benefits of others. Fong Yuan was aware of this. He did not deny that he was no different from others or other forces. In terms of benefits, they were all jackals of the same tribe. To deter Crane Gate, there is only one fundamental solution. That is to continuously increase my own battle strength, to make those who act fail, and to intimidate those who want to. With such an urgent feeling, Fong Yuan successfully fused Self-Strength Immortal Goo into the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self a few days later. Although Self-Strength Immortal Goo was extremely compatible with Myriad Self, Fong Yuan still spent a few days to adjust some supplementary Mortal Goo. After testing it, he received an almost perfect result. I lack Cleanse Soul, but with Self-Strength, my battle strength has returned to the level of a first-rate rank 6. In fact, Myriad Self is even stronger than before. Maybe it is time to explore that thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance. Fong Yuan was contemplating after a long period of silence. He had already digested a lot of the gains from the auction. Myriad Self Return had the power of an Immortal Killer move, True Solid Bat Wings and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo. It was comparable to a movement immortal killer move. And deducing vaguely familiar face and so on required a vast number of malicious thought goo. What goo formation is this? He was shocked and uncertain. The unstoppable wind escape could not break out of this small world. Qin Baisheng smiled. He did not answer Hui Fengzi's question. He asked, "Sir, do you want to consider joining us to attack Langya Blessed Land?" This time, Hui Fengzi only thought for a few breaths of time. He landed, "Qin Baisheng, you are superior after all. Fine, I'll join your operation this time." Qin Baisheng chuckled. He was not surprised. Hui Fengzi was famous for knowing when to advance and when to retreat. He was a wise man who could adapt to circumstances. Since he could not retreat, Hui Fengzi's greatest advantage was gone. Furthermore, Qin Baisheng's conditions were not harsh. Even though Hui Fengzi was slightly unhappy, he had no choice but to join. Floating astronomy. Rank 4 all-out effort goo, bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, earth strength goo, water strength goo, wind strength goo, lightning strength goo, fire strength goo, lurking soul coat goo, breath concealment goo. Countless mortal goo danced like butterflies, flying in the air. An immortal goo was at the center. It was the strength path immortal goo, self-strength. While flying in a dazzling manner, mortal goo weaved threads of light in the air. Immortal goo self-strength burst out with a piercing light, connecting the threads of light into one, forming a huge sun-like lump of light. The light shone on the ground of the immortal aperture. On the ground, hundreds of thousands of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms stood quietly. Before coming here, Fang Yuan had already made preparations. He had activated this strength path phantom army in advance. Immortal killer move, myriad self, first style, giant hand. Fang Yuan chanted in his mind. Hundreds of thousands of Fang Yuan's phantoms stretched out their right palms, raising them towards the huge lump of light in the sky. Around the lump of light, there were already hundreds of group strength goo. They entered the lump of light. At the same time, outside, Fang Yuan slowly pushed out his right hand. Boom! A strength path giant hand suddenly appeared. The air within a radius of several hundred feet was torn apart. The giant hand pushed. The bull-shaped desolate beast was sent flying. The giant hand grabbed. Lightning shuttle immortal goo was trapped within. The giant hand clenched into a giant fist, punching towards goo immortal Zhuozhan. Zhuozhan was stunned. His eyes widened like a cow's. With a cry, he fled. Thus, even though they only had rank 6 battle strength, they were very difficult to deal with. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan could not deal with them in a short period of time. But the two were experienced. After fighting a few times, they recognized the situation and calmed down. They started to deal with the foe beasts calmly. In contrast, Lu Qingming's side was in danger. A desolate level foe beast suddenly turned phantom. Its speed increased as it charged towards Gu Immortal Han Dong, who was beside Lu Qingming. Han Dong was caught off guard. He was trapped inside the phantom beast's body. After turning phantom, Han Dong could not touch the phantom beast, while the phantom beast could not harm Han Dong. But at the next moment, the phantom beast turned solid. Han Dong was trapped inside the phantom beast's body, thus, he fell into its stomach. The phantom beast roared proudly. It flew up and brought Han Dong away from Lu Qingming and Su Guang. Lu Qingming, Han Dong, and Su Guang were known as the traveling 3 elites. When they worked together, they could match rank 7 Gu Immortals. But they were working together. It was not as good as fighting alone. Once Han Dong left, the remaining two's battle strength fell. They were no longer as strong as before. The two were anxious. They quickly chased and tried to save Han Dong. The phantom beast that swallowed Han Dong fell down rapidly. It endured Lu Qingming and Su Guang's attacks and did not turn phantom. Han Dong was also attacking inside its stomach. This phantom beast was attacked from both inside and outside. Halfway through its flight, it was already exhausted and coughed out blood. How can this phantom beast be so stubborn? When they fought earlier, it was very slippery, but when it was attacked, it would turn phantom and dodge. Quickly turn phantom. Su Guang shouted anxiously. Lu Qingming's expression was grim. Can't you tell? There must be a mastermind behind this. Dongfang Naganori, I underestimated you. In the ruined hall, the nebula that Dongfang Naganori left behind looked at the sky with his arms behind his back. His body was shining with dazzling starlight. His thick body was shrinking at a visible rate, becoming thinner. This was the style of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Even though he was dead, the methods he left behind could be used and even manipulated this phantom beast army to stall for time for the inheritor behind him. Faster, faster, faster. Behind him, Dongfang Yuliang was sweating profusely. He squeezed out all of his potential to complete this Gu formation. This Gu formation was the final test. After passing it, he would obtain the immortal Gu left behind by Dongfang Naganori, the essence of the wisdom path inheritance. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Even though he was a blood path expert in his previous life, He did not have any blood path immortal goo, he walked the strength path. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. He could not do anything about this formation. The situation was thorny, everyone was anxious. Dongfang Yuliang had been inside for so long, was he about to completely obtain the inheritance? Now, we can only use long-range killer moves. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy Dongfang Naginori's arrangements first, then compete with each other. Otherwise, in front of everyone's eyes, a mortal will obtain the inheritance. If this really happens, I, Free Scholar, will not have the face to continue living in Northern Plains. Free Scholar suddenly shouted. Just as he finished shouting, he attacked. The demonic path goo immortals responded one after another. At once, fire and water intersected, lightning bolts shot out in a dazzling manner, countless bombardments destroyed the blood veil layer by layer. Joy had just appeared on everyone's faces, but it quickly turned solemn. The blood veil continued to be destroyed and regenerated. Especially towards the end, the demonic path goo immortals' combined attacks became weaker and weaker. Floating astronomy. This fire path immortal killer move can actually sense aura. It can trace our attacks back to the source and enter the immortal aperture. Free Scholar's heart shook intensely. At this moment, Free Scholar finally understood why Pai Shuihan was so flustered. It was because not only was his body being burned by the flames, his immortal aperture was also filled with flames. Forget about the former, the latter was the headquarters of Goo Immortals. It was their foundation. After many years of painstaking management, countless cultivation resources were stored inside. Now that this fire was burning, it directly burned the hearts of those who were hit, making them want to vomit blood from the pain. Pai Shuihan not only had to extinguish the fire on his body, he also had to put out the fire in his immortal aperture. But the strange thing was, this fire could not be extinguished by ice or water. It was extraordinary. The surrounding demonic path goo immortals pulled away from Fang Yuan, Free Scholar, and Pai Shuihan, afraid of being touched by this strange fire. Why is Fang Yuan's fire so much weaker than the other two? He Lulan had a bewildered gaze. The other demonic path goo immortals soon discovered this phenomenon. Immediately, Fang Yuan's image in everyone's mind became even more profound and unfathomable. Free Scholar's gaze also paused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's situation was much better than the other two. The fire on his body was only a faint layer, like the flame of an oil lamp. But Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar were burning brightly like large torches. In just a few breaths of time, Free Scholar's body was already burnt to a crisp, emitting the smell of burnt meat. Free Scholar forced himself to remain calm. He did not panic, because he still had a trump card. Immortal killer move, 1,000 disintegrations. He activated the killer move madly. The light in his completely white eyes became even brighter. But this time, it did not shine on the ice mountain blood veil, but on his own body, into his immortal aperture. The dim yellow fire, under the pale white gaze, was quickly dissolving and weakening. Soon, the fire on his body completely disappeared. The fire in his immortal aperture was also controlled. 1,000 disintegrations was indeed useful. Not only could it be used against enemies, it could also be used for defense. Attack and defense in one, its power was extraordinary. In a flash, Fang Yuan also stood up. The fire on his body had disappeared. Only Pai Shuihan tried many methods, but the fire on his body became even more intense. His whole body was burnt black. The thick smell of burnt meat was emitting. He had to use healing goo to heal his injuries while enduring the burning of the fire. He roared in anger. The pain on his body was even more intense in his heart. The fire spread in his immortal aperture. A large amount of resources were burned to nothing, but he could not do anything to this fire. What do I do? What do I do? Pai Shuihan thought rapidly. He was extremely anxious. Fang Yuan and Free Scholar did not speak, they watched coldly. If someone came to take advantage of the situation, they would attack together to protect their own benefits. But Pai Shuihan was slightly slower. Even though his attack was powerful, he secretly held back most of his strength. He could retreat at any time if the situation turned bad. As for the other demonic path Gu immortals, when they saw Fang Yuan's group, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Pai Shuihan had cultivation and confidence, but how could the few of them dare to make a move and ask for a snub? Thus, they immediately threw their agreement to the back of their minds. They acted like they were entangled by the desolate beasts and could not attack. They were powerless. Hee good. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. 5 strength path giant hands flew out. 3 strength path giant hands grabbed the desolate beast bird and squeezed. The desolate beast bird screamed miserably. The other 2 destroyed the attacks from the half-moon berserker and Pai Shuihan as if they were twigs. Xie Shermin and half-moon brute master did not know about this. Seeing this, they were dumbfounded. They were deeply shaken. Rank 7 battle strength. Where did this expert come from? After Fang Yuan repelled their attacks, he laughed even more wildly. 2 more giant hands flew out, together with the 2 from before. A total of 4 hands flew towards Pai Shuihan. At the same time, he shouted, "Pai Shuihan, to think that you actually came here. It seems that you have not been taught a lesson enough." As he spoke, he acted like he had already fought and taught Pai Shuihan a lesson. He was very arrogant.